4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to Inside Out 2024.
Hi everyone, I'm Jeremy.
So good to be here. What an amazing audience. So many familiar faces, so many fresh faces. It really is an honor to gather everyone here in a physical location. Our world is increasingly remote, which is a great thing. We love connecting with people all around the world in digital environments, but there really is something special, there's something magic about bringing everyone together in a physical location.
So Sean and I today will be your MCs, and before we start, do you want to share a little bit more about the theme for this conference?
Yes, so Inside Out is the name of the conference, and it's a play on the words inside out, you know, turning things upside down, looking at things in a new way, because that's what we think insights are all about. They inspire, provoke, and invite you to look at the world in a fresh way, through a new perspective. And that's what we hope to get out of today. We hope by gathering everybody here to share their perspectives, we'll be able to build a more holistic understanding of the world around us.
Well, I don't know about you, but I am humbled and honored to gather this amazing audience. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you for being here. Do you want to do a little hand-raising activity?
Let's do a little poll. Yeah, we've got a lot of researchers here, so why don't we do some research on the fly? So who here is a researcher? Yeah, show your hands. UX researcher, user researcher, you've got research in the title. We want to see you. Okay, great. Okay, next. Who here is a designer? So graphic designer, UX designer, whatever kind of design. You got design in the title? Throw up your hands. Amazing to see you all.
We love to see it. Welcome.
And finally, who here is a product manager? Product, put your hands up. Okay.
Call your friends.
Well, it is awesome to see you all here today.
Yeah, I really think that the vision behind Inside Out is so powerful, and I do want to reiterate, this day is about all of you, our amazing community. You're now part of the Dovetail community. We're 8,000 members strong, gathering together to level up on customer centricity. Whether you're a product person, researcher, designer, you're all welcome to level up your craft and join us at dovetail.com/community. So thrilled. We have hundreds of product templates. We're planning events year-round, and it's all about growing and learning. So thank you for showing up today. I'm so fired up. Do you want to get this audience even more riled up?
Let's do a little bit of engagement. Okay, so I'm going to practice with you, Jeremy, and then I'm going to ask the lovely audience to follow along. Okay, so I say insight, you say out. Jeremy, insight.
Out.
Insight.
Out.
Insight.
Out.
All right, now let's try with the audience. Insight. 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 All right. It's early. I appreciate it, folks. I feel like we're revved up now, though.
All right, so a few housekeeping items. The restrooms are out at the front to the left. Throughout the day, there will be 3 breaks where you can stretch your legs, grab some coffee. For all of you in person, you'll have the opportunity to connect with our speakers, so save your questions for the in-real-life experience. Our community managers are on YouTube monitoring the live stream, and we'll be taking some audience questions from there. The Discover Dovetail room is open all day with our product team there to show you the latest and greatest advancements. And we're just so thrilled. With that, do you want to introduce our first presenter?
Yeah, well, we've got an amazing lineup, so get excited. We've got all-stars from Meta, Uber, Voya Financial, Dropbox, Plaid, Okta, and so much more. And to kick us off for today, I would love everyone to give a very warm welcome to all the way from New Zealand, our very own CEO and co-founder, Benjamin Humphrey. Let's give him a round of applause, everybody.
Hey everybody, welcome to Inside Out 2024. So excited to be here, and thank you for joining us here in San Francisco at the Fort Mason Center down on the waterfront. It is a beautiful day outside. I think San Francisco's really turned on the weather for us. This is my 10th trip here actually in the last couple of years, and it's normally very foggy and cold, so thank you for bringing the vibes and bringing the weather. As Sean said, I am originally from New Zealand. I do live in Australia now. However, I'm super pumped to share a bunch of stuff with you today, and I just want to thank you all for making the time to come out as well. We have about 500 people here in person in San Francisco, and we have thousands more on the YouTube live stream. So hello everybody online. I see there are people dialing in from Sweden and Germany and the Netherlands, and it's just amazing to see how much engagement we're getting with this, so it's awesome. I actually believe that there are some people who have dialed in from Australia and New Zealand, where it is 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Hey Mum, how you going? It's great to see so many familiar faces in the audience as well, so many of our customers and so many of our partners and investors as well. So we have some incredible speakers today that I can't wait to learn from, and I'm really excited. So today I'm super excited to share some of the biggest advancements in Dovetail yet. And I'm going to explain how we navigated the AI echo chamber and all of the hype around AI over the last year, mostly by listening to customers, including many of you sitting in this room, to figure it all out. So if we look back at the past year, some will remember it as the year that AI went mainstream. And for others, it was a year of reconnection with friends and family, colleagues and customers, more events like this. For me, though, 2023 was the year that my original vision for Dovetail became possible. Before I explain what I mean, I just want to take you back and share the insight that led to the start of Dovetail. So we exist to improve the quality of everything. That is our mission. Whether it's a software product, an electric car, a power tool, or a government service. And we believe that great things are made by teams who talk to their customers. The problem is that in many orgs, it's actually really difficult to get direct face time with customers, and I'm sure a lot of you experience this regularly. And leveraging the insights from teams who do talk to customers often, like sales and CS and support and research, is also quite difficult. This could be due to fragmented data silos, or silos between teams and collaboration challenges, or compliance reasons. So when I started Dovetail, I felt like there were so many tools to help teams build products. Product managers had Confluence for requirements and Notion and Jira and Asana, and designers had Sketch at the time and now Figma. And engineers have, super spoiled, right? They have everything from AWS to VS Code to GitHub and Linear and Datadog, a real, plethora of tools. A lot of us here work in R&D teams, and while so many amazing tools exist to help you build something, I felt like there wasn't that many tools to help you figure out what to build. And after all, development is just one half of this acronym, and building the right thing right is super important. So when you build something, you don't just dive into a Figma design file. You don't just jump into a Jira ticket. You don't just write your Confluence requirements. It's not as simple as design, build, and ship, unless you're one of those product managers who builds their roadmap based on a shower thought. Really, almost everything that's successful starts with some kind of insight. An insight on your users and the pain points they have, on the market, on the competitors, on your customers. Before Dovetail, I was working at Atlassian as a product designer, and I always wanted to know more about how our customers used our software so that I could do a better job as a designer. And there was just no obvious place for me to go to inform my design work. Common practice was to simply ask somebody. So for me, I asked this product manager called Sharif. Sharif had been at Atlassian a long time and had a lot of institutional knowledge. The problem is that when people like Sharif leave a business, they take all of that knowledge with them. This isn't really true for designers and engineers if you think about it. Designers, all their work is in Figma. Engineers, all their work is in GitHub. But when a researcher leaves, a product manager leaves, somebody in customer success, where do all of those insights end up? The business actually loses that knowledge. And so the more I thought about it, the stranger I felt it was. Businesses have no system of record for one of their biggest competitive advantages. Their unique knowledge of the market, their customers, their buyers, the competitors. These are the insights that, for me, they fuel the strategy, the vision, and the roadmaps. A single place where a product manager can go to learn about positioning or to build a roadmap or prioritize. Someone from marketing could go to get some ideas for messaging, or sales coaching, or a designer to inform their design work. Where you could answer questions like this. Or maybe something more specific, for example, improving conversion if you work in a growth team. Or perhaps something that I might ask as a startup founder. So my vision for Dovetail was that it contained everything a business knows about its customers. And rather than relying on the Sharif in your organization and all of that institutional knowledge, just ask Dovetail. This is what I always wanted to build, what I call a customer insights hub. But back in 2017, the technology just wasn't there. So Dovetail enables teams to uncover the why, to make sense of everything from customer calls to surveys, to implement strategy and roadmaps through insights. And the consensus is that it certainly beats the spreadsheet, and I've been super blown away by the love for Dovetail over the years, especially from many of you in this room. I want to tell you a little bit about Taylor Pekarczyk at Atlassian. So he is the head of product for a product at Atlassian called Compass, which they launched, I think, last year. And his teams used Dovetail to create this product. He has over 260 full-length, one-hour video interviews about Compass in Dovetail, and that's how he figured out what to build. It's a great insights hub for their team, and he mentioned to me that it's especially useful for new starters who join the Compass team. Or Mila at Horton Mifflin Harcourt. So HMH develops educational content and online learning material, and they conduct a lot of research with students and teachers and parents. And while they had a lot of research that they built up over the years, which they did figure out how to centralize, Dovetail actually allowed them to leverage that more effectively, instead of just sitting in some sort of Google Drive or a Dropbox folder. So Taylor and Mila are just two examples of the thousands of users across our diverse customer base. From healthcare to automotive to manufacturing, it's incredible to see Dovetail power insights at so many of these great companies. And I think there are some people here today from the logos up there, and so I want to thank you for using Dovetail. So we look at every project, every highlight, every insight in our product as a step closer to our mission of helping you improve the products and services that you're working on. And in the past year alone, you've been really busy with Dovetail, creating over 140,000 projects, 26 million highlights, and over 600,000 insights. And I see this as a collective effort towards improving the quality of everything. So last year, when AI exploded, I saw how it could unlock entirely new possibilities. I saw people trying to use ChatGPT to analyze unstructured data. And I also saw a lot of ChatGPT wrapper tools trying to help with product discovery and research. But honestly, for me, a lot of those felt like solutions looking for a problem. And the problem that we're ultimately solving doesn't really have anything to do with a specific technology. I feel like it's this. How do teams actually decide what to build next? I realized it was really important for us as a business to more deeply understand this. And so last year, we ran a series of projects to uncover how teams leverage insights to make decisions. We spoke to product leaders, designers, and CEOs, and founders all throughout last year. Of course, we used Dovetail for all this work. We also dived deep into how AI could enhance workflows, and we talked to a lot of you about your feelings around AI. And you have a lot of feelings around AI. And we asked, what are the inputs that feed into strategy and roadmaps and design? And ultimately, how do you figure out what to build next? So we actually developed a view on the types of insights that an organization collects. And we separated these insights into implicit and explicit and qual and quant. So explicit insights are often created when the intention is to learn. So for example, interviews and usability testing. Whereas an implicit insight is perhaps something that comes out through a support ticket. Maybe someone's sent a support ticket through where they say, hey, I can't reset my password. And the intention is not really to get an insight from that, but you know as a designer that perhaps you need to improve that flow. We also mapped how product teams use these inputs to make decisions. Basically, how do they decide what to build next? And I see some smiles. Yes, it's incredibly complex. This shouldn't be too surprising. Teams need to leverage many different data sources, work with multiple stakeholders, deal with all those kinds of different inputs, from research insights through to what the business needs, goals, OKRs, you name it. And to put it simply, insights are really just too slow, and their shelf life is often limited. So today, we're here to solve that. And I want to show you how we used all of those research projects that we did last year to inform our product roadmap, how we're utilizing new technology like AI to streamline workflows and improve efficiency. And I want to run you through a few new features that we're launching to help you decide what to build next. So let's jump into it. So that's a sneak peek at some of the new features that I'm excited to launch today. We're launching some of our biggest advancements yet, and the theme for this launch is magic. And what magic means for us is experiences that fit seamlessly into your workflow. So rather than look to replace humans with AI entirely, our approach is what we call human in the loop. And what you just saw was a sneak peek. So I'm going to jump in now and show you a little bit more. But first, I want to share that we actually asked every attendee, both online and here in person, to complete a survey, and 78% of you told us that the time it actually takes to get to insights hinders product development. So I want you to imagine if you could transform interviews, sales calls, market research, industry reports, support tickets into insights quickly like magic, so that you can make customer-backed decisions, motivate designers and engineers to build that next differentiator feature, give leadership confidence in your strategy and your approach. And I believe that now you can. So let's jump in. I'm going to drag and drop a customer call into Dovetail. You can also connect Zoom, Meet, Teams, and import video and audio recordings. So Dovetail now actually transcribes your video automatically, so you don't have to click a button. We've improved speaker recognition by 25% for even more accurate transcripts in 41 languages. That was a big piece of feedback that a lot of you had. And we're working towards further improvements to transcription this year. So I want to show you a new feature that we've recently launched called Magic Summarize. It automatically summarizes any video or audio call, breaking it into chapters, and allows you to quickly navigate the transcript. So I'm going to show you now. We're going to head up to the top right of the screen and open up this new sidebar. And here you can see we've broken up the video into chapters, and we've named each topic that was discussed. So this actually enables you and your team to really quickly jump specifically to topics in any video, and it cuts down the time it takes to get to insight. Because we don't expect AI to fully take the reins, the summaries are actually editable. So I'm going to add some context by just hovering over the edit button and maybe adding a bit of context saying, hey, this is actually a common thing that we see across multiple different users. So now when I share this with someone on my team, they have that extra context. This is an example, as I mentioned before, like the human in the loop. We don't want AI to fully replace workflows. We want you to still be in control. You'll also notice this new sidebar. And so a bunch of metadata, like fields and highlights, tags, comments, are easily accessible, but won't overwhelm new users who are just starting out with Dovetail. Magic Summarize also works well on documents. So you can actually drag any PDF or PowerPoint or Keynote deck into Dovetail, and we will extract all the content and summarize it for you as well. And it happens pretty quickly. Don't forget, you can also highlight and tag documents in Dovetail. So we've actually been testing Magic Summarize with a few customers, and the feedback's been great so far. I know a bunch of you have been using it as well. So Heather at Webflow mentioned that the new Magic features open up a whole new world of possibilities. And specifically, she calls out how the automatic timestamps makes it easy for visitors to digest the most relevant insights when she shares like a customer interview, for example. Now, highlighting in Dovetail allows you to quickly highlight moments in the transcript and extract important things to turn them into reels. I'm going to switch from the Summary tab to the Highlights tab in the sidebar. And here you'll see one of our new features that we call Magic Highlight. So Magic Highlight automatically suggests highlights in transcripts, massively reducing the manual work. I'm going to click Suggest and see what Dovetail has to suggest. So when you get a suggestion, we actually give you a reason for why Dovetail thinks that this is important. Thank you, Eniola. So the reason that Dovetail thinks this is important is that it indicates a long time and frequent use of the app. I should give you a little bit of context. So all of this data is basically imagining that I'm a product manager and we're building a streaming service, an app. And so Maddie here has mentioned that she uses it for many years, and Dovetail thinks that that is important context. So we're going to go through and accept or reject a couple of these highlights. Now, our research actually found, and it may be no surprise to all of you, that users aren't 100% confident in AI yet. And in line with our human-in-the-loop approach, you're always in control. You'll notice that this is a theme throughout all of our magic features. We're not trying to replace the workflow entirely with AI. So I'm just going to reject that last one, and you'll see the highlights are applied. For even more control over the suggestions, you can actually tell Dovetail your learning goal. So here I'm going to type in a custom prompt, and I'm going to say, hey, when exactly are folks using this streaming app? So I'm going to click Suggest again and see what Dovetail does. So it's actually suggested a couple of highlights for me that talk about Maddie using it when she's walking to Pilates and also when she's traveling to and from work. Now, I know I often don't have time to watch entire recordings of customer calls, and I'm sure a lot of your stakeholders don't either. So now you can actually click at the top of the video, the Highlights Only tab, and this will shorten a video that may be half an hour or an hour long to just the key moments. So when you take Magic Summarize, Magic Highlight, and we're calling this Magic Reels together, you can condense video from 30 minutes or an hour to just the key moments in only a few seconds. This is a great way for your team to consume the most important moments on calls without needing to watch the entire video. And we're working on another tab at the moment which does this automatically based on the summary. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but on this call, Maddie actually accidentally shared her password. Before sharing this with your team, you can now use Magic Redact to select things in the transcript and remove them. We also blur video. We silence the audio as well. Now, we know that participant privacy is a really big deal for a lot of our customers, especially in enterprise. And Magic Redact is yet another feature that we've launched in a long list of features over the past 18 months to support our largest customers to help with compliance. So lastly, I'm going to share this specific highlight at the end with my colleague, Anne-Marie. So our product team in Dovetail is actually based in Sydney, Australia. We have about 80 people in Sydney. And our go-to-market team is here in San Francisco. We have about 20 people in San Francisco. So after our sales folks and CS folks get off a customer call, they'll actually highlight interesting quotes like this, and they'll share them immediately with the product team in Sydney. And our engineers love hearing directly from customers off the back of these calls and prospects from out in the field. All right, I want to shift gears a little bit and go deeper. So I'm going to actually jump over to the highlight canvas in this project. Now, thanks to Magic Highlight, we actually have a whole bunch of highlights of important moments across a bunch of different customer calls and documents. I want to look at those highlights from a different perspective, so I'm going to grab them and drag them onto the canvas to start finding patterns. And then I'm going to use a new feature called Magic Cluster. Now, Magic Cluster automatically groups highlights by theme. It uses machine learning and large language models to figure out what the thematic classification is of these unstructured highlights. Now, as we know, AI isn't perfect yet, but as always, you're in control. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab some of the highlights and move them to a different group. It works just like any other affinity mapping tool. You've also been asking us to be able to duplicate highlights on the canvas. Now you can do that by just copying and pasting a highlight. You can also add a duplicate from a reference picker. So lastly, what I want to show you is that we've made it a lot easier to go from this view now to a shareable and actionable insight, and also a highlight reel. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to grab that group on the left-hand side, and I'm going to add that to an insight. I'm going to call it latest feedback from our users. And in only a few seconds, we can create an engaging and shareable insight. We can also add context around it inside the insight if that's useful for our team. So let's jump over to the Insights tab and have a look what it looks like. Now, one of the cool things here is that we can actually use Magic Summarize on Insights as well. And what Summarize is doing here is actually summarizing all of those clips from all of those different calls. So now you have a shareable insight with a reel from multiple different customers and a summary of that theme in just a few minutes. Hopefully you can see how you can go from a bunch of different customer calls or documents or audio recordings from multiple people complete to a shareable insight, complete with direct video evidence, and share that with your team. So at Dovetail, one of the ways that we use this is we have a monthly customer showcase where we all sit together as one big company and we watch highlights from customer calls in reels just like this. And many of you here have been shown on the big screen in the Dovetail office. It's a great way to embed customers in our culture. One of our values is put the customer first, and we obviously try to be very customer-centric. And also align our product team behind the biggest problems that our customers are facing. So with Dovetail, not only can you find insights super quickly to drive decisions, but you can also drive a culture of customer centricity. And it's great for uncovering patterns in interviews or collating feedback you're hearing through sales discovery calls, pain points in usability testing, or establishing themes from a bunch of industry reports or market research. So what I just showed you was Magic Transcribe, Summarize, Highlight, Reels, Redact, and Cluster. 6 new features in Dovetail, all of which enabled us to go from a few calls to shareable insights in only a few minutes. And the good news is that all of these magic features are available now in Dovetail and GA. Thank you. But what if the answer already exists and you just need to find it? I'm super excited to introduce Magic Search in Dovetail. It's a whole new way to find answers to your customer questions. So let's dive in and check out Magic Search. Now, it starts with a question. I'm going to ask about customer challenges. So I'm just going to jump in here and type a question like, what are the top challenges that customers have? And rather than a simple keyword search, Magic Search actually uses semantic search to return results based on meaning. With all of your insights in Dovetail, this means you can actually ask your Insights Hub questions and get answers. We actually answer your question through a magic summary of the search results, which means there's no need to read through endless transcripts and documents or survey responses. And I know what you're thinking, what if the insights are no longer relevant, or maybe it's in a different team or department? We've also redesigned search filtering, so you can really easily drill down and say, hey, I just want to see things from the last few months, or hey, I just want to see things from this folder because that's my department and not the other department. This is really important for our bigger customers who have thousands and thousands of highlights and insights across multiple teams and departments in one workspace. So once you've applied some filters, you can rerun the summary and get an answer that's scoped down. You may notice there are some numbers in the summary. Well, we know how important it is that you can trust these generated summaries. So we've launched citations in summaries that actually allow you to trace the real data and insights back to the source that they came from. So in this case, I've clicked on a citation, and it's taken me to the original call and scrolled me right down to the specific quote that led to that answer. All those transcripts and highlights and documents that we created earlier contribute to the answers in Magic Search. And yes, you can also create an insight directly from the search results. So at the bottom of the summary, we're going to click Create Insight, and that's actually going to take all of those references and all those citations and apply them as evidence inside a shareable insight. So you can actually write some context around this, and you can share that with your team, and you can also summarize, obviously, all of this content too. I personally believe that this actually changes the nature of what an insight is. Rather than it being something that's created at the end of a project for use in some uncertain future where you don't really know what the context is going to be, it actually makes it an on-demand insight that stakeholders can use at the time that it's needed to inform a design ideation session, to inform a roadmap planning, prioritization session, or even a board meeting. So we've been trying out Magic Search with a few customers, and Carolina from AppFire is really impressed, and she thinks that it helps her uncover deeper insights from the hub. And the summarization in particular simplifies the process. So to recap, we've fundamentally changed search in Dovetail with semantic search, summaries, citations, one-click insights, and redesigned filtering. We've also shipped exact matching, so if you do want to do keyword searching, you can just use quotes. Magic Search is also available now to all customers on our newest paid plans. So Magic Search really showcases the value in building an insights hub and enables self-service insights, which in turn allows teams to figure out what to design and build and ship. Not to mention being a great tool for go-to-market teams to influence the product roadmap, which is one of the big ways that we use Dovetail at Dovetail. However, after you ship something, you don't stop listening to customers. Great product teams continue listening to user feedback on what they've shipped, and they factor the improvements into the product roadmap. I'm talking feedback in support tickets, or app reviews, or posts on your community forum, even social media. I know that many of you probably have support teams that are getting thousands of support tickets every month, or perhaps you have a lot of reviews on the Play Store or on the App Store that you don't really know what to do with. So today, I'm super excited to introduce channels in Dovetail. It is a new way for product teams to turn user feedback into real-time, continuous, and actionable insights. So channels actually uses machine learning and large language models to automatically and continuously classify high-volume, unstructured data. And it's built for scale. It works on tens of thousands of data points. From a single dashboard, you can now track all of your high-volume voice of customer feedback. And Dovetail will continuously classify new data coming in and bucket into themes. So as a product manager, this helps you uncover patterns before they become problems. And it keeps you in front of issues so that you can more effectively prioritize roadmaps. There's no more tagging feedback manually in a spreadsheet with channels. Channels integrates natively with Intercom, Jira Service Management, Front, and Zendesk right now, with many more first-party integrations coming, including the Google Play Store and the App Store. You can actually have different channels in Dovetail, like for different teams or departments, and a channel can also support multiple different data sources as well, so you can connect multiple integrations to one channel. Now let's dive into a channel and check out its features. So first up, in this case, we're looking at a support tickets channel. And I want to narrow in on a specific date range. Maybe you've just shipped a new feature, or you've fixed a bug. And so I'm going to go and filter from last 90 days to just the past 28 days. So in line with the human-in-the-loop approach, you'll work hand in hand with our classification engine to surface the themes that are important to you. It's still early days, and we're still refining the way that the themes are classified to make sure they're as accurate as possible. And as I'm sure a lot of you know, AI has plenty of limitations and quirks. So we've made sure that you can rename themes, you can merge them, you can split them, and you're totally in control of what the dashboard looks like. I've just selected a couple of themes and I've merged them. So let's jump into a single theme. So clicking a theme opens it in a sidebar. I'm going to click on one of these themes here, request technical support. And as you can see, the theme actually has a summary. So many users requested technical support for various audio issues, including playback and quality problems. And this is a summary of all of these support tickets that are in that theme. It's sort of ever-changing because obviously the channel is alive and real-time. I can click on one of these support tickets and see the raw data. And if you've connected Intercom or Front or Zendesk, there's a link to go into that tool and see it there. Lastly, I want to show you one more feature, which is channel activity. So for us at Dovetail, this has actually replaced our monthly support summaries. Our support team doesn't have to spend time writing a report of like what they're seeing from customers every month. Instead, you can just come in here and click, you see the 4 updates button. And that will open up an activity feed and give you a summary of what you've seen since you last visited. So Channels is available in beta to all paying customers. It's currently on a wait list, and you can navigate to beta features in workspace settings, or just head to dovetail.com, find Channels, and sign up for the wait list. So not only does Dovetail help you with product discovery at the beginning of the life cycle, giving you the insights to spark your next innovation, but it also helps you understand how everything went by enabling you to track your voice of customer feedback, your support tickets, your reviews, and so on. Ultimately, what we want to do is motivate your team by hearing customer problems directly and straight from the source. And we want to help you figure out what to build next. We had a lot of fun last year trying to figure out how to use AI in Dovetail and how to apply it. We did a lot of research and we talked to a lot of people. And we tried to escape the AI echo chamber by finding real problems and solving them in a real way with intention, rather than just approaching it as a sort of ChatGPT wrapper. So thanks to everybody who contributed to our research in the past 12 months. Really excited to unveil all of these new features. And thank you so much for listening to me. You can head to dovetail.com and try it out. And if you're an existing customer, we've got a lot of people here today you can speak to. So thanks so much. Now I'm super excited to welcome to the stage Jen Taylor to discuss building what's next and how teams prioritize. Jen is the president at Plaid and the former chief product officer at Cloudflare. Welcome. Hello.
Hello. Oh my God. I'm a little loud. Yeah.
So welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
So good to have you here. I'd love to just start out, maybe we give a bit of context to the audience. I'd love to know sort of how you got into product and product leadership and what the kind of origin story there was.
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much for having me. I could not be more excited to be here. These are my favorite coworkers here in this room. The work that this group, this discipline brings really is just transformational, and I'm just so honored to be here. My journey into products started because I fell in love with customers. Honestly, I started my degree in university thinking I was going to law school, and people graduated ahead of me and went to law school, and I realized that was going to be miserable. And so I made a last-minute pivot during my last year at university to become a consultant, which is kind of like product management light. But it was through that journey and working closely with customers that I realized that like my passion is spending time with people, understanding what they're trying to do, how they're trying to do it, their hopes, their dreams, and then working very closely with a cross-functional team to figure out how we build, ideate, and deliver solutions at scale. And that's kind of what got me started and passionate about it. When I was a kid, I didn't play product manager, with my friends. We weren't building a startup in kindergarten or anything like that. So this discipline has sort of evolved at the same time my career has evolved, and I've been very privileged to have the opportunity to work at some phenomenal companies with some phenomenal people that have just provided great training.
That's awesome. So I want to sort of dive into one of the things that I feel like a lot of people here probably struggle with, which is creating a customer-centric culture in an organization. How have you kind of approached that in the past in roles that you've had?
I mean, I think there are two things. For me, it's walk the walk. And so if you spend time with me in a work context, you'll realize that pretty much every conversation I start, I start with a customer. And I do that as a way to sort of demonstrate to the organization, well, first of all, I can't help myself. But for me, it's an opportunity to sort of demonstrate to the organization sort of how I'm thinking and inspire them to do the same. Mm-hmm. And then the other is I ask when people have ideas to contextualize it in conversations they've had with customers or how they might test it with customers. And so in many ways, it's just sort of infusing it as an expectation in the work that we do.
Yeah, totally. Is there anything in particular, like, have you seen a particular process or tool help at all? Or is there anything that you've done where you see teams really nail it? Like, is something in particular?
I think there are lots of different ways to approach it. And, I think for me, I realized that the way teams engage with customers is a function of like the stage of company, the stage of idea, and a bit of like the culture of the team. But I think there's lots of different ways of doing it. With very early stage ideas where we're maybe innovating ahead of where the market is, it's harder to have sort of direct customer conversation and sort of be like, well, I talked to Bob and Bob said this, and so I'm going to go build this for Bob. It's a little more abstracted, and you sort of have to bring the customers along. For products that are more mature or markets that are more mature, there's more opportunity to sort of draw on the corpus in front of us.
Totally. I've personally seen like the power of just putting customers in front of engineers, for example.
Oh, yeah.
It's sort of so motivating, I think, for people to realize that the stuff that they're working on is actually contributing to some improvement in somebody's daily life, right?
Yeah. I mean, for me, that's it's people are like, well, so what's the essential skill for product management? And I always say it's communication. And people are like, oh, so you have to be a really good presenter. You have to be a really good writer. And it's like, no, actually, the essential communication skill is learning how to listen. And it is amazing how hard it is for some people to learn how to listen. But if you're able to listen and glean and hear those problems and then find ways to bring those problems alive in an organization, people can't help but innovate. And I think engineers in particular love the opportunity to dig into a big, meaty problem rather than being like, I'd like you to go build me a red dot. And they're like, oh, dear God, no. They're like, if you can actually bring in a problem that enables them to sort of bring their best to bear, it's really exciting.
Totally. Well, that's a good segue into another sort of thought or question I have, I suppose, which is how do you drive that sense of ownership in a product team? Right? What you're saying is really, hey, bring the problem and let the team figure it out on their own. That sense of empowerment, that sense of ownership. How have you kind of created that sort of culture?
I think for me, it's been a lot about looking to teams to define their goals and their milestones and their expectations and the things that they're trying to achieve, and then holding them accountable for the delivery of that expectation. I personally, the people I work with are all smarter than I am. And so, my job is really finding ways to encourage and inspire them to engage with customers, encouraging them to take ownership of the problem, and then looking to them to define the outcomes and then holding them accountable for those outcomes.
Yeah, totally. I feel like I quite like the analogy that you sort of define the rules of the game and then let people play it.
Totally.
And it's sort of like saying, hey, this is our strategy, this is our vision. Yeah. These are the kind of goals that we have, and we're solving within that kind of constraint. Yeah. But everything in here is totally up to you to figure out how to solve.
And I've really come to appreciate, as I've grown in my career and as I've grown through different organizations, how important it is for organizations to provide some of those strategic guardrails, like out of the gate. Like, what is their true north? Like, where are we trying to get? Because then teams can more easily sort of snap in and figure out kind of how and where they fit. I've talked to a lot of founders who are like, whoa, like, I don't want to box people in. And it's like, no, it's not about boxing in. That, like, there's an important part of helping people understand where you're trying to get, and then providing some constraints or some guardrails along the way that actually, I think, help facilitate innovation and help facilitate focus. Otherwise, you can just be wandering in the wilderness.
Totally. Speaking of sort of constraints and guardrails, I think one of the things that works really well for us in the last, I would say, 6 months, we've kind of sort of figured out a bit of a sort of framework, I suppose, where we have this laddering, right? So it's like we have our mission, which I shared, improve the quality of everything, and everybody knows that. And then we have our product vision, which is this customer insights hub. And then we have a strategy on how to get there, like a sequence of steps. And then from there, we have work and goals. And it all kind of threads the needle down. And I think like we didn't really have that, I think, for a long time. And in the past, probably 6 months, we've developed this quite clear sort of framework, and the team, they can see how their work ladders all the way through, right? And it's, for me, it's also storytelling.
Yeah.
It's how can you, how do you kind of play on, to be honest, people's emotions and say, well, hang on, it's not a generic thing. It's actually just a real person who's using our product. We have somebody here called Jared Forney, who's from Okta, and there he is back there, and he's speaking later today. And Jared's like famous at Dovetail. Everybody everyone at Dovetail knows Jared, and he's always, in our showcases and things like that. And I think if you try to actually humanize your customers and say, no, we're not building for some mass, right? It's like not an abstract mass. Yeah. It's an individual usually.
Well, and I think that specificity kind of comes back to that sort of, for me, that listening, right? Because then you actually, you know who you're listening to, but I think the goals are so important to understand why. And the thing that you said that really resonates with me is the narrative and the story that comes with the mission, the product vision, the strategies and the goals, because otherwise, like if it's just numbers on a page, it's very hard for people to internalize it and figure out how to make it their own.
Yeah, totally. So we were talking a little bit before about how difficult it is to make decisions, and how I feel like for me, that's one of the most difficult parts of a business and a product team and a PM is deciding what to build and what not to build. Prioritization is sort of infamously one of the most important things you have to get right as a startup founder. Often the opportunity cost of doing something and not doing something else or vice versa is really high. How do you approach sort of, like my question, deciding what to build next?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a couple things that I bring into this, and one sort of maybe less from like a pure starting from ground zero perspective, but sort of a company that is starting to scale. I encourage teams when they think about the portfolio of what they're going to build to think about obviously the needs of the customers, but I encourage teams to think about a roadmap as a combination of basically 3 buckets of things. The first for me that is the most important is, I call it trust. This is performance, scalability, reliability, and the quality of the things that we've already delivered, right? Because your relationship with the customer is built on that foundation. Your license to provide them new capabilities and continue to grow and expand with them is built on building, fostering, and extending that trust. So that's an important bucket. The second is exactly the work that a lot of us do, which is I've been out in the field talking to customers, they're using this, they'd like this, this, and this, and there's some very specific customer requests. And then the third bucket is really what I consider to be, I call it groundbreaking innovation, or just innovation, right? These are the things that like nobody is asking for, but our observation and our assessment from having spent time in the market is that we think that this is the thing coming around the corner, right? Like everybody says, who was it Ford that said if anybody had asked me to build a better horse, I can't remember how it goes, but I never would have built a car. And that's the sort of bucket of innovation where you can see problems and then an opportunity around the corner. I encourage teams at any point to think about those 3 buckets as a portfolio. And at any point, one bucket might be bigger than another. But I think it's really important for teams to sort of give themselves license to invest across all 3 parts of the business, because I think that that's what it takes to truly delight a customer. And then within that, there's the prioritization within the buckets, which of course is the next complicated bit.
Yeah, and I suppose that last bucket, helping teams see around the corner. I mean, that's hard, right? Like, how do you sort of drive that innovation and that creative thinking, especially if you're trying to create a new category? I mean, Cloudflare was sort of creating a new category, right? How do you kind of like enable that?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are 2 things. One is to ask for it. I mean, it seems like a basic thing, but a lot of organizations start to forget to ask for it, right? They get so focused on the next release or the next thing that they forget to ask people to bring what actually made them great employees to begin with, which is give me your ideas, give me your brains. The first is to ask for it. The second is to expect it. And by expecting it, it is making sure that teams have an expectation that if you go back to that rubric that you're talking about, emissions, goals, and OKRs, that there is space in there that says one of your OKRs is to continue to innovate. And then finally, I think the important thing is creating a culture of learning. And it's like everybody talks, I got a culture of learning. It's amazing. Everybody learns. But no, honestly, truly to create the flexibility to experiment, to do it safely, and to create opportunities to have those moments where like, it didn't go awesome, or didn't go exactly as planned, and really make sure that those are conversations that people can still have and that they are rewarded for that experimentation.
No, for sure. So last night we had sort of a pre-drinks at the conference, and I was chatting to a bunch of folks, and I think a common theme that a lot of people in this room probably feel is that they don't have as much influence as they would like.
Yeah.
Like influencing folks is sort of like a challenge that I just hear over and over and over again. It's like, how can Dovetail help me influence more? What would you recommend, or what sort of advice would you give, whether it's a product manager or a researcher or a designer who's done some research? How do you get those insights and everything in front of the people who, like yourself, who are setting strategy, maybe in the executive team, for example? What have you seen work?
I mean, strength in numbers, right? And so that's kind of job one, right? I mean, all of us who operate in building product, we're operating in triads or quads or whatever it is. You have a group of people that you're working with as you're building out your roadmap and your conversations, bringing those insights into the conversation. Inviting people to contribute their questions is also a really good way to get people sort of, at least at the team level, sort of bought in, because everybody has questions, and to the extent that you can be helpful in helping people suss out their questions, even if you think they're bad questions, even though there are no bad questions, but even if you don't think it's the most awesome question, giving some space and some airtime to it, I think kind of creates that initial buy-in. The second is being able to the next one for me is telling the story of like bringing those insights into a story, being able to do, write a blog post, do a customer reel, post notes from a customer meeting, share the insights, I think is another way to sort of get people interested and curious. And then the third is like, show the victories. Like, don't be afraid to sort of come back and sort of pull the narrative all the way through from everything we just talked about, right? Which is I've been talking to customers, I've been driving insights, we've been asking questions, we use that to help us ideate, here's what we learned, and here was the impact of what we delivered. And helping people sort of see that then sort of gives you, it's a trust that you build over time, so it may not be everything in day one, but it is sort of building that foundation and that culture within the organization that all of us have to do.
So like a little bit of sort of show your work.
Exactly.
Kind of like, oh, okay, like I followed this approach, here's what I learned, here's who I spoke to, here's my thinking at the moment, what do you think?
Yeah.
As a founder, I suppose, and the person who's been running the product team for a while, I think that for me, it's always very nice when people say, hey, like this is kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know about this approach or not, but I don't really have any other better ideas right now. Can we work together and try and like riff on this? I think a lot of the time when people engage more senior leaders, it's very much a sort of like, I'm going to present my finished thing to you. I'm going to present this polished thing to you. And I'm like, I don't want to see the polished thing. Like, I just want to see the working stuff. Like, let's collaborate. I don't want to be this sort of stakeholder just sitting there kind of.
Well, that's the fun part, right? The fun part is sort of getting in it and being a part of it. And I think that, most people who are now in senior leadership positions started doing that. And they never really want to give up. The other is, that's also a great way to get buy-in. Right? When you invite people in to the ideation that you're sort of engaging in and get them, it's a great way, again, the conversations like that are a great way to get buy-in.
Yeah, totally. So another thing that's sort of been happening, I guess, which is pertinent in the last 18 months is the sort of the economic impact and the effect it's had on certain roles, right? Product management, research, for example. Another question that comes up a lot from our customer base is basically like, how do I do a better job, or how does our function do a better job of essentially sort of explaining the business value that we bring and almost having that kind of commercial mind. So, because I sometimes think, like researchers in particular, I think are very user-centric, which is awesome. But it's like, how do you then marry that with the needs of the business and kind of like, justify your existence, and not just your existence, but extra headcount so you can grow your team.
Yep. So I think there are two things that I've seen. So first of all, just like acknowledging. It's been tough, right? It's been a tough 18 to 24 months. It's been very different than I think the environment that we've been in, and I think we're all having to learn and adapt. The things that I've seen that have been effective kind of come back to, okay, if you think about it, these businesses are under duress. Like, we're maybe not sure about our product market fit. Maybe we're facing changes in the competitive landscape. Like, how can we help the business better understand the customers that we're trying to service or we are servicing? How can we help them understand what the customers are seeing value from, what the customers are not seeing value from? How can we help them understand the competitive landscape? Like, the importance of insights, everybody's sort of like, oh, you know, it's a really competitive environment, da, da, da. Like, this is when the insights become all the more important. And so to the extent that you can sort of pull those through and tie those specifically to business value, again, I think kind of coming back to the, can I talk to you or help you understand how insights we're seeing in the market directly tie to what we build, directly tied to what we sold, or can I help you on the flip side? We're seeing a lot of attrition from a customer base under economic duress. Let me talk to some of those closed loss customers and help people understand sort of like what might the other side look like.
Yes, it's sort of being proactive and trying to figure out like, well, I'm seeing this stuff in the business, and this is how I can actually assist the business in whatever it is, right? You know, doing research, for example, in a specific area.
Yeah, because I think the greatest risk that businesses have right now is that in the face of this economic shift and that people decide to just like turtle under, right? Like pull in their heads, pull in their legs, just like hunker down. And like, this is the time when like you need as a turtle to like throw out your legs and your head and go sprinting through the fields to find insights from customers, right? We're all sprinting turtles in this moment. Yeah, yeah.
No, totally. I've over the years developed this kind of theory, and I sort of hinted at it a wee bit in the keynote, but I think it's becoming increasingly easier to build stuff. Like, it's just, you know, I remember when I first started doing computer science, whenever that was, you know, the early 2000s, it was really hard to build things. Like, nothing was standardized. We didn't have the benefits of, you know, everybody's using React and TypeScript and Postgres, and we're all on AWS, and we have all these great API endpoints, and, you know, now we have all this AI stuff, which probably lowers the bar to entry, or the barrier to entry even more, right? So it's easier and easier to build something, which is why I believe that building, like figuring out what to build and building the right thing is actually more of a thing now. You know, I think about fundamentally like non-differentiated industries, right? Like I often think about banking. It's like all the banks have the same product. Like it's all the same mortgage product, basically. Basically got the same mobile app. So how do you differentiate if you're in one of these industries where, and I think the same thing's kind of happening to software as well. You know, when I was working at Atlassian, we were working on Confluence, and we didn't have real-time editing, if you can believe that. And of course, Google Docs had real-time editing, and then Notion came out. And now, if you launch a SaaS product without real-time collaboration, it's, you know, what are you doing, right?
Totally.
So I feel like, given that it's becoming easier to build something, you know, figuring out what to build is just so much more important. Which is why I'm sort of perplexed that you know, businesses aren't realizing this and are sort of not investing in this kind of thing. But Behzod later on has a talk called Investing in Insights Infrastructure. What have you seen work, I guess, at Cloudflare and now at Plaid to sort of drive, a greater investment, I guess, in customer insights? Besides the culture? And is there anything that you've done, like a specific initiative maybe that you've rolled out that you were quite proud of?
Failing. Failing is the best way to figure out you need to do it differently. Because I think that, like, you know, talking, I mean, I've been thinking very much about the same thing that you were just sort of talking about, which is like, okay, we live in this world now where, like, literally probably in the time that we've all been sitting here, somebody in some dark room someplace has ideated something, built it, and pushed it live, right? Like, the friction to building and deploying things is never been lighter, right? At the same time, like, I think that sometimes makes it too easy for people to sort of, I'll call it like sniffing your own like glue, like sitting inside a room with like the smelly markers and all of you being like, that's a brilliant, we should do this. And sometimes you kind of just have to let it run, right? Like there's no better lesson for an organization than coming up with a brilliant idea, talking to no one about it, shipping it, and having it like go out like a lead balloon. And it's been sort of picking up on some of those that I've been able to sort of be like, okay, well, what could we do differently here? Or gosh, that didn't go as we expected, and using that as an opportunity to sort of encourage people to think about, like, it's not just all of our own individual brilliant ideas, it's about figuring out how to connect our brilliant ideas with the actual people in the market that are like living, the people who want to use it. Because yeah, you still have to get people to use the thing.
So when a project fails, like, how do you approach that with the team?
I think it's first of all, like, no blame.
Yep.
Like, I think the first thing is, like, no blame. Like, we tried it, it did not go as we had hoped. Not going to finger point. Like, what did we learn? Like, what are the what's the good news? What was the bad news? Using really kind of that retro mentality of sort of the lessons learned and what would we do differently as an opportunity to encourage people to just sort of step back and learn from it, and then to share those learnings with people within the organization, people on their teams, and then even more broadly, like something that we did a lot of when I was at Cloudflare that I'm really proud of is we did a lot of retros that we posted to our blog. And a big reason that we did that is we wanted to make sure that our moments of learning were also learnings for the rest of the market.
Yeah, I also find that when you put something out there publicly, it's sort of easier to find years later.
Yes.
Instead of it being buried in some sort of internal wiki.
Yeah.
We do something similar. I try to encourage our team to publish a lot of things publicly.
Yeah.
We published a blog last year about our vision and our mission, everything like that. And it's also useful for recruitment too, because people can kind of get a sense of what's going on in the business. Yeah. One of our values at Dovetail is open by default.
Yes.
And so we try to be very transparent, including with our customers, talking about the roadmaps and things like that.
Yeah.
So I want to touch on sort of the future of product management a wee bit, and maybe how you see product management and design engineering, that sort of PD sort of triad, evolving over the next year or two or beyond. Because I feel like it's going through a bit of a moment,
What do you think? Like, describe to me what the moment is that you're seeing.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you heard the Airbnb podcast last year with Brian Chesky on Lenny's, and they've changed sort of the definition of what a product manager is, and it's focused more on storytelling actually, more about the sort of product marketing approach. And so I think that as well, another thing that we hear a lot of is that PMs are. Historically, it's like, oh no, the PMs did a lot of the ideating, and now the designers do a lot of that. And then now the PMs used to talk to customers a lot more, but now we have researchers who do that. And so, what are the sort of, I mean, you mentioned it before, a core responsibility is communication.
Yeah.
But how do you see, I guess, a role of PM continuing to evolve?
Yeah.
And any advice, I guess, for product managers who may be in businesses today on how to sort of keep up with the times, I guess.
I mean, I think having built my career in product, it's something I'm very proud of. Like, I'm very proud of the products I built. I'm very proud of the teams I've been a part of. And I worry sometimes in the market as it stands today, we're creating a culture where, at least on the product management side, it's too easy to delegate the hard parts of product management
What's an example?
I mean, it's just kind of like you were saying. It's like, oh, I'm going to delegate talking to customers to research, or I'm going to, delegate an importance of sort of definition of done to engineering. And I think that it's really important for product managers to continue to stay plugged in and having a greater sense of ownership over really solving that problem for the customer and being that tireless advocate for the customer. Now, don't get me wrong, like, one of the things I talk about with product management is that product management is the ultimate art of managing through influence, right? Because everybody's like, oh, product management's responsible for that, but they don't actually have anybody that reports to them, right? It's about being able to build relationship, being able to build trust, being able to align groups of people across engineering and design, marketing, all of those things to really help us be successful with the opportunity that we see it. But I think my advice to people who are starting product management today is, like, don't take your hand off the tiller. Like, don't let go of what I consider to be actually the funnest part of the job, which is don't let go of the conversations with the customers, don't let go of their relationships. Like, you need to continue to find ways to bring that customer and bring those problems alive in the organization, and that help the organization prioritize, understand, and deliver against those goals. Because at the end of the day, like, product managers need to ruthlessly prioritize, and I do not know how product managers can continue to be effective in that if they delegate the things that actually help them build the instinct and build the insights that facilitate that visioning, that definition, and fundamentally that prioritization.
Totally. You have to build the intuition, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're going to make faster decisions, you have to have that context right, inherently. No, that's super interesting. I think like one of the things I'm sure a lot of people here are also thinking about is how they take the next step in their career, maybe from like an IC into a leadership role.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear a little bit about how you made that jump and what perhaps some of the lessons were that you would pass on. Maybe in hindsight, you were like, oh, when I was an individual PM, IC contributor, and then into a leadership position, and now you're an executive, right? And even in the president role, right?
Can I go back to just building product? Like, please.
I vibe with that.
Please. You know, I think first and foremost, you know, one of the conversations that I wish somebody had had with me, and one of the things I try to do when I talk to people about career development is like, what is the pot of gold at the end of your rainbow, right? Because it's different for everyone. And I think it's very easy to be like, well, I'm a product manager, but tomorrow I want to be a CEO.
Right.
Right? And maybe. But I mean, the thing is, you know, for me, as I grew in my career, what I realized is two things. I really love customers, and I really love teams. And so, you know, I, early on in my career, was like, do I want to go continue to be sort of that kind of prototypical, like, product management visionary archetype, or do I really want to think about how do I build and scale teams? And for me, the building and the scaling of the team part was the path I decided I wanted to pursue. Now, caution, building software is fun, managing people is complicated. People are non-linear, emotional, irrational, wonderful beings, but managing people is a very different beast than managing software. And I think, you know, for me, I kind of see like 3 or 4 clicks in my career. The first was going from individual PM to basically kind of player coach. So I stepped first into sort of continuing with my day-to-day responsibilities, but mentoring a couple junior product managers. The next one for me was moving from player coach to kind of a pure player role, where I was managing people who were managing product. That was the hardest step for me. And it was the hardest step because I had to let go of the thing that I really loved, which was actually the doing of the work. And I had to figure out how to help the people actually be successful at it. And I needed to step out of the day-to-day decisions and let them make the decisions and run with it. And it was like, for those of you who are parents or your aunts or uncles or you have children in your life, you know, watching somebody do something early in their life or earlier in their career for the first time can be really hard because you're like, don't stick your finger in the socket. Don't do that. It's a bad idea. You know, but you kind of have to like coach people, but then let them do it. It was also really hard for me because I realized there was a very instantaneous feedback loop I got when I built product. I could build it, I could ship it, people would use it, high five. In leadership and in management, those things became a little more ethereal, and I had to really start to internalize the success of the team as the impact that I was able to help deliver.
Yeah, this concept of feedback loops and making them as tight as possible, I think, is a really great one. Like, that's something that we try to do a lot. Like, we do continuous deployments at Dovetail, so there's deployments going out, you know, constantly. And I'm basically trying to get the teams always to find new ways to get features and things in front of customers in as many different ways as possible, whether it's through a beta program or a field trial or through concept testing or something like this. But like, how do we build it and rapidly iterate as fast as we can? Trying to think in like hours and days, right? Not like days and weeks and months.
Well, and shipping the minimum viable thing. Right? It used to be when I started my career, it was like, write the business plan, like build the model, and it's like a 40-page document. And like by the time you've gotten there, like you've killed it, right? Like you've just killed all the innovation, and you've created this concept that is so big that it will take you forever to build and ship it. And like, coming back to what we were talking about a few moments ago, that like you can build and deploy really quickly now, like that is such a gift because we don't need to sit around a room and perseverate and argue over whether it's this or that. We can build a small prototype and get it out and see actually how it works and use that feedback as learning.
No, that's 100% true. And I think that, going back to that point, like the benefit of everything getting easier to build is just that we can test things out like much more rapidly and get stuff out there and sort of see how it is and iterate. I mean, sometimes we get a bit of feedback from customers that Dovetail changes too often, but we're trying to figure it out, I suppose, as we go. And it's one of the challenges actually of building a product that doesn't really exist. Is there's not a lot of existing patterns that you can kind of like learn from. You know, I think there are like a lot of products out there, like really successful products are great, but they actually had like prior art. And so all the conceptual model, the IA, like all the stuff had somewhat been figured out and there are existing patterns. Whereas for us, like there's not a lot of prior art, and so our team has to sort of like navigate this crazy winding maze, and then we ship something, we're like, oh no, it's not right. Like
that's not right. We rearrange it. So it's like somebody moved my menus.
Sorry. Here's a feature discovery dialogue play. Like, so one of the last questions I have for you is about I guess the intersection of like commercialization and a lot of teams, like businesses have growth teams. And there's a sort of intersection of, I guess, like, how do you satisfy the needs of the user and the needs of the business when it comes to sort of commercialization and pricing and packaging? You know, we're all familiar with like dark patterns when you go and downgrade and you churn and things like this, and it's like, no, you can't do this, or we'll change the color of the button so that you have to click the other button. So I'm trying to think about like, what are some principles, I guess, for balancing, the needs of the business with what is, you know, best for the customer, and how do teams think about that sort of balance? I mean, at the highest level, I think about how are you creating value and how do you capture value? And for me, creating value is what are you doing for the user, and the capturing of value is then what gives you the ability to charge for it. I wish I had like the magic wand on pricing and packaging. I honestly think that this is proving to be at this point in my career. No, I don't. Okay.
It's proving to be one of the more complicated things because there are lots of different and variable models. They're starting with freemium and moving up and stuff like that. But you know, the things that I really try to get teams to do is really think about the creating and the capturing of value. And I also think that it's important to think about doing right by your users and helping invite your users into how they can help improve the business. Like one of the things that I've really appreciated with the evolution of some of the freemium or some of the just come and plunk down your credit card and get going kind of businesses is it enables people to get in and use some of the basic capabilities. It also gives organizations a chance to build a large corpus of users without a large sales team, without a large bunch of things, and to learn from those customers. So if we go back to what we were talking about just a moment ago of sort of building incrementally and learning from users, like having users who are new to your platform and kind of constantly evolving and finding easy entry points is critical. The upgrade, downgrade thing, that makes me sad. Like, I do feel like to the extent that you can truly understand what the bare minimums are that your users need in order to kind of keep the lights on or get the capabilities out of or like create the value, and then the hooks to move them up, I think that ends up being another really powerful one. But you know, finally, the other thing that I really encourage teams to think about as they move towards commercialization is to not just focus on how much revenue am I making or how many users have I signed up, but also to look at what is happening with adoption and active usage. I think that product success can get very lost in the financials. And what I've seen is that truly enduring companies think about not only how do I continue to drive a nice revenue business, but more importantly, how do I make sure that people are actually using my product and getting value out of it? Because it's you know, typically what ends up happening is, you know, 6, 8, 12 months before a big kind of churn or attrition cliff, you'll actually start to see adoption slow or tail off. And that's sort of, to me, the early warning signal that like there's something that needs to get sorted out in the product or the pricing and the packaging.
Right. I mean, revenue is like an output metric, right?
Yeah.
It's like an output of something else happening. And you need to figure out like what the input metrics are, which are obviously earlier in whatever the workflow is. So, well, we're almost at time for the break. So I want to thank you so much for taking the time, Jen. And it was incredible to get some insights from you. And I hope everybody else enjoyed the fireside chat. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Now, I believe we are now going on a break for a bit. So Sean and Jeremy are going to come back on stage and tell you what to expect.
Amazing. That was incredible.
Thank you.
So folks, we're going to head off onto a break. So a bit of housekeeping. The restrooms are at the front. The coffee is free-flowing. There are QR codes spread out around the place. So if you see them, hit those QR codes and you can join our community. We have Anna Zhirnova in the Discover Dovetail room, so you can go check out our products and you can go see some content and hear one of our engineers dig down a little bit deeper on channels. And that's it. Go get a coffee.
Get up.
See you back here at 10:45.
Cool. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Inside Out, and welcome to the Dovetail breakout room. My name is Anna. I am one of the engineers here at Dovetail, and you've all seen Benjamin demo channels just now, and I hope you're all excited. Nice. So I've been working on the team that helped build channels, and today I want to share with you a little bit of how we did it. I'm going to try to demystify AI a little bit as well. So you've probably heard Benjamin say magic a lot in his keynote. Yeah, I did notice that as well. And as you may have guessed, magic is the moniker that we use for AI and machine learning features. And there's a good reason for it. AI and machine learning is all around us. We know it's super powerful, but it's also pretty complicated and hard to understand. So I'm going to try and break it down a bit and give you a bit of insight into some fundamental concepts that power much of today's technology. I'm going to start off with what AI isn't. So say you want to build a product. You want to build a shiny new car or an airline app or a product maybe that takes your support tickets and converts them into themes to help you get insights out of them faster. So it's kind of easy to think that AI is this all-powerful algorithm that you give it your data, you tell it what to do, and it spits out the right result. But that's not really the case. AI doesn't really build complete product solutions yet. Rather than being a whole car, it's more like a collection of car parts. Each part has its own specialization and is really good at what it does, and that's a machine learning algorithm. And it is up to the engineers to put them all together in a way that makes sense, and in a way that builds the product that will bring value to your customers. So first of all, let's get through the quick difference between machine learning and generative AI. You would have heard both of those terms pretty often, I'm sure, and they can be used interchangeably sometimes. But the key difference is in what they focus on. So machine learning finds patterns in existing data and applies them to new data to generate predictions. So for example, machine learning algorithms focus on giving you music recommendations or looking for the best search results for you. On the other hand, generative AI is what every billboard in San Francisco refers to when you see AI on it. Yeah, it still uses the core machine learning algorithms, but it focuses on creating new data. Something like a school report or a travel itinerary or editing an image. So let's break it down. Now, as an engineer on channels, that's what I'm most interested in, and that's what I'm going to use as an example. You all saw Benjamin's demo, but let's just go through what channels is once more. We take your data, support tickets, NPS feedback, or product reviews, and we extract themes out of it. We let you look at how these themes change over time, and we let you see a quick summary of a theme, as well as dig into individual data points. And we do that continuously. When new data comes in from front or intercom, it will go into your channel. So first off, we start with your data. It's kind of like a box of mixed Legos. They're all different shapes and sizes. There's not much pattern to it. That data isn't really that useful. I mean, it is, but if you can't see patterns, it doesn't really make sense. And our job, the job of channels, is to help you make sense of it. So how do we do it? Before we can do anything to a piece of data, we need to translate it to a language that a machine learning algorithm can understand. So let's look at this Lego piece. It has a few key characteristics. In this case, it's just shape and size. But in reality, a piece of data can be a few lines of text or a whole paragraph. we need to figure out how to encode those key characteristics in a way that an algorithm can understand. That's called generating and embedding. So how do we actually do it? So looking at a Lego piece, we have a Lego piece will have size and color. So we'll create a two-dimensional space where each axis is, one axis is the size, the other axis is the color. And we'll place the Lego piece in that two-dimensional space. Now, again, text is much more complicated than Lego. So instead of a two-dimensional space, you will end up with something multidimensional that is very hard to visualize. But the core concept is the same. You place a piece of data in a space to be able to compare it with other pieces. And you use those coordinates of where that piece is located to then pass it to other algorithms to do useful stuff with that data. So yeah, knowing where a piece of data is by itself is not useful. But what it allows us to do is to look and compare pieces of data and split them into buckets. This is called clustering, which is another machine learning problem that's pretty common. It looks kind of something like this. You have your multidimensional space, and you have your pieces of data floating around. The job of a clustering algorithm is to find pieces that are close together. And there are many, many parameters that you can use to tweak and pick the right algorithm for the job. And that is what us engineers do. We'll test a bunch of different algorithms and pick the right one for the task. So what does that mean in practice? In practice, that lets us extract themes from your data. So, however, at that point, they're not particularly useful because we don't actually know what's in the theme. Think of it as an unlabeled box of Lego pieces. You don't really know what's in it, and you have to go through all of them to figure out the value and what you can do with them. So next is we need to summarize the themes and actually label those boxes. This is where generative AI comes in. This is where you can ask ChatGPT to give you a summary of a theme. We take all the data points, take all of those vectors that we created, send it to ChatGPT, and ask it to give us a summary. Once we have the summary, we can actually tell you what's in a given theme and help you make sense of it. I feel like that's pretty neat. But there's one final piece of the puzzle missing. What do we do with new data? When new data comes in, we need to figure out which theme it belongs to. This is another core machine learning problem called classification. And classification algorithms are quite similar to clustering in a way. They still look at where the data is in space and figure out how to place it in the right bucket. Same as with clustering algorithms, engineers will spend a whole bunch of time evaluating different classifiers and seeing how they work for your data. Now, that is what lets us put updates into the channel. So when a new data piece comes in from front or intercom, we know where it goes. All right, so hopefully that gave you a better idea of how channels work. We take your data, we cluster it, we then summarize what's in the clusters to give you themes that are useful, and then we classify new data when it comes in. Obviously, this is a very high-level description of what channels does, and there's much more under the hood. But I hope that gives you a little bit of insight into how AI works and also how channels work specifically. And speaking of learnings, I wanted to share some learnings we had when building channels. The first one was to stay pragmatic. Staying pragmatic is like the sixth unofficial value of Dovetail. And we take it pretty seriously. It was really important for us in the channels team to build the product in a way that we can get it to customers' hands as soon as possible. And also make it flexible so that we can swap out all of these algorithms under the hood without changing your experience massively. Why was that important? There is a very common issue with using algorithms and machine learning, which is overtraining it to a specific set of data. Say, for example, we've trained it on our sample data set, and it works great. But then customers start using it, and it actually doesn't make sense. It's not that good at figuring out different types of data. So yeah, hopefully channels right now allows us to swap out different algorithms without affecting your experience. The next one is listening to your customers. I know, I'm sorry, this is cringy and very, very obvious. You're already in this room. You already know that you have to listen to your customers. However, I'd like to share a learning from channels that we had. When we built it initially, the experience mapped really well to an engineer's understanding of what channels looks like. So to us, it made perfect sense. But as soon as we got it into customers' hand via our private alpha, we started getting feedback that it was just too convoluted, too many steps, too complicated. So we went and simplified it, and this is the channels that you see now, which hopefully is a better experience for everyone involved. And the final learning was to keep learning. Again, you're here. I don't really need to tell you how fast AI is moving. You see it pop up almost overnight within a year. And as engineers and as product designers, everyone in this room, we sort of have to keep track of the changes that pop up to stay ahead of the curve and actually provide good experiences. So as an example, in the last few weeks, our team in Sydney has almost changed the underlying model of channels entirely, again, without really changing the user experience. But that's something that's going to let us have better themes and also have, it's something that's going to have us, that's something that's going to let us have better themes and also make it easier to build channels. Cool. So the final takeaway is one day AI might provide complete product solutions, and you just need to tell it what to do. But that day is not there yet, and our jobs are still our jobs, thankfully. And until then, it is up to us, the product engineers, product designers, everyone who works in product, to figure out how to use those AI algorithms that are car parts to build the product that our customers actually want to use. Cool. And if you're curious to know more about channels, just ask me. I'll be around all day. And also, okay. Cool. Sorry. Sign up for the channels waitlist, and I'm going to answer the question now. Question from Nicole. For more complex spaces like internal-facing products, will we be able to help train the channel's algorithms in any way? I've often found Dovetail features work better for commercial customer-facing products. It's a really, really good question. So Benjamin mentioned in his keynote the human-in-the-middle approach that we take with all of our AI-powered features. Channels does do that as well. I didn't really go into it in the interest of time, but the idea would be you can move data points between different themes, and our classifier will learn based on the data points you moved. Now, it's not exactly, a classifier is not an LLM, so we're not training an LLM on your data, just to be super, super clear, but we are going to get better results because the content of those buckets will be more accurate. And so a classifier can better tell which bucket a piece of data belongs in. Does that answer the question? Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Thank you for your time, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hello again. Welcome back.
Hello, hello.
A little music. We're so thrilled to welcome you back. You
can still see people shuffling in from afar. Everyone come to the center, come to the stage, find your seats.
Did all of you get a cup of coffee?
Yes.
How about we all give a huge round of applause for all the vendors? It took a whole village to get this event to happen. California Cave, you'll get great catering later. We have a whole team making this magical experience possible. So we intentionally curated and sourced local California businesses. We're also a zero waste event. Who loves the environment? Woo! Okay. I mean, great food, great views. What else do we need?
Let me think. What about great content?
Yes.
Well, lucky for us, we have an amazing speaker lined up for you coming right up. So our next speaker is going to go from the tactical layer of an insight and how to craft the perfect recommendation all the way up to a higher level, renewed vision for researchers' position within an organization. Can everyone please give me a very warm round of applause for Eniola Abioye?
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So good to see y'all. Dovetail team, good luck getting this back for me, because this is real nice. I like this a lot. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Eniola Abioye. I am a user experience researcher. I've been a UXR for about a decade now, so I'm excited to share some of the things that I've learned. Right now, I'm a lead UXR at Meta, and I'm also a UXR career coach at UX Out Loud. Okay, so my talk today is called From the Anatomy of an Insight to the Business of Research. I'll start off by talking through the core components of an insight, and specifically what differentiates insights from learnings. And then we'll talk about, after we've built out these juicy, compelling insights, what do we do with them, right? Because insight production is still only about 25% of our role as researchers, okay? And then finally, we'll talk about how in 2024, UXRs need a little bit of a rebrand, and how we can get there through strategic storytelling, okay? And then hopefully we'll have some time at the end for Q&A from the folks online. And before we get into it, I would love to see who's in the room. Can you raise your hand if you're a researcher, just so I know where art folks are? Ooh! Amazing. Any designers in the room? Okay, awesome. Any PMs? Nice. Y'all are here too. Incredible. Okay, let's get into it. Okay, so Nielsen Norman Group, who's one of the OGs in UXR education, does a really great article that differentiates data from learning from insights, okay? Data points are things that we think about as raw data, right? So they can be implicit, ones that we're already measuring and we go in and look at our dashboards to see. Or they can be results from one-on-one interviews, notes and things like that, outputs from our surveys. And think about them as data points, as points of information that is coming from users, okay? So imagine that you work at a fintech company and you're building out their website. An example of a data point is users can't find the credit card application on a bank's website, okay? Straightforward, came from the users, they're having trouble finding it. Learnings then take those individual data points and start to look at trends and patterns that we're seeing across from them. So they're one level up. And so if you can imagine, we got similar data points like that of users not being able to find something. An example of a learning might be information architecture is a barrier to users navigating the site. Okay, so it gives that overview of like, here's what we're seeing based on multiple things that are coming in. Okay? What differentiates an insight from a learning is that insights then take those learnings from user research or from our data dashboards, and it ties it back to the original business objective that we went into the research to do, right? So imagine one of the metrics that we were trying to move is conversion rate, right? An insight in this example would be something like making card applications more discoverable will raise the user conversion rate. Okay, so it takes that what we learned in the research and then it ties it back, and it also calls out that opportunity of here's something we can do based on this, based on what came through in the research. Okay. So I found that in working with product teams, collaboration goes a lot better when we speak in the language of solutions, right? Or speaking in the language of insights by taking that extra step and raising what the opportunities are that are coming through the learnings, okay? So instead of just surfacing user problems and saying, hey, these are things that users need, and these are things that we have to fix in our product, instead we take the next step to say, here are some recommendations that we can do to get us closer to what our goal is and to also serve the user, okay? This sets you up with your product team to really co-create solutions rather than just sharing learnings, because that kind of limits the impact you can have, right? It's not as efficient as coming through and doing some of that creation of the insights beforehand, okay? I find, too, that as researchers, the line between learnings and insights is a little blurry sometimes, right? Because as researchers, we nerd out about human behavior. Okay, I'll use an I statement. I nerd out about human behavior as a researcher. And so it can be really tempting to just have the learnings and say, hey, look at this new thing that we've learned about our users and how they interact with our products. Isn't this really, really interesting, right? And sometimes those learnings are not as interesting to product teams as they are to me as a researcher. So taking the next step of like, hey, this is also what we can do with it, is really helpful for our product partners, right? They respond a lot better to that. Okay, so this brings us to a controversial conversation that's been happening in the UX research community, and so I thought, why not talk about it here? The question is, do researchers have the right to make product recommendations, or are we just supposed to share learnings with our teams and allow our product teams to determine what we're going to do with those learnings, right? And I think it's pretty clear where my standpoint is based on the opening to my talk, but I'll tell you anyways. The answer to this question is in the definition of insight, right? Insights are not just sharing learnings. They're calling out the opportunities and the recommendations that are coming out of those learnings, right? As researchers, we are responsible for knowing our product space, knowing our problem, knowing our market, and knowing what our objectives are as a business so that we're best positioned to make those recommendations, right? Who better than the person who knows the business really, really well, and also the person who knows the user and what we're building for really, really well, okay? So if there's a distinguishing factor between team insights and team learnings, I'm team insights when it comes to this discussion. All right. So when it comes to a typical product team at a tech company, we have so many different roles, right? We got product professionals. Overall, those represent data scientists. We got our researchers, product designers. Oh, sorry. Content strategists. We got PMs. We got PMMs and engineers, right? Overall, before each of our functions, we're all product professionals. Okay, we're all responsible for driving product forward when it comes to working in our roles, right? And so as product professionals, we have to, it's all of our business to know what our business objectives are and to help our companies get closer to those, okay? As researchers, we have this rap of not being revenue generating roles or not being business involved roles and just being involved in the quality portion of a product or a workflow. And that's just not the case, right? And as researchers, we're storytellers, right? So it's our responsibility to tell that story, and we can shift this narrative through storytelling, okay? Typically, traditionally on a product team, we've seen kind of business sense being represented in the PM and PMM roles. But nowadays in 2024, every single function across a product team is expected to have a strong business sense, right? When I say business sense, I mean a couple things come to mind, okay? So business sense in the sense that, do you understand how your work ladders up to the overall business objectives and impacts the bottom line, right? Things like revenue, conversion rates are metrics that the company is really paying attention to. And then also, do you understand how business priorities that are set by leadership trickle down and impact how you should prioritize your work, okay? So traditionally, researchers, designers have been kind of pigeonholed to, oh, we just talk about quality or we just do research. But our titles or our functions are just the toolboxes that we have, right? They're not meant to silo us or kind of pigeonhole us into, I'm a person who does research. At the end of the day, each of our functions, we are product professionals who use what's in our toolbox. As a researcher, I do a lot of research, but I'm also a strategic product partner. So I just want to acknowledge that this might rub some folks the wrong way, right? Thinking about research as someone who is responsible for things like revenue generation and the business. And so I want to put this into language that we researchers kind of, that resonate with us, okay? When I talk about driving product forward, some examples of how we do that in research are things like building more accessible user flows. To me, that is driving product forward. Improving user interfaces or increasing efficiency of a product according to a user's jobs to be done. That's driving product forward. Better problem solving of our priority pain points is driving product forward. So it's our job as storytellers to tie in what our objectives are and how those impact the business's bottom line, okay? A lot of times, there's different timelines according to when our impact is going to land. And so it's really our job to continue to build on those insights and really maintain a body of work that keeps them relevant and tells the story. Because we can have a pretty short attention span on product teams with so much reorganization, so much movement going around, right? And so we need to remind our product teams often, and in spaces where they're paying attention already, what kind of impact our insights have had and how it's directed the direction that we're going as a product. Amazing. So I find that it's helpful when we talk about kind of this democratization of revenue generation, when we talk about building products collaboratively, to think about our product partners as our users, right? We spend so much time and intentionality around how we build for users and what their journeys look like and things like that. But when we think about working internally on these product teams, our stakeholders are our users too. If we imagine them as our users and our product as our insights, and think about what are their goals that they're trying to accomplish, what do their journeys look like, and what do their timelines look like, then it puts us in the posture of, okay, I need to understand how your work works so I understand how my insights can help you get to your goals. And then we are addressing that tension that comes sometimes between product and researchers around, vying for quality of the experience and advocating for users, and then vying for the business and the metrics that we're trying to accomplish, or speed of shipping a product or service, okay? With the democratization of revenue generation, in 2024, we've also seen this shift of democratizing user centricity. And to be clear, I'm not talking about democratizing user research, right? I think that researchers should do research. I think we put a lot of time into learning human-centered design and understanding how to do user-centered research really well. But what I'm talking about is democratizing the responsibility of building based on our users and holding them at the center based on what we build, right? Oftentimes, designers and researchers hold the responsibility of driving quality, but as product professionals and as product teams, we all have the same goal, right? We want to build really great products that are sustainable and accessible and lucrative and grow. And so there shouldn't be this kind of siloing of which part of the quality of the product or overall growth of the product is whose responsibility. But as product teams, we all need to understand our business objectives and all need to understand the quality that we're targeting. Okay. So in order to do this, we need a little bit of a culture shift within our tech companies. And I think we as researchers are really at the forefront of driving that cultural shift. Okay? And for it to be seen as a shared responsibility, we have to all be held by the same metrics, right? If only some of us are held to the standard of making high-quality products, then only some of us are going to be driven by that fact, right? Product teams, rather than just measuring based on the speed of shipping something or the growth of a product, we have to look at things like sustainability and quality and ease of use and accessibility. Okay. So we've talked about insights and what to do with them. And I think a big piece of this is connecting the dots between insights landing and then impact that comes out of those insights, okay? It's not always immediately apparent based on what we're doing, depending on the type of research that you're doing or where in the life cycle you are of a product. And so some things came to mind when I think about connecting the dots between insights that drop and what we want to do with them, walking with teams hand in hand in order to do something really great with them, okay? One is that we need to be in the spaces where folks are already paying attention, right? So rather than trying to get our product partners super, super excited to come to research readouts, which they should be, we have to really take an active participating role in building out those product strategy documents, right? Whether it's posting online internally or going to the meetings that are typically deemed for product or product forward, and bringing that design research element in so that it's not an afterthought, it's not a separate meeting, but those are conversations that we have to participate in too, right? Because we're product professionals, okay? 2 is making it really, really clear how data determined the priority of our work streams. A lot of times, research helps us to prioritize what it is that we're building and when we're building it. And then as we go through quarter by quarter or half by half, it can get easy to just think, these are our priorities and this is what we're building and that's it, without paying attention to the background story of how did we get here and what is the impact that UX research has already shown, right? It's not UX research, the value of UX research that has changed, it's our perception of value, right? So it's our job to hold that story and to tell it really, really often. Okay. The third thing that comes to mind is building out a body of work, right? So instead of project by project, kind of building out and shipping insights as they come, building out this body of work that we continue to keep relevant by refreshing and then picking at pieces of it and constructing new insights based on what teams are asking at the time or what new products that those learnings might apply to. And the key with building this body of work is making sure it's discoverable, right? As researchers, we have a lot of empathy. We talk to a lot of users. We're convinced that we should build for the user, right? But if our product teams can't touch and feel and hear from users and build that empathy with them and understand exactly how someone wants to engage with the project or with a product, it's going to be really hard to build well for them, right? So making that body of work both understandable and accessible to everyone on our product team, but then also keeping it fresh so that it continues to be relevant and exciting to engage with. Okay. So we've talked about strong insights, and I want to talk about when to build them or kind of how to put them together. When we think about insight production, that process doesn't start at the data analysis phase of a research project, right? It starts way before then, typically at the beginning of a quarter or a half, where we are road mapping, right? Again, researchers need to be a part of that process and take an active role in determining what it is that we're building based on the objectives that we have. We don't have to just be involved in conversations that are asking for our research, right? And so when we determined our product roadmap and kind of what we're building out over a quarter or a half, what is the research roadmap that corresponds with that kind of maps out what knowledge gaps we're trying to fill in order to build what we're looking to build really, really well. Okay? Then after that's done, before each project, we want to scope it out and really align with our product teams on a few different points. So one is baseline metrics. So which are the metrics that we're most interested in both tracking and then changing? And understanding where we are now. Where have we been already? And like a lot of researchers know, a lot of times we don't have to start new research in order to answer the question, but we can go back into our bodies of work that speak to those elements and pull them back up. Okay? So there's always, we're never starting from scratch, really, because there's market research. There are questions that we've answered before in different parts of the company that we can pull from. Okay? Then we have to align on our objectives. Okay? So what are the business objectives that we're trying to move? And then our timelines, when are we trying to get there to where we are? Okay? I think intended impact is probably one of the most important things to align on with your product team before even designing a research project. Okay? Intended impact means asking your product team, your PM, your PMMs, what do we intend to do with the results that we get from this research? And in so much detail where you say, okay, based on our hypotheses, if we get positive feedback, what are we going to do with it? What is that going to look like? Or if we get negative feedback, what are we going to do with it? And that kind of puts them in the posture of, oh, okay, there has to be an intention behind these insights and what we're going to do. And so it prepares them to really use those insights and transfer it into impact for you so that you're avoiding doing research just to check a box. Okay? If someone can't answer that question yet of what is the intended impact of this research, then it means we just go back to the drawing board and we determine that together. And then we move forward. Okay? The questions, of course. So what knowledge gaps are we looking to fill? And then our hypotheses, right? Based on what we know already about a user group or a certain product type or about the market that we're trying to fit into, what do we know already and what's our best guess at some of the questions that we're trying to answer? Okay. So I know that's been a lot, and it's been very fast. And so if you take nothing else from today, there are 3 things that I want you to take away for it, right? This is the TLDR, which stands for too long, didn't read. 1, insights are not neutral. They're not meant to be. They're meant to inform teams of both what we know and what we're learning, and to call out the best next steps to get closer to our goals. 2, especially now as researchers and as product partners, it's more important for us to communicate what our value is and how that value translates into value for the business. Okay? So looking at it from multiple levels of zoom of like how it translates to impact on our teams and how that ladders up to impact at the organizational level based on the objectives that we've determined as a team. Our job is to drive products forward, including revenue generation and things like quality and accessibility, and connect the dots between the 2. Okay? Also, research is not a lane that we're confined to as researchers. It's not the only thing we do, or it's not the only thing that we can talk about, or the way to show our value. We're strategic product partners who just happen to have research as our zone of genius. Right? It's in our back pocket. It's what our toolbox is, but it's really only one of the tools in our toolbox. We're strategy partners, and we use our storytelling to drive strategy on the team. It's the means to an end. It's not a destination, so just remember that as we're working with our product partners and talking about the research and what comes next after those insights are shared. Okay. Well, thank you for listening.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Eniola. So we have a few questions here from the live stream audience.
Okay.
So I'm going to read them out. From Faye Akin asks, what do you do if these strategic places are being kept away from researchers?
Okay. So I would say then that's a time to pull in your leadership, right? Typically, there's a director of research. There is some stakeholder that's super into empathy or values building based on customers. And that's where you pull them in as sponsors to get buy-in from them to take you into rooms where you're not yet yourself, right? So understanding who values research at the company and asking them for help into pulling you into those meetings.
Makes a lot of sense. So I've got another question here from Jordan Goodison. So Jordan asks, well, he says, I'm trying to work on one of the relationships I have with a designer. How do I tell her to involve me at earlier stages in the design process without seeming like I'm treading on her toes?
I would say to showcase one interest in the work that they're doing, right? Because people like to share about themselves and share about their work. And then I would ask in a one-on-one conversation of what their goals are and how you can help them better get to their goals to open the door for what are ways that we can partner, because I'm here to serve you and make our designs better overall for the users, and aligning on the fact that you have the same goal.
Amazing. From Amanda Green, so a question where Amanda asks, where do you see the role of a researcher in a company that wants to learn from releasing MVPs and analytics? So I'm feeling like this might be a sort of early stage startup and a lot of iterative approaches to product development are going on. So how do you feel a researcher might be able to fit into that flow best?
Yeah. So I think with companies that are really big on iteration, you got to meet people where they are, right? So with product teams, if they're not interested in kind of going slower, taking the time that it takes to build in quality and beforehand, jumping into the iterative cycle and giving them feedback or conducting research that looks at those iterations and gives them really strong insights on how to make those better for your second launches and your fast follows to your MVP. And then with that, showcase the value of those changes that are made, right? If you showcase the impact of like, look what we can do through just talking to the people who are using our products, to then build that relationship and get that buy-in of like, imagine what we would do if we answered some of these questions before shipping the thing. Imagine how much money we would save. And money saved is almost as good as new money made.
Couldn't agree more. So a question from Matt Di Girolamo asks, how has the research culture shifted at Meta recently? And how have you and your teams tactically adapted to make everything work moving forward?
Yeah. So it's become even more important for researchers to be in lockstep with our product teams, because as with most companies, we have less researchers now than we did beforehand, right, before the past couple years. And so rather than being able to answer every single question, now we have to be super, super strategic about how folks' questions are kind of laddering up to the bigger questions that we're asking, and then making sure that the big projects that we're doing are being allocated across teams and shared with so many different teams so that they can benefit from the research that we're doing in real time.
Awesome. I think one last one here has just popped up from Abigail Ostdiek. And Abigail asks, how does Meta approach maintaining a discoverable body of work so that others outside of the research team can access and benefit from it?
Yeah. So I've learned a lot from how research is done at Meta and where we keep it, and it's always in discoverable places, and it's in the places that we're already doing work, right? So it's not something where we have to kind of go separate and open a different thing. And so keeping it central helps maintain that kind of user centricity and keeping research at the center of product development.
Amazing. Can we get one more big round of applause for Eniola? Incredible work. Thank you so much.
Well, as you can see, we're setting up for a panel. Another round of applause for Eniola. That was so insightful. See what I did there? So up next, we have design, research, and product marketing coming together to chat about why a lot of enterprise SaaS and product features don't get used. The panel brings together Alastair Simpson, Judd Antin, and Claire Drummond. I'll give you a quick overview about this impressive panel. Judd Antin has had a varied journey from some big tech brands like Yahoo to Facebook and Airbnb. He's now a coach, consultant, and teacher who recently published an article about the reckoning going on in the research industry. Has anyone heard about that concept? Yes, so very excited and thrilled to have him here. Alastair is the VP of Design at Dropbox and serves as an advisor to many startups. He was previously at Atlassian and LexisNexis. Finally, Claire Drummond specializes in brand voice and is currently the Senior Director and Head of Product Marketing at Jira and Jira Suite at Atlassian. Wow, I can barely breathe. That was so impressive. Give him a round of applause. I'll just have Alissa come and take the stage. She is our product marketing lead here at Dovetail. Are you ready to go? Everyone say, Alissa, where are you? Yeah, here you are. Oh, there you go.
Good morning, Inside Out. Hi. I'm the unfamiliar face on this stage, so let me just take a quick minute to introduce this face. My name is Alissa Lydon. Normally, I am a product marketer at Dovetail, but today I am living my Alex Trebek game show host fantasy with my cue cards here. Sorry, panelists, I didn't let you know. Now you have to answer all of these in the form of a question. Just throwing that on you. No. Great.
That's a cheat.
Perfect. A+. So I'm really excited to be a part of this panel. Honestly, as a product marketer, if I wasn't up on the stage with this group, I would be right in the front row there next to you, ma'am. Because I think this is a really interesting kind of bringing together of the minds, right? We're bringing 3 different perspectives on how customer insights should fuel the decisions we make, not just within our own respective functional areas, but really how we can come together and drive that through the business as a whole. I'm super excited to learn more about where those areas of overlap are between our 3 disciplines and what kind of perspectives I'm going to gain as a product marketer during this session. So that's enough of me talking. Let me kick it over to our esteemed contestants. Sorry, I mean panelists. All right. In a recent Pendo report, they reported that feature usage kind of conforms to a Pareto distribution. What that means is that there are only 20% of features that get 80% of the usage, and the remaining 80% were reported as rarely or never used. Now that on its face is a pretty shocking statistic, right? 80% of features are rarely or never used. But what do we actually think about this number as a kickoff here? Is quantifying feature usage the best way to understand the value that your products are producing for your users? Judd, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. Well, we were talking earlier, I think 80% is probably low. Probably more than 80% of features don't get used. But I think one of the fundamental questions, I do think it's useful to look at how many people are using a feature, but I don't think that's the only way to quantify value. Case in point, I don't know if you followed the recent news about Snapchat's recent solar system feature, where they were basically using friend ranking in a way that turns out to be hugely harmful for young people in particular. You can imagine how friend ranking on Snap would be a bad idea. And the CEO came out and said, oh, well, only something like a fraction of a percentage of people are using it. Okay. Does that mean we should ignore the potential for a feature to cause harm? Well, no more than we should ignore the potential for a feature that's rarely used to be necessary. At Airbnb, we spent a long time working on things like error states. We hope a user never encounters error states, but they're really important when they do. Or at Facebook, we called them checkpoints, where it was like people needed some verification. Well, we hope you never get in one, but you better be able to get out. So I don't have a problem with quantifying usage, but I think it's probably not the only way to look at the problem.
Show of hands actually, how many people in here use audit logging? Yeah, not many, I didn't think so. But if you were an administrator or you were in a large company, that would be a key thing that you would want in the product, that you would need in the product to satisfy various compliance things. So it's never going to be used that much. But for a certain audience, it's going to get used a lot, and that is really a really important feature for them. But just by that show of 0 hands in here, like nobody wants to use that. But again, it's incredibly important for specific customers. And I think, obviously, as Judd said, obviously looking at how many people are using your features is very important. But understanding how those features are used by specific customers, and also how they drive input metrics like usage, which then drive output metrics like retention and churn. That, again, is what you really need to be looking at in terms of what is important for the specific customer that you're building for.
Claire, do you want to jump in?
No, I'll let you go to the next one.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I think that's right. I think there are some features that are just like checklists, right? It's table stakes. We have to have these things in order to even have a seat at the table. And so I agree that maybe on its face, while it looks shocking, it's not the only metric, but usage is not the only metric by which we kind of measure a product's usefulness, successfulness, value it's driving for its customers. And so if that isn't the best indication on whether your team is delivering the customer value in the product, what are some good ways to understand if you are building the right things for your customers? Claire, do you want to kick us off there?
Yeah, I think to Alastair's point about are you building for the right types of customers, and making sure that your product is solving specific problems for specific cohorts within your whole customer and user base is a really good indication for if the product is actually solving those problems. And so I think the data that we look at is difficult to really parse out because it could be really specific, especially if you're building features that are just table stakes, or as a product marketer, we're looking at the competitive landscape a lot, and we're like, hey, we just need to tick these boxes because that's table stakes, even though it might only be useful for a small subset of users. But I think there's other indications for product usefulness, and you really have to get in, and I know that this crowd will vehemently agree with me that you have to really get into the customer feedback to really understand if you're actually providing good solutions that actually solve those problems that your customers need with your product.
Yeah, I think all of you researchers in the house have probably encountered this stereotype where people think, oh, if you want to know whether something's adding value for a customer, just go ask them, right? Like, did you like it? Would you use this? They said yes. They said yes, everybody, it's a hit. You know, and of course it doesn't work that way. I think we want revealed preference very often, right? So not stated preference. And so in a way, I think the best measure of value is loyalty, is repeat usage, is retention. But for a lot of products, there's a long cycle to that. You know, like you might be a daily TikTok user, but the average person only travels on Airbnb once a year, for example. And you know, there are a lot, you know, so it depends on the context what value really means and how often it can show up. And to me, that means, I think part of this conversation has to be, is the feature level even the right kind of resolution to ask that question? Like, you know, Dropbox might have all these individual features, but overall, but like the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, right? It's not at the feature level that you really derive value. It's like this whole thing that delivers a customer experience.
Yeah, let me just jump in really quick on the value part. As a product marketer, that's something that we think about a lot as well when we take certain features to market. We don't want to take them to market based off of like that one in particular feature that is going to solve this one small problem, but more stepping back and thinking about what are the broader set of problems that we're solving, what is the value proposition, and what are all of the features within that is solving that broader problem. And that I think actually would help with feature adoption too, because how you communicate that to that subset of customers, saying, hey, look, this is the value you're going to get from this whole collection of features, and this is this is an experience that you can expect. The one feature itself is not you're missing the forest through the trees there. It's really about that whole collection that delivers a really good customer experience that solves that problem.
Yeah, I think it's something we all always kind of miss. I mean, especially when talking specifically about features, I mean, you'll all be familiar with the jobs to be done framework, right? Benjamin talked a little bit this morning about, you know, what's the right thing to build next, right? And a customer is coming to your product not to do necessarily one specific task. They might have a whole set of jobs, or something we miss, because we do talk about jobs to be done a lot, is actually they've got emotions and feelings, and they may be trying to feel safer or more secure with their specific team, which is something we hear from Dropbox customers. And we always miss that, and instead we try to design for like a specific feature, right? When you're actually trying to design to make somebody feel happy, to make somebody feel comfortable, to make them feel trusted, and also so that they can feel good when sharing things with their team, right? If they're looking at a product to use with their team and a specific cohort, how do they feel when they're sharing that product with them? And so if you're just measuring like a small little feature, you can often miss those larger kind of emotional things that you're designing for, and also the larger set of jobs that a customer is coming to your product to use.
Yeah, if you look at a feature level, I think you can find yourself getting distracted by all of the garbage, right? Like I think, you know, I feel like there are a lot of products, you know, you ship a lot of features and they become kind of calcified, right? It's hard to unship something for a lot of, even if you find, for example, you know, in talking to customers that it's actively confusing or actively a problem, well, you know, you can feel backed into a corner where you can't change anything without harming some metric that someone cares about. And when product development works that way, where you're like treating each individual feature that way, you really can't see the whole picture. You're never going to get to what value means at the level of this whole product. And maybe the like one learning there is that, you know, is to try to always be pulling out from the level of an individual feature when you're making an argument about how customers are feeling or behaving or the value they derive. It is about a feature. We have to make a choice, but in the context of the broader product experience.
And there's also, if you get to that myopic feature level, right, often actually, if you understand your customers, you understand how they're feeling, you're doing a great job designing for them, what you'll find is that it's actually a set of features that they're actually using to derive value, or to get to, you know, Facebook popularized that aha metric like a number of years ago, but to get to some form of aha where they're going to be sticky and they're going to activate on your product, it's probably not one thing. It's probably a combination of a few different things that in sum provide and a customer will derive a lot of value, and they will end up being like a loyal customer for a long period of time.
I love how this conversation is really kind of rooted around, again, like customer empathy and understanding their jobs to be done. Claire, I know that you probably feel the same as I do. It's hard to remove that voice in the back of the head of like, but what about the ARR numbers? Are we selling the thing? Is our revenue growing because of this feature? And I'm sure you've all heard a similar kind of comment or question. So maybe from another perspective, how do you think about connecting successful feature development with ARR or revenue growth? Is that a lagging indicator? Is it something that we need to more discreetly connect, or thoughts?
I think that if you are trying to connect a feature launch to directly to revenue, then you're going to miss the whole point. So, and I mean, marketing, it's not just what is the revenue, but also like, are you attracting new customers? Are you developing something that's going to be give you a competitive advantage? Are you going to solve a new problem in a new and unique way with whatever it is that you're developing? So I think, kind of to the broader point that we were all just talking about, is it's more of like a collection of features that deliver an experience. And I think that's when you can really start to see, any uptick in revenue that you might get from that experience, because you're developing something that is going to be unique, and it's going to hold you in a different light against your competitors. So yeah, I mean, obviously we all want to develop and ship products that make money. I mean, most of us do, I would say, I hope.
Hopefully.
There's some products that don't care about making money, but I think all of ours do. And
they might be in the wrong industry.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. So I mean, I think you definitely have that end goal in sight, but it's for sure, to me, there's all of these other metrics along the way that should indicate if you're going to achieve that goal or not. And it's definitely a lagging indicator, I would say. Yeah.
I mean, getting down to tactics. I mean, we've talked a little bit about this, but who here knows what the input or driver metrics are for the product that they work on? A few? Benjamin has got his hand down. But if you understand what your input or driver metrics are, if you've got a lagging metric like CSAT or ARR, your input metrics are the set of things that you believe will drive your end kind of result in revenue or customer satisfaction. And so for a product like Dropbox, might be uploading or sharing files, it might be inviting team members, right? And so if you actually want to reverse it back, it's like, okay, if you understand what the core jobs to be done are for your customer, you can then break that down into input and driver metrics, and you can then see, okay, what are the steps that we're trying to get a customer through to make sure that they're easily able to do the things that we believe will eventually drive revenue? And so if you're not familiar with those things, I would really encourage you to go and understand what those things are, because they will be much better indicators of success, and there'll be things that you can actually move, right? It's like you can actually look at, and in qualitative ways, okay, did we make this thing easier to do for a customer? And then when you ship that thing, did it actually move that input metric from a quantitative measure? If so, why? Go and understand and rinse and repeat. And then does it drive your kind of output metrics or the lagging metrics like CSAT or ARR?
I can think of one kind of concrete example that showcases that, it's really, in order to tie like some type of feature to revenue, unless you feature gate it and monetize that feature, you're not going to really know exactly what that specific, innovation can be attributed to. But so Jira has a feature, it's now called Advanced Plans, but it used to be called Advanced Roadmaps. It's in our premium edition. It used to be a product that we acquired, like Long Journey. Anyway, the value proposition that this feature has is really about connecting lots of different teams to an overview roadmap view. And that resonates. I mean, every customer I talk to wants that kind of, they're trying to solve a cross-team collaboration problem, and they need an overview to see a view of dependencies, to see where there's blockers, et cetera, et cetera. So we launched that feature within our premium edition, and it we actually can attribute quite a bit of revenue to that one thing. But when I step back and I think about what is it really the roadmap view? No, it's the value prop that actually delivers to customers, and that's the thing that really resonates in the market. That's the thing that people come to Jira for. That's what they expect to see. And yes, there's all kinds of friction that comes with that because it may not deliver exactly what you as a user want it to. But anyway, I think that's a good example of where it's really about that value proposition that you can attribute to that revenue growth.
I want to add just one more thing that's totally against like the whole ARR thing, but something that I think we often overlook and we miss as well is coming back to that emotion and feeling that I was already talking about with customers. And I think it's important that when you're considering the core kind of journeys that you have for a customer, that you also think about how do you actually delight that customer in a small, meaningful way. And I think back to some things that you can't measure them, right? They're not going to tie to a particular number, but it's a feeling you're trying to give to a customer. And in Dropbox, we have lots of small pieces of motion design at specific pieces of the customer journey. Like if you upload many, many files, like you'll get a small little upload balloon that'll come up. And it's a small moment. We can't measure that. We can't tie it to kind of ARR, but it's important that you're putting those small like kind of Easter eggs in so that customers feel like you care, that you care about those moments of detail and delight in a customer's journey.
Love it. I love all these different kind of ways to approach how we define value for the customer. I'm already coming away with a lot of ideas, but even all that withstanding, I think we can all agree that it's true that we've all been part of organizations, we've been part of projects where we've wasted time and resources and launched features that ultimately were big flops. And I think especially in today's economic headwinds and organizations needing to decrease the amount of waste and be efficient, it's really important that we take a step back and understand how we can more efficiently deliver those valuable features to customers so we can all be successful. And so let's start with maybe a diagnosis of what you see is the main problem here. In your experience, what are kind of those common pitfalls, whether it's like in the planning process or during R&D, that ultimately lead to that building the wrong thing?
Yeah, I mean, great question. I would say it's maybe two things. The first one is that most product development processes are really, really broken. And one of the stereotypes which I would say is true is like, why is so much enterprise software so bad? It's because most of those product development processes are driven by sales organizations. And there are a lot of, and so if your product is built on the basis of feature requests and complaints, wherever those come from, they might not come from sales, they might come from admins, they might come from, I've worked with companies that the way they do product planning is really just polling all the product managers to get, in a form, to get all the ideas for things they think we should fix next quarter. And then they have a meeting and rank them, and that's the roadmap. I mean, this is a ridiculous way to build product. Like, if you build product that way on the basis of just isolated feature requests or complaints, rather than an overarching strategy and vision for the problems you're going to solve for your customers, you will end up with, forget 80%, 98% of your features will be unused. You will build the wrong things. And a lot of that might not come just from other sources, but it also comes from, let's say, executive whims. And so to me, that's the second thing that I think is, if I'm having a diagnosis, which is hard to do across the board because so many companies are broken in so many different ways. But it's that, the way that we want to be customer-centered, the way that we want to be insights-driven, isn't something that can happen in a waterfall fashion, right? It has to happen all along the product development process, because it's beautiful to think like this linear process where insights leads to beautiful evolution of thinking and design, and then afterwards we get feedback and repeat. Like, there's lots of models that are like that, but I don't think that is like any product development process I've ever been in or seen. It's way messier. It stops and starts and fits and backtracks and rethinks, and so it has to be way more adaptable with that. And that means, like, you can take a tool, like a really cool, beautiful, holistic tool like Dovetail, and just use it to cherry pick evidence to support the thing the founder wanted to build anyway. right? Like, it's great at that, I'm sure. But if instead you use it to genuinely adapt to the ups and downs of a product life cycle all along the way, then you are much less likely to build something that people don't use. Those are two diagnoses. I don't know. There are lots of them, though.
Yes, a lot to unpack there.
I'm a broken man. I don't know what to tell you.
Like, do we need to have a therapy session?
You see how she's turning away from me?
Yeah, I mean, I generally agree with you, especially on the cherry picking part. But I actually think there's a couple elements in just the ideation and planning kind of cycle before you're actually going to even kick off development or design, whether it's waterfall or not, is, you know, do you have the right stakeholders in that phase, and when are those check-ins? I mean, I would venture to guess that most product triads don't include marketing. Raise your hand if you have marketing in your triad. Okay, that's like 4 people.
2 people.
Cool. Woo! And I would say that, you know, at least at Atlassian, our researchers want to be a part of that, at that table too, which, you know, makes a lot of sense, I would say. But really what we're trying to do is who's going to represent the voice of the customer, and also making sure that you have the right metrics in place that are going to motivate that team to deliver customer value and not necessarily just revenue. And so, you know, I see product marketing as the voice of the customer, and we really fight hard to have a seat at the table in those early stages of developing not just features, but what is the next release, what is the next launch, and the collection of all of those features that will resonate, and we can tell a really compelling story around it. And if that isn't in the very beginning of the phases of that life cycle, then what you get in return is a bag of parts that you have to try and put together and make sense of it. And you know, those pieces don't always fit together. So if you can't explain what you're building to customers, then how do you expect anybody to actually use it? So I think that's like the biggest issue that I see.
I'll add one from the designer lens. Maybe you've picked the right product or feature to build. I know this will resonate with Benjamin because we talked a lot about this. Like, but as a designer, there's anybody, but there's a syndrome called not invented here syndrome. Has anyone heard of that? Yeah, so it's the tendency to like ignore or push against like known things or patterns that are out there. And as designers, I'm a designer, right? My t-shirt says I'm a designer, so I must be. As a designer, though, you know, sometimes you fall into the trap. You may have, the insights team, the product managers, the founder, whoever may have defined the right thing, but then as a designer, you take that, and through not invented here syndrome, you want to like redesign like a known pattern, right? You want to make it innovative in inverted commas, right? And what you end up doing is you design something that's known, and then a customer comes to the thing and they're like, I don't know how to use that, right? Because you've changed it from what their own mental model is of how they want to experience that. And you've done it, you know, sometimes you need to innovate, but sometimes you've done that for no good reason, right? And, you know, you may be far too ahead of the curve, and actually it doesn't resonate with your customers. And so I think that's something that also kind of as a designer, we can fail to.
So many great ones in there, but I'm obviously going to call out the bringing PMM into the room. +1 to that. At Dovetail, actually, we have that model. Our product marketing team sits with design and engineering, so can confirm it's a great way to think about it. And I'm already kind of hearing some solutions here. We've diagnosed the problem, you know, get better collaboration, bring more user research into the ideation or even before phase. What are some other kind of action items or things that these folks can take away to help overcome the obstacles they might see in their organization? Maybe it's some common traits you've seen on some really high-performing teams you've worked with. Any sort of tips and tricks on how to build features that actually get used?
I can start. I mean, we've talked about the first one. It's because I think about this in terms of 3 things, right? It's like, okay, you need to be a proper cross-functional team, right? Building products is a team sport. We've heard that a lot, but it really is. And I'm constantly surprised from talking to different people around the industry, the amount of silos that exist, or the waterfall nature of like, okay, we're research, we're going to go do the research, and then in 6 months we'll come back and like, that's not how it works, right? You need to be a proper cross-functional team who are working together with a shared common goal, which comes to my kind of second point around having a agreed kind of shared goal. I don't like the term vision because I don't really think that that's kind of helpful, because that's, what does that mean, like 5 years out and we're all waving in front of glass? But I think if at Dropbox we use the kind of twice-a-year release model, and so we try to get ahead of saying, okay, in our fall release, what do we think is going to be coming, and what's the kind of high-level view of what that customer experience might be, or the themes of the, and we also integrate product marketing, so it's like, what is the customer value that they want to get to? So an agreed kind of high-level view of where you're going, or you think you're trying to get to, knowing that you're going to need to iterate and speak to customers along the way. And then as part of that, how will you know if you're successful? Like, what are the metrics of success that you all as a cross-functional team can align to? And then the third thing, which a lot of people talked about in press, but having good trust and psychological safety as a team to be able to challenge one another that, hey, where you think you're going might not be the right thing based on a new insight. But building that trust, I think, is incredibly important. It's something we were all talking about. You can have the best processes in place, the best practices in place, but ultimately you're working in a team. Teamwork's really messy. We're dealing with humans. Humans have emotions. We have all of the things that come along with being a human. And so building up that trust and psychological safety as a team, I think, is really important. And the onus is on all of us, not just leaders, to invest in that, find out who your partners are, find out what they do outside of work, building up that kind of trust so that you can challenge one another in a really respectful way. And then I think, ultimately, if you wrap all those things up, it's kind of like, that's a growth mindset. So having a growth mindset to how you're building products and services so that you can do the right thing by your customers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to mirror much of what you said, but I think having a shared vision of where you want to go is probably the best tip I can give, because so many times I see different product teams, even within a single product, but are developing different feature sets, not be aligned on what they're actually trying to do and who they're trying to do that for. Like, what is the problem that they're actually trying to solve across, and just really knowing who you are and what you want to become, especially as products become platforms and there's more products in the mix and there's more leaders in the mix and they have different opinions about where you're trying to go and what market you're going to serve. Really making sure and pressing your leadership to have that vision and make sure that everybody is really aligned to that vision and goal will really help kind of cascade how you actually get there. Because when you have a shared vision, then you can start to use things like good sense and intuition to help you make decisions, because you know that this is going to be the direction that you're trying to get to. And it will help you not cherry pick the customer insights that just help kind of frame up what you're trying to do, but you can also say, well, look, this is half supported by insights and this is half supported by strategy or some mix of the two things. And I think that, when I look back at the most successful launches we've had, it's been a mix of those, but always knowing where we're trying to go. And it seems like such a basic thing, but there's so many times I see different teams just be like, I don't know actually where the North Star is. So yeah, I think that would be mine.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'd add that I think we're all kind of saying is that I think maybe the overarching solution is constant engagement. Thinking of like, if we're product people, we're not trying to think of an insight as an end in and of itself, but as a artifact we use inside of relationships, and what that looks like is constant engagement across the product cycle, not in a waterfall fashion. Customer insights are not something that only inspires the idea to develop a feature. They are consistent across the development cycle, and that means that as researchers or designers or marketers or product people, we better have this constant point of view where we are willing to be wrong. We're looking to falsify our beliefs constantly. We could argue about whether Agile as a product development model is dead, but agility will never be dead, right? So like the fact that we need the most successful product processes that get features efficiently, that deliver value, are ones that adapt constantly to new insights, not just to the beginning and the end, or at any particular point, and they do that because the relationships and the collaboration are strong. Everybody's listening. Everybody has high trust. Everybody's willing to be wrong, even looking to be wrong, and always bringing in new insights. And I think that's a mind shift for a lot of people who do research in particular, who think of the insight as the artifact that it is their job to deliver, and that is something someone else will use to make a decision. And that's a recipe for being sidelined. You're just throwing an insight over the transom, hoping that it works, rather than building a strong relationship, which I'll grant takes two sides. You cannot always do that by yourselves, but thinking of the relationship as the artifact for the most successful product development process is one way out of building features no one uses, I think.
I love that you use the term agility there, because I think that that's something we can all, if I think back to the best teams that I've worked in, it's not been about, the team hasn't functioned really well because of some process, like whether it was agile or we were in a design sprint or whatever like that. It was because we were all had agility, and we were all, Judd says this, but I think it's worth double downing on, it's like, we were all willing to be wrong. We weren't going in with like, okay, I've got the solution or I've got the insight. It was about like collaborating as a team, showing vulnerability, and being willing to say like, hey, like my solution might not be the best solution, or my insight may now be proven wrong based on new data that we've had, right? And I think it's really important.
Yeah, and I think that what that does too is it really empowers everyone to go out and collect those insights and bring them back to the group, rather than just rely on research. Like, oh, research is gonna go answer that question for me. Like, I am a product marketer, I'm talking to customers frequently, and so I should feel empowered to bring my insights to the table. And then if we have a safe, psychologically safe environment, we can lay everything out and see, you know, which idea is winning, which idea do we wanna go after, what do we wanna chase, what do we wanna build next as a group, rather than it being one single, you know, decision maker. I like that paradigm a lot. Okay, great. And so maybe in the spirit of that, we have a researcher, a product marketer, a designer, all here on one stage. We've been talking a lot about cross-functional collaboration, and there's already some great takeaways here for me. Do you have like one more piece of advice for the group on how you can really maximize like deep collaboration and build those connections to deliver shared success?
I have one piece of advice that I can't take credit for. I'm going to name drop Barack Obama, who gave this advice to Airbnb.
Good friend of yours, Judd?
Yeah, you know, my buddy. No, he did not give this to me personally.
Big UX research guy.
Yeah,
Barack
he
Obama.
loves research.
Little known.
No, but he said to Airbnb and to Brian Chesky, the CEO, he said, institutionalize your intentions. He said the way to make any change sticky is to create structures that scale, that make the right thing easy and the wrong thing hard, right? So, you know, you can fight for a one-off, but if you want to encourage better collaboration, think about how you create an agile product development cycle, how you create meetings and forums for communication and sharing, how you create a research process or an insights development or a custom voice of the customer process, or how do we write our PRD, but you design a scalable process that makes the right thing easy and the wrong thing hard, which means the right inputs, the right people at the meeting. We don't, you know, you start from the premise that we all need to be there, not because we're going to make a decision by consensus, but because in a truly effective cross-functional team, you're not just providing inputs for somebody else's process, you're a part of the decision-making process. So what if researchers and designers and writers and marketers and everybody were not just influential for others' processes, although they are that too, but they were part of it themselves in making decisions? So what is the structure that would institutionalize that intention?
I'm going to go hard left here and not talk about Barack Obama.
Not a friend of yours?
Where do we go from there?
There's nowhere to go from here. So something really simple, I think, that I learned during the pandemic when, you know, prior to the pandemic, my team was in Sydney and in San Francisco, and there was a a real water cooler that was happening in Sydney. I would go to sleep, I'd wake up, decisions were made. Collaboration was not happening. I was informed, but I was not part of the process. During the pandemic, we weren't able to do that anymore. Everybody was remote, and it actually unlocked this really interesting insight to cross-functional collaboration that, aha moment for me, which was that transparency in the thought process is key to making sure that you're bringing in people at the right time. And it's not just a meeting, it can't be a meeting. It has to be something easier and more fluid. And so yes, it could be probably part of your processes, not to product drop here, but Confluence is really good for this because it gives you visibility into that thought process, and anybody who is interested or a part of that team can then comment and collaborate along the way. And so I think we rely really heavily on these different rituals and checkpoints, and oftentimes they're just like face-to-face meetings or Zoom meetings. And there has to be another way where you're really bringing the like water cooler into the virtual space, and that I think will actually really help foster a lot of trust too, because you're just you're removing this barrier of if you're not a part of this 30-minute meeting, then you've missed out and you don't get to contribute anymore. So I think just figuring out a way to make that kind of virtual water cooler a reality within teams helps kind of unlock that.
I'm going to quickly give two things on either side of the spectrum. One is remote work's really hard, and I've already talked, I'm sure most of you are working in some form of remote setup, right? I ran Dropbox's shift to remote for 2 years because we treated it like a design process, but we also learned in the open. And so getting to know your team, building healthy boundaries, building healthy remote practices is something that we've published online. You can go and find it. It's called Dropbox Virtual First Toolkit, right? It's a set of about 20, 25 practices that will help build trust with your teams who are often remote. Highly encourage you to use that, right? That's something. On the totally non-Dropbox side, I'm a designer. You can see I'm a designer. But I'm also a father. I'm a son. I'm a husband. I'm a failed professional football player, soccer player. I'm a wannabe DJ. I'm not very good. The point being, I'm a bunch of stuff outside of work, and so are your coworkers. And so try to get to know them. Ask how they are. Actually care about the answer and ask follow-up questions. Treat people like humans, because we've said this a little bit, right? Like, you can have all the processes, practices, but we're all humans. Teamwork's messy. Care about the people that you're building products with, because if you care about them, you'll actually probably build better products together, because you'll all give a shit about each other and also give a shit about the products that you're building. So,
amazing. Well, panelists, I've tallied up your scores. And the winner of today's panel is the audience, all of you. I, for one, found the session really intelligent. I found it informative. My perspective has been shifted. It's inside out, if you will. Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, I am blown away. That was such an incredible panel. This is what Inside Out is all about, getting 3 different perspectives, 3 expert opinions all converging so we could all have the opportunity to learn from them. What do you reckon, Jeremy?
I'm kind of hungry.
Me too. Okay, so
time for lunch.
We're going to go off to a break now. It's a big one. We'll see you back here at 1:30. So lunch is being served out the front. Bathrooms still out the front. Coffee still free-flowing.
Discover Dovetail to your left. Yes.
There's some Spark Talks going on. We'll have 2 more Spark Talks in the break. Check out the Discover Dovetail room if you haven't already. It's beautiful, it's nice, it's cozy. There's hashtags around. You'll see them. You are legally obliged to subscribe to our community. No, I'm just joking, but you should definitely do that. and hashtag IO24.
Yes, hashtag IO24 is where it's at on the socials. And I can't emphasize enough, our product team is in the Discover Dovetail room. We have 2 Spark Talks during lunch. If you have time, grab food, maybe go over to the lounge, get a little bit of work done, do your meetings, your Slacks, your Teams, all the tools. It's great. We love it. We're so glad you're here and have an amazing lunch break.
See you back here at 1:30.
Bye.
You heard the 4 of us, even though it's 6, guaranteed to succeed while we're bringing you this. I kill J, follow the recipe. South Central MC in the place to be.
Let me guess 3 things about you. You know your customers inside out. You love thinking about what your customers need. In fact, you have a vision for what your organization needs to do to make all your customers jump for joy and pile all their money at your feet. Thirdly, you wish that what you envisioned was what actually ended up happening. But it rarely ends up working out like that. There's always shortcuts taken here, suspicious trade-offs made there. The reality is, when you're working in a team, everyone's going to have their own motivations and their own ideas. So how do you take your vision, which captures all kinds of customer nuances and is frankly impossible to articulate perfectly, through this execution phase without any catastrophic deviations? My name's Kang. I'm a software engineer at Dovetail, and that means I'm one of those people on your team that takes your idea and then ruins it before it gets to customers. Except it's not like that at Dovetail, and it doesn't have to be like that in your team either. Today, I'm going to show you that by cultivating a team of customer-minded engineers, you can enable your organization to capture your vision just as you had imagined. But what do I mean by customer-minded engineer? Who are these people who are going to change the way that product gets built in your organization? Well, for me, there are 2 key aspects that set apart a customer-minded engineer from any other typical engineer. And it's pretty simple. The first aspect is that they know your customer. They deeply understand who they're building for and what their needs are. They've built an intuition for what the customer loves, what the customer hates. You can trust them to make and to champion decisions that the customer themselves would make, that they know the customer. The second aspect is that a customer-minded engineer cares about the customer. They're passionate about building an experience that the customer will delight in. They're excited and they're energized to solve your customers' problems. They'll proactively raise concerns, they'll fix issues because they're motivated to do hard things for the sake of the customer. Maybe there's an engineer that you've worked with or that you know that this description reminds you of. What made them valuable to you, to your organization? Keep that in mind because at this point, you're probably asking, like any good product person should, why does this matter? Is this really the thing that's going to make or break the success of what I'm building? And I'm here to convince you that that's absolutely right. Let me walk you through a little scenario that should help to demonstrate this. So you've got this grand vision for your company, for your organization, and you've even managed to turn it into a design for what you want your engineer to build. Your engineer takes the design and breaks it down into working pieces, starts building. They'll almost always start to uncover details that you missed originally. There's something about the process of building, physically, digitally building, that brings out new ideas, new questions. Your typical engineer might sweep some of these things under the rug, hope that no one notices. Or if you're lucky, they'll barrage you with all kinds of questions. On the other hand, a customer-minded engineer in this kind of situation understands the nuances behind the design. They combine that with their own knowledge of the customer to fill in any of the gaps. And you can trust them to make the right decision. With a customer-minded engineer, it's no longer just up to you, just up to one person to consider all the things beforehand. And the benefit of this is that once you no longer have to deal with the fire hose of practical detail after practical detail, you'll find that you have so much more space to think about the higher level, strategic, visionary thinking that only you can do in your organization. Isn't that what you want to do? The thing is, you want your engineers to be making more decisions. In fact, I want to go as far as suggesting engineers can often make the best, most informed decisions. Here's how I think about it. Product decisions often boil down to return on investment. What are the highest value changes that we can make for the least amount of effort or resources? The return, the value part, that's customer-centric. It requires a deep understanding of what the customer needs, how strong the needs are, whether one need is greater than another. The investment part is engineering-centric. You need to understand the intricacies of what you're building. What's even possible? What makes building one thing more difficult than another? Customer-minded engineer deeply understands both the customer and the engineering, the return and the investment, which means they can make the right trade-offs and ultimately make a good, fully informed decision. At the end of the day, a customer-minded engineer is going to help both you and your organization to invest your time where it's most valuable and to make sure that you're making the right decisions, all from the littlest of details to the biggest existential ones. I hope at this point you're nodding, you're feeling compelled that maybe this customer-minded engineering thing is worth a try. Now, I'm not claiming to have all the answers, but I want to share some things that I've observed at Dovetail that help to create this kind of culture. Forgive me for the outrageous analogy, but I love sourdough bread. I have 2 slices for breakfast every morning, toasted and topped with butter. There's nothing better to start the day. I'm sure some of you have made your own sourdough before, but for those who haven't, the whole process starts with this living culture of fermenting yeast and bacteria called a sourdough starter. If your sourdough starter is healthy, it can help to lay the foundation for the light texture, the subtle sourness that makes a perfect sourdough loaf. Today I'm going to give you 4 ingredients that will help to make a kind of sourdough starter, a culture within your organization that needs to be cultivated, needs to be thriving in order to lay the foundation for this beautiful picture of customer-minded engineering that we've just talked about. The first ingredient is to excite your engineers with your company's success, to engage them with your vision for what you're building. Customer-minded engineers need to be passionate about the customer, But more importantly, they need to be passionate about how your product solves your customers' problems. When engineers are customer-minded, when engineers are engaged with your vision, they'll go above and beyond to ship delightful experiences. And they won't be afraid to challenge decisions that don't align with that vision. How exactly to engage your engineers with your company's vision is a much broader topic that I can't go fully into in such a short amount of time. But I do want to share what helps me to get excited about Dovetail's vision. You would have heard this morning from Benjamin about some of the really exciting parts of Dovetail's vision of the future of research and of insights. Internally, together, we build on top of that vision layers of strategy to help light the pathway to that vision. We've also started working in the cadence of seasonal launches, which help to align and excite us all to be moving in the same direction towards a pressing customer problem or problem area. The second ingredient is to equip and empower your engineers to drive change. The key here is really psychological safety, helping people to feel like they can raise concerns without fear of being humiliated or being punished. Engineers who are customer-minded need this freedom to be able to challenge questionable decision-making. Otherwise, you risk them losing interest in your vision and not feeling like they can do anything to change it. One way that you can help engineers to be more customer-minded is to proactively involve them in product decisions early. By doing this, you encourage them, you recognize the value that only they can bring as an engineer, and you also give them a platform for them to contribute in that way. When engineers feel like they can affect and drive change, you also see this virtuous cycle start to happen, where engineers feel empowered to take responsibility for and ownership for their own engagement with work, which makes them even more excited to affect and drive change. The third ingredient is to expose your engineers to customers regularly. An insightful article by Jared Spool explains how even 2 hours every 6 weeks watching customers use your product is enough to make a noticeable improvement to the product decisions that your team makes. At Dovetail, engineers regularly join customer research calls or sales calls. There's me in one. We also use Dovetail, of course, to capture our customers' interactions with the product, which we either watch directly or they get turned into highlight reels or reports that we learn from. One example of this at Dovetail is a monthly themed customer showcase where together as a company we all sit together and watch our customers talk about what they want from our product. We also have a direct line to our customers through our community Slack and through our various feedback forms, which we keep a keen eye on. The fourth and last ingredient, which I've titled Enlist because I wanted all four to start with an E, is to hire engineers who want to be customer-minded. Some engineers just don't care for the bigger picture. They care more about solving an interesting problem than a problem that actually exists. There's nothing wrong with loving solving complex problems. I do too. But a customer-minded engineer loves problems that are grounded by purpose. Customer centricity is at the heart of Dovetail's values, and our hiring process involves a values-based behavioral interview that ensures that new engineers are aligned with that. We also establish a customer-minded culture early by encouraging new starters to participate in what we call a Researcher for a Day program, where they watch customer clips, they interview a colleague, analyze that in Dovetail, and familiarize themselves with the product that they're going to be building. We also have a Support for a Day program, where we encourage and support everyone across the company to interact directly with real customers. These are 4 ingredients that will help you to create a customer-minded culture, and I'm hoping it will spark even more ideas to make this happen, specifically in your organization. And can I let you in on a little secret? None of this is really limited to just engineering. That's just the language that I've been using. Anyone who impacts the customer can become more customer-minded. Anyone who impacts the customer can help the organization to make better decisions. These 4 ingredients apply just as well for engineering as they do for marketing, for support, for sales, for research, and so on. So why don't you take these 4 ingredients? Excite your team with your company's vision for what you're building. Empower them to drive change. Encourage them to interact with customers more regularly. Hire people who want to be customer-minded. And ultimately cultivate an organization that knows your customer and is passionate about how your product solves their problems. You start to find more time to lead your organization in the right direction. You start to see better decisions, more informed decisions being made all the time. And maybe you'd even find that when you look back, the vision that ended up happening wasn't quite what you imagined. It was even better.
Sherlock Holmes, a fictional character created by British author Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, is the archetype of the detective. Known for his powers in logical reasoning and deduction, he is at his core a problem solver. He'll go out, he's given mysteries, goes out, finds clues, takes them back, solves a problem at hand, saves the day. In this process, some of these clues that he finds seem more important than they are. We call these red herrings. A red herring is a piece of information that is, or is intended to be, misleading or distracting. It differs from irrelevant information in that it feels much more important than it is. And it plays a really important role in detective stories. As consumers, it diverts our attention away from the important information so we can have a more surprising and engaging story. But unlike us, Sherlock Holmes can't afford to be distracted by them because then he can't solve the problem at hand. Luckily, he's an expert at spotting this information that is not important and keeping his eye on the ball, solving the problem at hand, saving the day. Hi, I'm Sarah, a lead product designer here at Dovetail. And one of the many ways that I, a woman in the 21st century working in tech, and Sherlock Holmes are alike, is that my job is also about problem solving. Working in product development, we come across many problems all the time. Loads of problems. And some of these problems are immediately obvious that they are very important and are going to have a high impact on our business. We know what to do with these. These need to be prioritized and solved right away. Some of these problems, immediately obvious that they're not important to us. They have a low impact on our customers and our business. These problems are not a threat to us. However, there are a subset of problems that simultaneously are real, might be something that we need to solve eventually, but are also a distraction from where our attention should be. These are product development red herrings, and they are dangerous. Focusing our time and attention on a product development red herring means, at best, prevents us from pursuing maybe more profitable paths, and at worst could be actively harmful for our customers and our business. So, how can we catch these red herrings? Today, I'm going to run you through 5 red herrings that I've encountered in my time working in product development and some methods for you to spot them a mile away so that, like Sherlock Holmes, you can keep your eye on the ball, solve the problem at hand, and save the day. You found a problem. Now what? A lot of you might be familiar with the following quote from Henry Ford. If I'd asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. Or what about this one from Steve Jobs? A lot of times, people don't know what they want until you show it to them. Now, this is good advice, but it can be harmful if you stop at that top level. These quotes can be weaponized to justify building whatever you want, with the underlying assumptions that customers don't know what's good for them. So we come across our first red herring for the day, the shiny new thing. The shiny new thing is when we focus on the new and exciting, the technology or idea or insight, and leave old ideas in the dust. And we can excuse following the shiny new thing to ourselves by saying, we're innovating. But there is a real difference between true innovation and falling for this red herring. And unsurprisingly, given where we are today, that is deep understanding of your customers and their problems. Because while they might not have the imagination to sort of picture all the creative ways that you can solve their problems. That's our job. They do understand those problems better than anyone else. So, how do you catch it? You deeply understand your customer problems. I can hear you thinking, but Sarah, aka our modern day Sherlock Holmes, that seems all very well and good, but how do we actually do that? So, I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with that feeling when you've gone out, you've spoken to customers, you've kicked off your project, you've done your research, you come back, you're doing your analysis, and you get that sinking feeling of realizing that you haven't gone deep enough. And by this time, maybe you've run out of time, maybe you've run out of budget. But either way, you didn't ask the right questions, or maybe you just didn't know what you didn't know before you started. How I accomplish this now with Dovetail is some of the new features that we heard today, Magic Highlights and Magic Summary, which enables me to do analysis as I go. So instead of having to wait to the end of the project to do that analysis to maybe find the gaps that I found, I can skip over some vast parts of this manual labor to start getting insights faster on the go, which helps me make adjustments on the fly. I can change the questions I'm asking. I can make sure I'm getting deeper so that by the end of the project, I can have the confidence that I have found the right problems, and I'm going to catch this red herring. You found a true customer problem. Now what? What could possibly be the catch if you found a customer problem? Well, hold your horses, because we might be encountering red herring number 2, the circular problem. Now, a circular problem is when a business gets stuck solving problems that you have created yourself in a bit of a circular loop. So if the problem only exists in your own ecosystem and your customers aren't talking about this problem outside of it, you are the problem. And in this situation, we shouldn't be working on solutions that help users resolve these problems. We should be figuring out the root cause and solving those problems for them. Getting stuck on this red herring can be really dangerous, because while you are cleaning up messes that you might have created, your competitors can be innovating past you, solving real customer problems and taking that. We aren't immune to this at Dovetail. We might have introduced a bit of a circular problem with our tag taxonomies. I'm sure some of you are familiar with the amount of effort it takes to manage those. And we've done some work. We could continue to do some work to help our customers manage those really complex taxonomies. But we could also take a moment of reflection to be, are we just putting Band-Aids on a wound we've created? And do we need to solve that in a different way? So, how do you catch this red herring? Be on the lookout for product-specific language. Language is a real key here. When you are describing the problem that you found or the insight that you have, does the language you're using tie directly to your own ecosystem? So a primary customer problem will be framed outside of the context of your product or service, whereas a secondary problem might use language that only exists in that ecosystem. You might be dealing with one of these red herrings in that case. So I use Dovetail to keep a high level of themes and insights across the whole project. Different views like Canvas or even Board enables me to maintain that high-level view so I can look for patterns that I'm finding. Even more so, using magic features like Cluster helps me be a bit objective with the groups that I'm putting together, so I can remove those underlying assumptions that I have and make sure that if that product-specific language is appearing, I can catch it here and make sure that I am actually solving real customer problems and not getting stuck in a circular loop. You found a primary true customer problem. What now? Now is the time to think about whether we are dealing with a flash in the pan or an enduring, persistent customer problem, i.e., will solving this problem have a long-term impact on your customers' needs? Here enters our third red herring of the day, the squeaky wheel. So this is when problems appear loudly out of nowhere and get the grease over more enduring customer problems that we've known about. The problem with the squeaky wheel is, and this is the link to the red herring, is that it feels really urgent, feels really loud, but they're often less important than problems that we've known about for a long time. This is because true paradigm shifts, where things come out of nowhere, are pretty rare. I would say a good example of this would be when ChatGPT launched. That was a paradigm shift that changed the game, and we needed to respond to that in many different areas. But typically, these problems that appear out of nowhere are less important than the more enduring, persistent ones. So how do we catch the squeaky wheel? Be wary of problems without roots. So persistent problems have roots and should be an extension of existing knowledge, be able to be traced back to known truths. They should have that ability to kind of map to what you already know about your customers. If it does, you can feel pretty confident that you've got a persistent problem. If it doesn't, it enables you to take that beat, take that moment, and assess whether you're dealing with a paradigm shift or whether this is just a squeaky wheel that is a distraction. How I do this in Dovetail is as a repository for all our known customer inputs, both from myself or those of my colleagues. And if you're dealing with a problem that appears loudly out of nowhere, you can search for it here in the hub and look for those roots. If I can find them, I can feel confident it's a persistent problem. And if I can't, I might be dealing with a squeaky wheel. The beauty about this is that it only gets stronger over time. So the more information that's put in there, the easier it is to find those roots and make sure that you're dealing with those persistent problems. So you have found a primary, persistent, true customer problem. What now? This one can hurt a little for product-focused people like me, but will it actually hurt our business not to solve this problem? It's a moment for reflection on that. We might be dealing with red herring number 4, the molehill mountain, where we make something out to be much bigger than it is. And here is a moment where you have to be quite ruthless, and it can hurt as a product-minded person, but solving this problem, not solving this problem might be negative, but not solving this problem might be neutral. It might not actually have an outsized impact. So, how to catch this red herring? Know what will happen if you do nothing. I think typically, when we think about this, we think about what will be the impact if we solve this problem? What's the impact on our customers? What's the impact on our business? Here's where I flip the script. What will be the impact if we don't? The best way to do this is to collaborate. I value here at Dovetail is highly collaborative cross-functional teams, and we truly believe that the best problems and solutions come when we come together. It's impossible to maintain all the context yourself, so bring your team in and play these scenarios out. What happens if we don't fix it? How I support this in Dovetail is with our collaboration features, like fields or tags or comments, where I can keep discussions contextual in the platform. So we can maintain this source of truth and keep the discussion of how important this is next to the context, which means that I not only catch it once, but if anyone else finds this information, they catch it as well, meaning we've not only caught the red herring ourselves, but we've caught it forever. So you have found a primary, persistent, punitive, true customer problem. What now? Sounds like you have a pretty good problem on your hands. But a red herring can be operating at a personal level too. And this is a moment to ask yourself, are you the best person to work on this problem, really? Or are you the wrong person? Now, ownership is good. It's a really important trait, and we really value it at Dovetail as well. And given you found this problem, which seems to be pretty important at this point, you should probably make sure that it's resolved, but you might not be the best person to solve it. And it's a time to be reflective. Maybe you don't have the skills. Maybe you don't have the context, or maybe you simply have too much on your plate. And here's where we might be dealing with our 5th red herring. You've got the wrong person. However, this problem still needs solving. Oh. How to catch it. Know your strengths and weaknesses. As my main man, Socrates, would say, know thyself. Be very ruthless here and ask yourself, with everything that you're working on in your business, why should you be the one to solve this? In the past, sometimes I would solve problems that I was less suited for because it would simply take too much time to get someone else up to speed. This is where automation has somewhat changed the game. So features in Dovetail like summarization can be used to give that context to your coworkers so that you can afford to get the right person every single time. You could do this at a micro level, like an individual interview, or a macro level for all the information across your hub. But either way, you can give that download in a beautifully packaged way faster than ever. You are dealing with a primary, persistent, punitive, true customer problem, and you're the best person to work on it. What now? You're done. Just kidding, that was a red herring. Now you actually need to solve the problem. But with the 5 red herrings that we've run through today, the shiny new thing, the circular problem, the squeaky wheel, the molehill mountain, and the wrong person, you can be confident that, like Sherlock Holmes, you have caught these red herrings before you go into the room, knowing that you have the most important information there to be solving it with. Thank you so much for your time, everyone, and happy fishing!
of the past, and that the future belongs to the generalist. So please, everybody give a very warm welcome to John Garvie.
Hello, 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 everybody. So wonderful to be here. I have to say, I had an amazing lunch. I got to sit down with people and connect and, just really have some really warm and engaging conversations already. So let's keep the energy going. How about it? I'm going to talk today about how increased specialization inside of product organizations is a thing of the past, and how we're shifting to a new dynamic where resourceful generalists will thrive. And I'll be telling this story through one of the most powerful narrative structures ever created, comic books. But more specifically, Pokemon, based on my 10-year-old son recommendation for the theme of this talk. Gotta catch them all, right? All right, here we go. All right, I'm going to argue that there are 4 powerful Poke forces at play inside of every product organization today. Human-centered cultures, powerful playbooks, evolving tools, and merging duties. And these 4 forces are creating a new kind of super-powered professional that I call resourceful generalists. I'll also tell you about how we, as insights professionals, can prepare for and adjust to these forces by acknowledging resourceful generalists, by rooting ourselves in hyperrealism, supporting them by enabling and not blocking their access to insights, which also allows us to focus on more impactful work, and how we can become resourceful generalists ourselves by doing work across the product lifecycle, thinking outside of our traditional roles, and embracing adaptability. But first, I'm going to tell you my story and how I learned the hard way about how these forces are driving big changes inside of organizations. Back in 2020, I was a research manager at Uber for about 2 months. I'd come to Uber from LinkedIn, where I was a user experience research manager, and was quickly swept up in a large round of COVID-initiated layoffs that impacted roughly 25% of the Uber population. Sadly, most of my research team was let go too. And I wasn't alone. I was one of roughly 60,000 people just in tech that were laid off that month. And that wasn't the end of layoffs. In 2020, there were around 80,000 total layoffs in tech. Okay, you're probably wondering why I'm talking about getting laid off at a conference. But the truth is that this experience caught me off guard. And I started asking some questions that helped me better understand the forces that have impacted me as a researcher, designer, and manager. I'm also a huge fan of oversharing. In fact, we just got back from a family vacation to the San Diego Zoo, and these are my kids, and they definitely think you should check out the flamingos, skip the penguins, because they smell like fish farts, according to my daughter. But back to my story. Now remember, it's 2020, in the middle of a global pandemic, and I'm definitely not freaking out. Okay, I lied. I totally was. And I was asking myself some existential questions. Why was my team impacted more than others? Were we not adding enough value? Do they think they can actually work better without us? And then 2 months after getting laid off, I kid you not, 2 months after getting laid off, I got a call from Uber asking me to come back. And as you can imagine, I had a few choice words. So yeah, I said yes. What did you think I would say? All right. And because I got the rare experience to boomerang back into a company where I was just laid off, I got a unique look into the before and after layoffs version of Uber. And the Uber that I stepped back into was a completely different company. But more on that in just a second. What I didn't realize was that my layoff was only the first spike of much larger layoffs to come. Later in 2022 and 2023, a second spike occurred. And these layoffs were much more disruptive. The spike produced a groundswell of doomsday prophecies within the insights community. Like some of the questions I posed to myself, the broader insights and UX research communities were asking tough questions and coming to terms with hard truths. Like Judd, who spoke today on one of our panels, he wrote and was asking if we are at a fundamental inflection point with how we deliver insights. Or others wondering if we're at the lowest point of UX. And still others were asking if we had entered into a new dark age of late-stage UX. And maybe the most fundamental question people were asking, is this even a viable career path in the future? And I'm here to tell you that UX research and insights professionals are still crucial. We will continue to play an important role inside of tech organizations and product organizations, but we have to evolve to stay relevant in this new post-layoffs paradigm. This is because all product organizations, and particularly those that went through layoffs, have fundamentally changed or are in the midst of changing as we speak. Just like how the Uber I walked back into had fundamentally changed as well. So, there are 4 poke forces driving much of this change. Some of these forces have been happening for some time, some are newer, but the 4 forces create a completely new kind of product environment where what I call resourceful generalists thrive. And all this creates new expectations for insights professionals. I'm going to walk you through these 4 forces and then talk about how we as insights professionals can adapt to them. Let's start with force 1, human-centered cultures. Driven by design thinking, human-centeredness has gone mainstream. Now, it can be argued about whether design thinking has lived up to the hype, but thought leaders like Don Norman, Jacob Nielsen, Tim Brown of IDEO, and countless other thought leaders have ingrained the idea that design thinking and human-centered approaches are valuable and are worth using in broader business contexts. In fact, these efforts have been so successful that every top business school now teaches design thinking. And I just pulled a bunch of the ads for those business schools here. The result, a new generation of business executives, product managers, and entrepreneurs who know about human-centered approaches. This means that human-centered culture is no longer owned just by UX. It's now owned by the entire product organization. Next up is force 2, powerful playbooks. Hard-won insight methodologies developed over a decade have now been packaged into powerful playbooks. Excellent books like Continuous Discovery Habits from experts like Teresa Torres have reached a mainstream audience of product leaders and practitioners. In fact, these playbooks have been so successful that some insights professionals have blamed the authors for research layoffs. I know Teresa, and she's one of the most talented product insights professionals I've ever worked with. I stand firmly in the camp that it's poor form to blame a book for losing your job, but it is a clear signal of the power of these playbooks and how widespread the powerful playbooks force has become. The main takeaway here is that the playbooks will only get better and more widely available. Roles outside of insights will continue to pick up these playbooks to their own benefit. Force 3, evolving tools. The pace at which new research and insights tools are coming to the market has significantly increased. These tools are getting more powerful and easier to use, allowing any user to self-service more easily and get even quicker and deeper levels of analysis and synthesis without experts. I think the announcements this morning was an indication of that as well. Plus, now AI is supercharging these tools. In addition to off-the-shelf ones we're familiar with, companies are building their own AI-powered insights tools, which can provide even more capability to any role. This means that a subset of questions that would have previously required an insights professional to answer can now be answered by anyone inside of the product organization, radically empowering novices. Force 4, merging duties. As organizations have gotten leaner, employees have absorbed some of the duties of lost roles. Until 2022, maturing organizations that wanted to grow quickly had easy access to quick loans, and investment opportunities were plentiful. In this new environment, that is no longer the case, as interest rates have gone up and VCs have become more disciplined about their investment portfolios. Additionally, as organizations have reached maturity and streamlined their business models, they've cut employees. As we know, since 2022, there have been around 500,000 layoffs just in tech. Rather than these duties of these employees going away entirely, they have been absorbed by others in the organization through heightened productivity. As I see it, market conditions will drive further consolidation, and backed by the other three forces, we will increasingly see smaller organizations achieving incredible outcomes with only a handful of employees. For example, Midjourney is said to have reached hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue with just a team of 11. In this environment, a new kind of super professional is evolving, who I call resourceful generalists. Resourceful generalists are adaptable and smart professionals who are laser focused on increased productivity, are inspired to solve challenges by any means necessary, and are often undeterred to do work across roles and responsibilities. And fueled by the four forces, resourceful generalists will thrive inside of the product organizations of today and tomorrow. So I imagine that many of you will have critiques of this analysis. You might say these four forces are nothing new. To some extent, I agree with you. There have always been new tools, evolving organizations, and transfers of knowledge. What's different today is the rate and speed at which this is happening. And now, the tech industry, similar to the evolution of other mature industries like the automotive industry, is going through an intense period of change and evolution. So here's what I'd like you to consider. In the course of creating this deck, I've used 5 new AI tools. I used Midjourney for the comic expired images. And for those eagle-eyed folks out there, you may have seen the prompts throughout this deck. I used Gemini, ChatGPT, and Copilot for help with research and analysis. And I used Tome, a new AI-based deck creation tool, which gave me some inspiration for deck layout and overall narrative structure. Prior to these tools, I would have needed double the editing time and help from an illustrator and more. Now, these tools have cousins in the insights domain, and resourceful generalists are already using them. So, you may be wondering what we can do about it, how we can adapt to this new reality. And that comes down to 3 actions we can take. Acknowledging resourceful generalists by rooting ourselves in hyperrealism. Supporting them by enabling and not blocking their access to insights, which also allows us to focus on more impactful work. And becoming resourceful generalists ourselves by doing work across the product lifecycle and thinking outside of our traditional roles. Let's start with acknowledge. Ray Dalio, the founder of Bridgewater Associates, an asset management firm, says, "Be a hyper-realist. Truth, or more precisely, an accurate understanding of reality, is the essential foundation for any good outcome." The good news is that being a hyper-realist is an insight professional's purpose and superpower. We're committed to telling hard truths, rooted in data. These truths are sometimes difficult to hear, but we hold ourselves and our organizations accountable to these truths because it's the right thing to do for our teams and businesses. And this is the moment that calls us to lean into this capacity within our own community, looking boldly at the future of our profession and work, even when it's uncomfortable. Let's move on to our next action, support. Supporting resourceful generalists thoughtfully has been one of the keys to my team's success. We realize that we are in control of how we empower generalists. And this has allowed us to evolve with these broader forces while maintaining the quality that drive optimal outcomes for our teams and business. Instead of blocking their access, we built frameworks, guardrails, and programs for them. When we did this at Uber, we developed a model based on uncertainty and business risk. Uncertainty is based on how much we already know, whether we have answered any related question before. Business risk is based on how much risk we take by not answering the question at hand. As you can see, this matrix allows UXR to own high risk and high uncertainty projects, which is where we can deliver the most value. The other quadrants include outsourcing, enabling self-service, and dropping an inquiry entirely. To support this model, we developed a range of different tools and templates for our resourceful generalists. And this model extends beyond research. The UX design team that I manage follows a similar approach. The design team's decision matrix is based on OKR impact and UX complexity. And just like our teammates on UXR, this approach allows our Fairly design team, who are here in the audience, to deliver impact at scale through partnership and prioritization. In summary, supporting resourceful generalists involves proactively designing how your team wants to support them, not the other way around. Become, the last action for us to consider, becoming a resourceful generalist. Don Norman is the co-founder of the Nielsen Norman Group. He challenges each of us to start thinking more broadly about our roles and impact, and to become generalists to drive impact and influence. He says that increased respect comes when you are able to think and do work outside of specialized departments. As insights professionals, if we wish to increase our impact and influence, we too have to become resourceful generalists. And there are two ways that we must become generalists. The first is to think and work more broadly across all stages of the product lifecycle. It's no longer an option to narrowly focus on one part or another. We must be able to accurately move across the lifecycle, adjusting our focus nimbly on where gaps in business risk and uncertainty exist. We must also think and do work more fluidly across roles and functions. We can't be constrained by our traditional areas of specialization, and we must start working across domains together. As a quick anecdote, a year ago, I decided to change my role at Uber from UX research management to UX design management. I made this change because I believe that designers are researchers and vice versa, and I wanted to lean into my potential as a generalist. But even if we don't jump roles, we must focus on adaptability. Not surprisingly, according to LinkedIn Learning, the most in-demand skill of 2024 is adaptability. As insights professionals, we must learn how to write a PRD and translate our findings into concrete design recommendations. We must also frame our insights around business value. We must ask other roles for self-service tips and tools when we get blocked. It's also helpful that AI now writes SQL for you. And finally, We must always be one step ahead in our thinking about what other resourceful generalists might need or want from our roles. So, as we wrap up, there are 2 things I want to leave you with. 1, the 4 forces, powerful playbooks, human-centered cultures, evolving tools, and merging duties are already at play inside of your organization. If you don't see them yet, you might just find one around the corner the next time you look. These forces combined create resourceful generalists, and they are inside of every organization. They will become increasingly powerful. 2, to adapt to these 4 forces and evolve alongside resourceful generalists, we have to acknowledge, support, and become. Acknowledge what is by rooting ourselves in hyper-realism. Support resourceful generalists by enabling and not blocking access to insights. And finally, become resourceful generalists ourselves by working across the product lifecycle, not being constrained by traditional zones of specialization, and embracing adaptability. When you do this, you will become part of the generalist revolution that will shape the future of insights. Thank you so much. And I think that we have Q&A until somebody kicks me off. Is that right?
Okay. I'm not here to kick you off, not yet. We do have a few questions from our chats, from the live stream. So from Matt Di Girolamo, his question is, how do you see the resourceful generalist different from a T-shaped individual who knows a lot about a lot, but does have deep focus in certain specific areas?
I love that question, because I think in many ways a resourceful generalist is a T-shaped person. But what I argue is that that bottom part of the T going down, the root, that grounds you, right? Your area of specialization is still an area that's really important to you as a professional, and you don't want to lose that. But the 4 forces, I argue, are creating the broader top part of the T, right? So as you think about continuing, I think, to evolve and change, root yourself in that specialization, but grow your limbs.
Awesome. I also have a question here from Ashley Trowbridge, who asks, so she's curious to know what roles and job postings are out there that indicate this, as they found that many are still specialist roles. Are they really resourceful generalist roles in disguise? I like this question.
That's a really good question. I'm not an expert on all of the roles that are available or are sort of like evolving or changing, but I have seen more roles that kind of match the resourceful generalist, I guess, way of being and acting. I read an article recently that indicated that particularly AI companies are looking for these kinds of folks to come into their organization because they know they're scrappy, they can solve problems, and they can actually leverage the tools that they're building.
Amazing. Well, that's all we have time for today with John. Can we give John one big round of applause, please?
Thank you so much.
Amazing work. Thank you so much.
I'm back. All right, up next we have Claudia Natasia, co-founder of Riley AI and head of product at Close Factor. She'll be diving deeper into how customer understanding drives design impact. She's been at companies like HighSpot, 5 Stars by SumUp, and Kantar, to name a few. I also recently learned that Claudia is a published author. Who knew? Put your hands together for Claudia, and I'm so excited to welcome you on stage. Oh, 1 second, I'll get the clicker for you.
All right, guys, I'm waiting for the clicker. So, well, that's me. I'll take this time to say hi to you all and hi to everyone who tuned in online. I know a couple of people reached out to me from Asia and from Europe. Hello. Thank you so much, Jeremy. All right, let's get started. So I'd like to start by sharing a statistic. Businesses are 77% more profitable if they execute on successful growth strategies. Ironically, though, when leaders were surveyed, only 2% of leaders are actually confident that they will execute on 80% of their strategy successfully. And then when you look at organizations specifically, only 10% of organizations actually successfully execute on their strategies. 90% do not successfully execute on their strategies effectively. So you see this extreme dissonance between how organizations can actually be profitable if they implement successful growth strategies, yet only a few actually do it. I'm Claudia. As Jeremy introduced me to you all, I'm currently a co-founder and CEO of a company called Riley AI. Prior to this, I built successful strategies at a few different companies, usually mid to late stage startups, and helped drive a $5 billion total valuation across all of the companies I worked in. And today, my role here is to help you all be able to understand how to successfully create strategies that ends up improving the valuation of your companies. So let's start by asking a question. What are some of the business goals of successful ventures? If you've listened to some of my talks from a few years ago, I introduced a couple of different financial metrics. We talked about ROE 2 years ago, and a few months ago, we talked about revenue. Now, today, the financial metric that I'm going to use is a little bit more simple. Let's go back to the basics today and talk about profitability ratios. There are 2 different profitability ratios. Well, there's actually a bunch. If you're like a day trader or if you're in finance, you'd know that there's actually a bunch of different ratios. But today we'll focus on 2. The first is net profit margins. And like a ratio, it's really there's a numerator and a denominator. And it's very simple. A profit margin is your income over your sales. So ideally, you'd want to be able to generate sales efficiently to generate income efficiently as well. It's not enough to generate high amounts of income if you're not doing your sales efficiently. And similarly, especially if you work in an industry that's more like physical goods, something like net asset margins is really important, where it's income over assets. You don't want to get too much assets, like you don't want to buy too many inventory and not be able to convert it easily to income. So what drives profits? There's 2 things that essentially drive profits, including increasing income. So we talked a little bit about that earlier, and also driving more efficient sales. And I'll give an example for how we, as product practitioners, product managers, researchers, designers, can help influence the ability of our sales organization to be more efficient. And we will actually focus on net profit margins today, as opposed to assets. Just for the purpose of this talk, I really only have 20 minutes today. All right, so let's start by talking about the bad example, right? Let's start with what we should not do. So let me tell you a tale of a not-so-good venture. And this might be familiar to a number of you, where let's say we all work at a company, and right now we are thinking about investing in a particular feature. Let's call it feature A. Now, a few months later, we decided that feature A kind of works. Maybe we'll enhance it. We'll enhance the user experience a little bit more. And then we worked on feature B, and then we worked on feature C. And then eventually, we'll work on a bunch of other features up to feature Z, putting more and more in our overall core user experience, building more and more without really knowing what actually drives metrics. And then the economy changes, right? Because as we all know, economy is cyclical. There are times of high growth, there are times of slower growth, there are times of decline. And so when the times of decline happen, we ask ourselves, what's going on? Like, why aren't our metrics moving? We're shipping all of these features, we're investing so much into driving whatever we want to drive, but in fact, we're not seeing those results. So what's exactly happening? And then we ask ourselves, or we feel pressured to drive a certain metric, like let's say lifetime value. And for those who are not familiar with customer lifetime value, it's essentially a retention metric that's a product of churn. So we want to avoid churn to drive higher LTV. And so let's say our guiding metric right now is to drive LTV, prevent churn in this terrible economy. how would we understand the combination of features that essentially drives churn? It's extremely hard, and as researchers, as product managers, as designers, even if you're not part of a product team, like I've heard strategy consultants face the same issue. What exactly drives the metric? Like what exactly, like if I want to understand how to drive this metric in the future, if I want to learn from the past, what exactly drives this metric? And we're often faced with confusion and end up calling more users to try to understand exactly what drives their metric, why are they churning. We look into product analytics, we looked into a bunch of different sources without necessarily fully understanding, ultimately, the reason behind what we're seeing. So let's talk about a tale of a good venture and how this company that I was part of was able to turn all of this around and use insights in a more productive way to ultimately drive results. And the results are pretty significant. So I'm going to talk about my experience at 5 Stars, where I led product research and also product analytics and data science, and how ultimately we drove a $300 million acquisition by a European point-of-sale payments company called SumUp. So as a reminder to everyone, I'm going to ground this example with 5 Stars on net profit margins again, and mainly how we were able to drive increased income and also help 5 Stars develop a more efficient sales process. Let's start with the increasing income example. For those who are not familiar with 5 Stars, the one-liner is really, it's a payments marketing automation platform for small businesses. So if you've been to a boba store or a coffee shop and you sign into a loyalty program with your phone number and you get text messages about rewards, that was us, or that's us. And basic ways to increase income is through 2 ways, acquisition and retention. So when you want to increase income or increase revenue for your company, you'd want to be able to, 1, acquire new customers. And then you'd also want to be able to retain customers. And these 2 things are extremely important. You can't have one without the other. You can't just acquire new customers while having a leaky bucket and having your core customers churn every single year. At the same time, you can't just keep customers and try to upsell them and grow them without necessarily acquiring new customers. Then your top of the funnel is not increasing. And what are the drivers of acquisition and retention? So there's many different drivers, but today for acquisition, I'll focus on this concept called competitive arbitrage, and I'll break it down to you all. I actually started my career in banking, so I love using these financial terminologies like arbitrage. We'll have a really fascinating example for how arbitrage happens in a more UX and product setting. And then for retention, we'll take a look at some data science methods to capture growing behavioral clusters of users that ultimately indicates areas for increased investments. So let's start with a competitive arbitrage example. What is arbitrage? If you invest in the stock market, or actually let's go back to the basics. If you invest in currency, arbitrage is buying one country's currency at a lower price and then selling it later on at a higher price to basically, at no risk at all to you, be able to earn a little bit more from this whole trading concept. And this actually exists also in the world of UX or in the world of products. So what happened at 5 Stars was originally 5 Stars started as a customer loyalty program. So that was our tablet. What essentially we did was if you were to go to a coffee shop or you were to go to your favorite local store, you'd be able to enter your phone number on a tablet, join our loyalty program, and get rewarded over time for visiting that store over and over again. And then what we discovered after looking at a number of review sites, a number of different community channels where all of the small business owners are part of, user research studies, interviews, etc., after analyzing all of those data, we discovered that a lot of our merchants, so a lot of the small business owners, were actually using these more archaic payment systems. You might have seen this before. I personally, the times I get really upset in the past is when I go to these stores and they're using these older payment providers and my credit card gets stuck, or it takes like 5 minutes for them to process a payment and I'm just standing there awkwardly with the coffee shop, bartender or barista, not bartender, why am I saying bartender? But anyways, so we discovered that all of the small business owners were using these more archaic systems, and that actually they were complaining a lot about how expensive these payment systems are. And in particular, we also discovered through analyzing payments data from these providers that a lot of these payment systems have hidden fees. So it's not so much a straightforward, every single month as a small business owner, you pay X amount of money for payments. There's a lot of hidden fees that come up. And so combining all of those different insights, the user research studies, the review sites, all of the online blog posts and online forums that we analyze, and also payments data, we were able to discover an arbitrage opportunity. In addition to payments, we already have presence in all of these small business stores in terms of having a loyalty tablet. So imagine a world where instead of just doing loyalty, these small business owners can also have an experience that combines both loyalty and payments together. And that's exactly what we built. So we started a specific product team that worked on this for an entire year. We consolidated both the loyalty program and built an in-house payment system within a few months, introduced it to a couple of our merchants, and in the end drove $500 million in yearly processing volume in just 2 years. And this all would not have happened had we only relied on one type of insights, like the user research study, had we only relied on payments, or had we only relied on, like looking at like our customer service phone calls. The fact that we combined all of the insights together and uncovered this opportunity to combine both payments and loyalty was what allowed us to delve deep into this arbitrage opportunity before anyone else did. Let's talk about the second driver, which is growing behavioral clusters. And remember, this is what drives retention. So in this particular example, let's do a time travel back to 2010, when back then we were still using our phones. I think Instagram just first started. Remembered when it was just uploading photos and then doing the filters on Instagram, Visco, and all of those other things did not exist yet. So we were getting comfortable with mobile back then, but nothing was really fully mobile like it is now. And back then, 5-Star started as an in-store experience. So we built these in-store tablets, and like I mentioned earlier, if you're a user of 5-Stars, you'd be able to enter your phone number on these tablets in the store, and that was basically the experience. And for the longest time, that was just the experience. Now, what the research and product team uncovered is looking at all of the user research studies and also all of the different customer phone calls and, again, like different inputs from customer forums, we discovered that there's actually a slight movement towards mobile. This was between 2012, 2014. People are continuously moving towards mobile, not even just for 5-Stars, but for other things as well. We saw that people spend the majority of time browsing Instagram on their phone. We started seeing huge upticks in adoption of Instagram. We also started seeing people texting recommendations to their friends. I know myself at this period of time, every time I discovered a new place to eat in San Francisco, I would just text it to my friend. I'd text it to my boyfriend, who's my husband now, and so many different sharing behaviors that started popping up on mobile during this period of time. And then we also look at Google Maps data and actually saw that people started browsing more on Google Maps and just traveling a little bit further from their direct vicinity. And on our tablet, we actually launched this experiment where we showed nearby deals. So if you were at your local boba store in Potrero Hill, we'd also show a nearby deal from a clothing store that's down the street with the hopes that you'll save this deal, we'll remind you of the deal later on, and you can actually visit the store. So we started seeing that the daily active usage of saving these nearby deals increased eventually by 70%. And so looking at product analytics data helped us understand, with increase in this type of behavior of saving nearby deals, and also all of these friend sharings going on mobile, let's build a mobile app. And that's exactly what we did. We built a mobile app with the purpose of helping our users discover deals and share more easily. And it led to a 4x growth in new customers and was really the lever driving our large growth that led our future, back then it was Series D, Series E rounds. And what's particularly exciting about this is, had we only relied on product analytics data, for example, and only looked at daily active usage of nearby deals, we would have just invested in improving the in-store tablet nearby deals experience, right? We wouldn't have known to invest in mobile. Had we only looked at the user research data, we'd only think about investing in mobile and not understand that essentially like the lever for growth is discovery of nearby deals. So combining both of those insights together, again, allowed us to invest in something that's not just a linear growth, but something that could actually drive that hockey stick, more exponential growth that we wanted to see. All right, let's talk about the third and final driver of profit, which is building more efficient sales. And this one is a little bit out of the scope of what we typically think a product organization should do, because product organizations typically, in the more traditional definition, would work with PMM to drive better positioning, but not necessarily improve the sales motion. I'd like to challenge everyone to think a bit broader. We're all part of an organization and a business that essentially our responsibility is to drive those business goals. And so this is exactly what we did. At 5 Stars, we again took a look at all of these different sources of insights from our online forums, from review sites, and we also looked at our active usage. And what we discovered was a lot of our users, a lot of our customers are actually returning to the same businesses over and over and over again within the same vicinity. And when we combine those product analytics return visit insights with online forums, we also discovered that a lot of our users really love local. They love going to local businesses, up to the point where I remember talking to a couple of users who, like one of our favorite coffee shops in South Park in Soma, closed down. And these group of users said it's so terrible that they started a fundraising campaign to help ensure that that place does not close down. Unfortunately, it ended up closing down. But for a little bit of time, these very, very, very like active goers to this coffee shop essentially tried to make that coffee shop like survive a little bit longer. And so we found these clusters of users that are people who absolutely love local businesses. And what we did with them was we started a local partners program where these users would go out to their local businesses, and we worked with our marketing and sales team to drive this from the product perspective. These users would go out to these local businesses and then encourage them to use 5 Stars to drive more loyalty, more returning visits, to be part of a community of nearby deals, to be part of our mobile app, and make it easier for them to get discovered by our users as well. And we helped improve sales velocity by 38%, because all of these people, all of these customers of these local businesses are helping drive the value of 5 Stars to them. And assuming that at 5 Stars we did deliver value from the customer perspective, if you are a small business owner and your customers are recommending this product to you to use to help drive more visits to you, you'd find it more trustworthy than if someone in sales were to just call or cold call. And so this is an example for how product discovery, research, data science can actually help drive something beyond just product improvements. We essentially drove improvements in sales motion and help our sales team be more efficient. So let's recap. What are ways we can build good ventures? What's the strategy kit for essentially building a good, sustainable venture? As a reminder, at the end of the day, we need to drive sustainable profits. And to do that, there's 2 levers that we can play, which is increasing income and also making sales more efficient. And I gave 3 examples for how we can do that. And beyond that, there are steps that I'd like to leave you all today to implement in wherever you work in terms of making sure that you all build strategies that are more sustainable. The first is to identify signals that are important for your business. And I outlined some common signals here. So you'd want to collect data on relevant insights like recurring usage. If you see people using certain areas of your product a little bit more, that's usually a signal that there is a lot of interest in that particular area. And the challenge that I'd like to encourage you all to have is not to just take that upfront, right? Like if someone's using like the tablet a little bit more, it doesn't necessarily mean that the in-store tablet at 5 Stars was endgame. We tried to find other things that are essentially root causes or root drivers to that behavior. And then the second is time to first task. So if you were to launch a few products or a few experiences and users adopt it very quickly, the time to first task is actually low, and that usually is a signal of excitement. we talked about growing behavioral clusters, so seeing a lot of users behave a particular way, and being able to capture that also helps you understand movements in markets before even the users themselves understand that they are behaving that particular way, and that's a new habit. And then finally, competitive arbitrage, which was the first example. What are things that competitors are doing? What are opportunities in the market that competitors are missing also that you can actually use for arbitrage? So the first thing to do is to identify these signals. And then the second thing is to actually synthesize and combine these signals into one meaningful strategy. And that's where the challenge lies, because at the end of the day, all of the examples I gave today is if my team were to use those signals in isolation without combining them together, then there's no way we would have really uncovered the meaningful strategy that propelled our company forward. And then the third is to, of course, apply the insights to your product strategy. And this is where I see a lot of team. So usually the slowness happens between step 2 and 3, not being able to synthesize the insights into meaningful strategy and not being able to act on it right away. And then finally, measuring success. It's also really, really important to learn and grow from all of your implementations, from all of the successes of implementing all of these strategies, and from the mistakes that you make as well, and to learn and grow over time and continue to implement changes as your company matures. And I'll leave you all with a little bit of greater news. 2 years ago, I was in Brooklyn at the Learners Conference talking about how a recession is upcoming, and I shared some pretty dire metrics back then. But recently, this is from Carte, we are starting to see venture capital investments increase this year. And that's an exciting sign. I'm not saying that there won't be a recession or anything like that, because who can predict markets? But essentially, we are seeing increased activity in investments, and so this is a great opportunity for all of us to take learnings from today, to implement better strategies, to ensure that we build more sustainable businesses in the long run, and learn from the past 2 years. And as always, I'm here to help you all build better strategies in your business, so feel free to reach out to me if you're here, or I'll be answering some online questions as well, or connect with me on LinkedIn. Thank you so much.
We have a few questions for you, actually.
Awesome.
Let me just pull them up. So the audience is curious. What would be your advice for aspiring founders watching today when it comes to research and design?
I think the biggest advantage of aspiring founders watching today is to really use, if you use research and design to understand the problem space that you are serving. And I think part of the reason why I'm so passionate about Riley AI was because it's a problem that I experienced firsthand myself, that I was able to solve and change in the past companies that I'm in. So that's where research and design comes in. Like, aspiring founders, if you're able to use research and design methods to uncover problems that you care about, that's what will set you apart, especially in this fundraising market right now.
Yeah, that passion and that firsthand experience sounds like it's critical. Another advice-related question, how would you engage communicating value in concrete business terms?
Yeah, that's a little bit harder to do if you do not invest in actually learning about business terms. So one of the things that I've seen, actually, like, I'd like to mention someone I know who, I told him that I'll mention him today, but his name's Beck Millet. His name is Beck Millet. He's a senior researcher, a data scientist at HighSpot. And a few years ago, he told me that, hey, I want to learn more about business and actually drive metrics. And he spent at least a couple of hours each week to learn about business terms, from talking with me, learning himself, looking at blog posts online, and also talking with different team members. So talking with strategy ops team, talking with finance, et cetera, and building that language. And also being brave enough to implement those languages in meetings, even though you might only know 25%. And only when you actually do things like that and practice would you, in the long term, be able to concretely drive like actual changes at the business level. So I'd encourage everyone to follow Beck's example, take time learning yourself, and implement it. Like, even if you only understand 25%, that's completely fine. The joke I'd like to give is there's Reddit threads of people thinking that they know how to invest, and if those people can actually do it, then so can you.
Great, that's such good advice. Well, thank you so much, Claudia. This was amazing.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, we have one more talk before we're going to set off on another break, and boy, is it a doozy. I am super excited for this next talk. Now, at the beginning of the conference, I asked for a show of hands, and I'm going to do it one more time. Can I get a show of hands for everybody in the room who is a researcher? Researchers of all stripes, show your hands now. Okay, one more question. Who here is in research ops? Yes, excellent, because we've talked a lot about insights and insights professionals today. But right now, we're about to talk about insights infrastructure. So please, everybody, give a massive inside-out welcome to Behzod Sirjani.
All right, well, I want to be over here, but the water's, I don't know, we'll make this work. So good to see all of you. So nice to see so many friends. My name is Behzod. I have incredible SEO. So if you like the talk, very easy to find on LinkedIn and Twitter. If you don't like the talk, I'm very easy to find on LinkedIn and Twitter. So would genuinely love to hear from all of you. So I am going to talk about investing in insights infrastructure. And a lot of this came from the fact that we are in this period of change. And it feels like change in a lot of ways is speeding up. I started my career in research over a decade ago, and in some ways the profession looks the same. And in a lot of ways it looks very different. And so for the next 20 or so minutes, it's those differences that I want to talk about. Specifically, I want to talk about some of the differences in my own practice and the practice of the companies I've worked with, because I think it offers us a blueprint for some of the changes that need to be made, and hopefully a provocation for many of you about what could be different in your practice. Amazing. So, like many of you, I started my career as an IC researcher, first at Facebook, and then at Slack. And then at Slack, I quickly switched into leading research operations. And for us, what that meant was I spent about half my time making sure anyone who was in research or data science had all the tools and support they needed to do their job. And the other half of my role was making sure that anyone else at Slack who did anything that looked like research or data science was well supported. So I did interview training for our sales team. I rolled out Qualtrics to the entire customer success org. We held office hours and a lot more things. And over the last 4 years, I've functioned a lot more like a personal trainer for product organizations. So in May of 2020, I left Slack and started yet another studio. And the goal was to work with startups basically from their first research project through their first research hire and beyond. And I also started building courses with Reforge and have had the chance to teach over 1,000 people about how to do decision-first research. And currently, I partner with a lot of founders and leaders in product and growth from dozens of organizations ranging from two-person companies who don't know how to talk to customers at all the way up to logos like the ones that you see here. Let me see if there's a little more. No? All right. Can someone scroll the speaker notes so that I don't miss this very important point that I think I wanted to make? It wasn't that important. I shouldn't have had anyone scroll. I'm sorry. The point I was going to make was I've seen research in a lot of different contexts. And so I want to anchor sort of what I've seen across all these organizations in the provocations that I want to share with all of you. What I'm going to end with is some questions that I've been grappling with, that my clients have been grappling with, that I've been grappling with many of you as we've been having these coffee conversations. This is less of me saying I have any answers and more me sharing things that I've seen in hopes that you have also seen similar things and we can kind of push the dialogue forward here. So, almost every research project I've ever done can be summed up by this slide. I used some set of methods to gather some kind of evidence so that my team and I were more confident that some product or set of interventions would drive an outcome. I could probably talk about this sentence for hours, but I want to draw attention to two things. The first is that researchers overwhelmingly focus on the first 6 words in this sentence. We love fighting about methods, about how many people to interview, about the right way to create personas, about whether we should do a segmentation. All of those things are important, right? The craft does matter. But in my experience, we overwhelmingly focus on these 6 words, and this focus in our conversation disproportionately skews it away from the why in our work. We spend a lot of time talking about the what. The why happens to be the rest of the sentence. It's the thing that our partners in product, growth, engineering, sales, leadership, the rest of the company care more about. But the other thing that I really like about this sentence is it helps us grapple with an often uncomfortable truth, that there are too many outcomes and too many products and interventions for us to touch as researchers. We as researchers, research teams, research organizations cannot touch or evaluate everything that we are building. And this has led me to something that I've shared with every company that I work with, and really a truth that underlies a lot of my work, which is the belief that we need to build organizations that learn, not just teams that do. And I think this is a sentiment that's been echoed through a lot of the conversations today. You heard Judd and Alastair share these examples, and many of the speakers have said the same thing. I think that researchers need to become much more comfortable giving away our Legos and stop trying to be oracles, and we need to make it safe for everyone to meaningfully participate in the act of learning, however they want to. Thankfully, we're not the only ones who've experienced the shift, and I think we have a lot to learn from our partners in data science who've gone through a similar transformation. At one point, I, and I imagine many of you, were about this data literate, right? I was like grabbing metrics from whatever I could find, and I was trying to make sense of this. And what this meant was that for many of us, we relied closely on our data science partners to do the heavy lifting of analytics. They were the ones who went over to the well and pulled up that data water and then brought it back to us, and we were able to drink and be hydrated. And then we got tools like Tableau and Amplitude and Grafana and Looker, and the role of the data scientist changed. They were no longer having to go to that well and gather data and bring it to us. Instead, they were responsible for piping and plumbing and the taps and making sure that data flowed everywhere into the company and that it was safe to drink. And plumbing is better than having to go to a well for a bunch of reasons that you don't need me to explain, because many of you probably have modern plumbing, right? You can bathe when you want to, you can hydrate when you want to, you get as much water as you need when you need it, et cetera. And we've seen a lot of similar benefits to organizations when data started flowing. I imagine many of you look at all kinds of data and you're not doing the Bart Simpson, like select all from anything I can find. And this change, in my opinion, isn't just good, it was necessary. Because data science shifted their role so they could continue to make the highest leverage contributions to the company. As tools became more available and people became more data literate, their job was not to go and do the analyses that other people could do. Their job was to make data safe to play with. And I think that doing the highest leverage thing is always good. And we very often ask this question. But the question that I think more of us need to be asking, especially as things are changing, is this one, which is, what is the highest leverage way to contribute to the companies that we are a part of? What are the special skills and strengths that I have to move my organization forward, regardless of what the job description was when I started at this company? Because the world is changing, and it's going to keep changing, and the thing that we need to do is keep checking in with ourselves on, are we helping move things forward and delivering value? And when you ask this question of research, you see a very similar pattern. But instead of going to the well, it's probably this very manual process of talking to customers and gathering feedback. And fortunately or unfortunately, I'm sure this room is split, our partners in product marketing, product management, design, et cetera, customer success are all doing this. And many of them that I'm seeing are doing it reasonably well. And so I'm less interested in fighting over who gets to do this in every situation. I think that the higher leverage thing that we need to be doing is building insights infrastructure. And when I talk about that, I'm talking about playbooks, processes, tools, trainings, templates, the social infrastructure around how do we consume the information that's important to help us make those decisions. What are the rituals that need to exist? And I think that this goes beyond the scope of research operations, because research is often only one of many inputs into how decisions get made at our companies. Our partners in data science and customer success, customer experience, et cetera, all have roles to play in this world. So the question that I struggle with a lot and that I work with my clients on is, how do we embed these best practices as researchers into the way that our organizations operate? When I think about the changes that have happened throughout my career, and especially in the last handful, the only conclusion that I can reach is that we as researchers and insights professionals have not just the opportunity, but the responsibility to focus on helping not just how one team makes one decision, but how every team makes all of their decisions inside organizations. So the highest leverage things that we can be doing is embedding those best practices, which is building infrastructure. So for the rest of the talk, I want to talk about 3 things that I think are changing for us: tools, processes, and people. And I would love to go through a bunch of examples, but I'm going to try to keep this talk short, so you're going to get one of each, and talk about how we can move forward. So let's talk tools. I imagine many of you are familiar with the UX research tools map that User Interviews creates. First off, can we give a shout out to those folks? Because this is thankless labor. If you've been paying attention over the last few years, you know that the map has continued. You know, it used to be small and cute, and then it got bigger and bigger. And somehow this year, there's not just a key, but there's like a sub-key to what is going on here. So there are a massive amount of tools that support us. And all of these tools exist because they find ways to reduce friction in our process. But friction can be meaningful, because without friction, there's no traction. And so the question for us is, how do we use tools to increase efficiency and effectiveness without sending people sliding around? One of the ways, and not just because we're at a conference sponsored by Dovetail, that I think tools can be helpful is around what people know. But the thing that I struggle with is that organizations don't know things. People do. And before all of you start jumping to conclusions and raising your hands and saying, what about research repositories? I'd like to point out that many of you don't have the beautiful library that you think you do, and that instead, most of you have something that looks like the room of requirements. You know that there is gold in here, and there's no fucking way that you are going to be able to find it, right? And we often expect our partners to read like 50 slides to go and find an answer and hope that they came to the same insight. And look, we all know that this is a struggle. But that's changing, right? We saw this incredible demo earlier of Dovetail's magic search and some of these other things, where you can not just ask a question of what the company knows, but you can think about how do we bound those searches, right? One of my big issues with repositories for a long time is I feel like it unfairly distributes the burden of finding something to the person who's looking, rather than the person who knows where it is. And it also means that we see lots of cherry picking. We see someone on our team grab a quote of something that sounds great, whether or not the product even looks the same way. And so thankfully, we're seeing tools who are starting to take those things into account and think about how do we start to make it safer for people to look at past information? How do we bound their searches? How do we help make sure that they're pulling from the right customers, the right segments, the right ACV, whatever it may be that we need to use to make those decisions? And it's not just Dovetail. We're seeing tools like Interpret and Monterey that have come out in the last couple of years, which are helping companies harmonize data. They're thinking about what lives in customer success or customer support or data science or research, and how do we bring these together to synthesize and harmonize truths that we're seeing in bigger patterns. And these are just a very small sample of tools that I think are a shift in the way that we practice and are contributing valuable components of insights infrastructure. But these tools also mean a shift. And this was something that Benjamin mentioned earlier, right? They mean that we focus less on reports and more on reporting. I have long believed that we spend way too much time writing reports. Not synthesizing, I think synthesizing is valuable, but the act of making a presentation, the formatting of your fonts, all of this work that doesn't end up actually driving value in helping companies make decisions. And I think that these new tools offer us an opportunity to think about how do we make the source material safer to consume? How do we think about the way that we write things down and tag things and contextualize them so that when people go into these tools, which they are going to do with or without us, they are more able to draw the right conclusions than cherry pick a quote from someone who seems like it fits whatever narrative they need. So if you're a Sweetgreen fan, if you feel like, in a past world, writing a report for someone is like making them a salad, I'm kind of inviting you to think of your work more as like being Sweetgreen. How do you prep the kale, cut the vegetables, give people templates for what they need to come to good and healthy conclusions? Because they're going to have their own preferences on how things need to be reported. And this also brings me to my second point, which are some of the processes and perspectives that I believe need to change as we start to move forward. Now, I'm a bit biased here. I've had the chance to talk to many of you about certain things I believe that may or may not start with the word D. And so when I see people outside of research excited to talk to customers, I get really thrilled. Instead of telling them to stop doing that, I want to harness that energy and ask, how can I better calibrate their eyes and ears so that when they go out into the world and they see things, that adds value to how we as a company think. But to do that well, we all have to be clear what research can and can't do, what data can and can't say. And more importantly, how do we harmonize around different kinds of data so that we can come to robust conclusions? And I think the thing that Benjamin brought up earlier that I love is that reporting and synthesis is now being done at runtime. Instead of consuming a pre-made report, people are going to spin up reports as they need them. And this is happening already if you have a company that uses any of these tools. But the thing that means for us is we have to think about how people work and work together when it comes to making decisions. Because if they're starting to pull their own data and get their own reports, we have to somehow correlate those and collate them to make sense of things. And for me, I think of decision-making in organizations a lot like Wheel of Fortune. And I imagine many of you can look at this and you can probably solve from here. But like Wheel of Fortune, decision-making in organizations involves some sort of puzzle that you need to solve. Different people are able to contribute different letters. You can agree on what letters are missing, and at what point do you feel comfortable moving forward? Do we need almost 100% certainty, or are we okay guessing? What are kind of the risks or the costs here? It also helps you think about what is the plan you need to get those missing letters, right? In some cases, it's running an experiment. In some cases, it might be a customer conversation, playing with a prototype, doing a field study, but you can have that conversation up front, because you also can think about the kinds of things that are not going to help you move forward. And I know that dozens of times in my career, and I imagine in many of yours, I've done work to go get a letter that was already on the board. And I think that the other thing that this helps us recognize is we're not the only ones who put letters on the board, right? We are all contributing to how these decisions are made. In some cases, we'd love to feel like we were, a little bit louder in that process. But what this helps with is we can then more clearly recognize where research is an input of the many inputs, and it expands our perspective on what other inputs need to be used in decision making. It also means that we can be better partners to all of our peers who are a part of this process, right? Think about the teams who are voice of customer, customer success, et cetera. When we rolled out Qualtrics to the customer success organization at Slack, we had so many valuable outcomes. It wasn't just that they had better surveys and customers got them, or CSMs received more feedback. It meant that we had a shared source of data that we were all working from, and a sense of the limits of that data. It meant that customer success came to us with better research requests, and we were able to partner with them to sit in on things like QBRs or their monthly reviews. So we won, the company won, and our customers won. The last shift that I want to talk about is how we need to change. The root of the problem, the root of a problem, in my opinion, is that so often we think that researchers are only valuable when we are doing research. We over-index on the fact that we need to be the ones in the room, writing the survey, doing the analysis, right? And there are hopefully lots of ways that you think you are valuable outside of that. But this feels like a very common and prevalent sentiment from people that I talk with. The reality is that we are not just data gatherers, though. We are also data gardeners. We tend to the data in our organizations so that people can more effectively use them and come to better conclusions. It's not just that we understand the difference between a quote from an interview and an open-end in a survey, but how do we think about why quantitative data is valuable? What does CSAT mean? How do we think about success or time on task or anything like that? But I imagine for many of you, you're also teachers. We share best practices with those who are engaging in our craft. I know when I started my career at Facebook, I was working on the ads team, and I knew very little about ads. I had to fly to New York and spend time with some of our large advertisers who were spending millions of dollars on our product. And I was talking to them about how they use the ads API. I didn't know what an ads API was, barely knew what API stood for. And so I had to bring an engineer with me to be in the room to help guide those conversations. So from day one, I was teaching him why we even do interviews. The fact that I was going to ask a lot of questions that probably sounded dumb that we thought we knew the answers to because I needed to hear it from the person I was talking to. And what that meant was that I gained an ally in that process and someone who understood why we were doing the work that we were doing. And they were excited to bring more of their engineering team on future research and listen into our studies. And that practice has continued throughout my career, and I imagine it's similar for many of you. Anytime you're bringing someone in the room, whether they're listening to a session or they're engaging or they even just want to ask a question, right? We have to help them understand why it is that we do what we do. And so we are spending our time teaching. But we're also coaches, right? Many of us are supporting the people who are doing that work, whether those are our friends in customer support who are on calls with customers, and we want to help them understand the power of the words how and why, things like pausing, can you tell me more about that? Giving people feedback and helping them improve. For those of us who work in research operations, we're also architects. Many of us are building these systems for participant recruiting, for insights management, things like data collection or surveys. We are already building these structures, and we need to build more as we move forward. For those of us who've been playing with AI or starting to use LLMs for qualitative data analysis at your company, you're probably also doing a bit of prompt engineering, or you will very soon. You know the kinds of questions to ask of this data the same way that you're writing R scripts for your surveys. And you can share those with other people in your company so that they too can come to the right conclusions with that data rather than paying attention to the wrong signals. So one of the things that, again, bringing back to the root of the problem, I feel like there's a lot of people who are spending a lot of energy fighting to stay on the left side of the screen, that they think we need to be the only people in the practice doing the thing. And I disagree. I think if you step back and think about what is it that you bring to companies, what are the strengths and the skills that you have, regardless of what your job title may be, you probably have a much more open and exploratory perspective of what you can do to help move things forward. And again, this comes back to this idea of leverage. What is the highest leverage way that you can contribute? And just like nature, many of us in our companies have seasons. There are times where we need to be the ones doing the work, and sometimes we need to be helping other people do the work. Sometimes we need to be just tending to the garden, and there's not much primary research for us to be doing. But we need to move past the idea that we always have to be operating in one way to be helpful to our company, because it's just not true. So the last thing I want to leave you with is some provocations and those questions that I mentioned in the beginning. But first, I want to talk about how something doesn't quite add up. And I hope that you've felt this as we've gone through today. Because we realize that unfortunately, many organizations have smaller research teams, but they have more people doing research. They have more teams using more tools, gathering more data, but oftentimes less rigor in how they ingest or metabolize the data that they're getting. They feel more customer aware or more customer centric, but they're still mistaking the map for the territory. Researchers are fighting about who gets to talk to customers, but they ignore the new opportunities that are in front of us, right? We have dedicated research ops teams, voice of customer teams, customer advisory boards, and a whole host of other things that help gather and shape important decisions, but we're not always willing to play with them. In a lot of ways, we have a much better tool set and a much shorter distance to data. And when I look at all of this together, I see an opportunity and a need for us to rethink our practice and what our role is. So I want to invite you to think about what are some of those new ways of being, the new modalities, whether it's less reports, more mixed methods, different partnerships, different titles, whatever that may be. So some of the things that I'm grappling with that I want to leave with all of you. When was the last time that we evaluated our own practice? When did you sit down and think about what is it that I am doing here? Who am I doing this for? How do we do what we do? Why do we do this? Are we really here to help our product partners? And have we actually talked to them about what they think research is or how they want to work? Have we spent time researching the organization itself to understand what are some of those rhythms and rituals and how we can more effectively play there? Where are we prioritizing helping one team make one decision, or where is that our mode of focus, rather than thinking more holistically about how we can help everyone in the company make better decisions every time that they are doing that? Where are we, or I, getting in the way of building an organization that learns? Where am I maybe unfairly gatekeeping? Where am I operating out of fear? Where am I concerned because I feel like I need to be the one doing this, or my team needs to be the one doing this? Or actually I could partner with someone, or deputize someone, or train, or empower, or support, and help them move forward, right? The whole, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. You can only go fast for so long before you get tired, right? And I think more of us would benefit from having allies and partners in the work that we're doing. And the last question is really, what are these new roles, these new modalities, and the new opportunities that are available to us today? Because we are in a wildly different world. Benjamin came up on stage earlier, and with a few clicks of a button, did things that took me hours when I started my career. And in some ways, that's kind of scary. The world is very different. And in other ways, that's really exciting, because now, when I get done with an interview, I have an incredible map of the world. I have some of the different things called out and anchor points to where those things came from. So my analysis and my synthesis is probably much faster, because I didn't, back in my day, when I started, I used to record transcripts and then retype them out myself. Watching this is insane. It's so surreal. It's a dream, right? And again, those tools are going to be used in good and bad ways, but we're in a moment of rethinking what is possible. And so the thing I want to leave you with is, if this many things have changed, shouldn't we? Thank you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome stuff. So we do have a few questions here from the chat. So you spoke a lot about research professionals enabling organizations to make better decisions as a whole and how we can go about doing that. So this question is about organizational structures and how you might structure research orgs throughout in the business. So the question is, what do you think of centralized research teams that serve as almost like an agency model versus researchers embedded in teams? And in your experience, what have you seen work?
I've seen every structure work and every structure fail, honestly. And I think that it really comes back to how does your organization actually make decisions, and how do you think about serving your customers? So if you have a single product organization and you are making centralized decisions, then you want to align your research team to the way that that works. If you have a big organization, if you're a Meta or you're a Google, having a centralized research team probably doesn't make sense, because the speed to helping find insights and make recommendations is so far, right? That distance to decision making is really difficult. I've seen a lot of organizations who play with those, who have like a centralized core team, and then they're working on a new product initiative. So they spit out an embedded researcher, and that person runs far with the team until they get to a stable place, and they feel good about that. Again, I think that a lot of this has to come back to like, who are the people in our organizations making decisions, and how do we need to support them today? And how do we think about checking in on that every quarter, every half, over time, and continuing to balance to the needs of the organization, right? I think a lot of times we feel like reorgs happen to us, and I wish that sometimes we thought about reorging more proactively, or even leading some of those things. When we realize that parts of the company are or aren't talking, then maybe we're the ones who see some of the cracks in the way that we work.
All right, I wish we had time for more questions, but we are just about to go to another break. Can we give one big round of applause to Behzod? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, amazing work. All right, folks, so we are going to head off to one more break. So the usual drill, you guys already know it, right? So bathrooms over there, coffee still free-flowing, discover Dovetail room, check it out. We have another Spark Talk during the break. We'll see you back here at 3:30.
And post your selfies, #IO24.
Of course.
See you soon.
Wish that I could love you.
Three Mile Island nuclear event. Some of it seems contradictory, some of it is hard to
And it wasn't the design of the reactor.
Hi, my name's Nathan. I do security and compliance stuff here at Dovetail, which is great because one of the favorite parts of my job is I get to talk to prospective customers about their security requirements, and I get to speak to their security teams. But it often gets me thinking, it's not the security teams that are using Dovetail, it's you lot. So I wanted to use this opportunity to highlight some of Dovetail's security features, why I think they're important, and why I think you should use them. However, before I get into that, I want to start us with a story that shows the significance of trust. So to start off, I want everyone to close their eyes. And I want you to think of an object that means a lot to you, that's significant to you, it's unique to you, and no one in this room would other care about it. Got it? All right, open your eyes. This is mine. This is my blanket that my grandma gave me. Her grandma knitted it, so it's been passed down through the generations. It means a lot to me, but doesn't mean much to anyone else. Now, I want you to think of someone that's important in your life, someone that you trust. This could be a sibling, a significant other, parent, or a close friend. You trust this person, and you've spent years building up trust with this person. And let's just say, for whatever reason, you need to give them this item to look after. You trust they're going to look after it. They even tell you, I know how much this means to you. I'm going to look after this like it's my own. And you trust they're not going to sell it, not going to lose it, they're going to protect it. But sometimes things don't go according to plan, and let's just say they lost it. If they lost it after they said they would look after it and you trusted them, how would that make you feel? I'd feel like that. If my close friend lost my grandma's blanket, I'd feel pretty upset. So what's happened here? That trust is broken. That trust that's taken years to build has been broken in a matter of moments. Why am I telling you this? Well, I think this is a great analogy for how data and the companies that we entrust with our data works. Now, Dovetail is one of these companies, and you probably work for one as well. We spend years investing huge amount of time, energy, money into building trust within our brand. And that means that our customers are confident and they trust us with their data. However, things don't go to plan. Things happen. There's a good chance that everyone in this room has been a victim of a data breach or a cyber attack. A recent example for me is back in Australia. One of Australia's largest telecommunications company had a data breach last year. And I was a loyal customer for many, many years. They had a really good reputation in their brand. And as a result of the data breach, names, addresses, IDs were stolen. And ended up leaving, and so did so many other Australians. The trust had been broken for me. That trust that I had in this company, they spent years building, had been broken in a matter of moments. Hopefully this highlights the value of that trust relationship you have with your customers, and why one event, one mistake can have a significant impact on that relationship. At Dovetail, we have a few different values. This is my favorite. Put the customer first. I could spend hours chatting around what we do at Dovetail to keep your data secure, and if anyone wants to have that chat, we can do that after. I want to focus on what you can do as a user of Dovetail and how you can use some of our features to protect your customers' data and how you can put your customers first. All right, let's just say you work for a healthcare provider. And your project is to interview patients that have stayed at has recently stayed at one of your hospitals. And as a part of this, a patient might potentially disclose some sensitive health data to you, some health information, and you really want to make sure that you really want to use Dovetail for this project, but at the same time, you want to protect that customer, their data, because they've trusted you with it. All right, well, firstly, let's set up access to Dovetail. How are you going to share your insights to your colleagues in the hospital? How do you manage this at a large organization? How do you ensure that people that only need access to Dovetail when they join your organization get access? What happens when they leave? How do we revoke that access? How do we ensure they're not using silly passwords like password 123? Well, it's easy. We have single sign-on. It's great and easy to set up. You can ensure that when new people join your organization and they need access to Dovetail, they can get access straight away. And when they leave, that access is revoked. You can also use things like multi-factor authentication. So if their password is compromised, you've got that extra layer of security and safety. And also the password thing. Yes, your IT and security teams can set up password policies. So password 123 is not a thing. All right, so we've talked about getting into Dovetail, setting up access to Dovetail. Let's talk about that case where that patient does share that sensitive data with you. That information that might not be relevant to that research project at all. How can we safely remove this to protect your customers' data? Well, we now have magic redaction. This feature allows you to highlight specific parts of that transcript, so you can remove that bit of data from that note and our database. It'll blur the video, it'll silence the video on that part. Or you could choose to blur the whole video if you wish. Doing this helps protect your customers so that if you do share that note to the wrong person, you've already done the hard work to remove that sensitive data, thus minimizing that impact. All right, back to our project. So it probably contains some sensitive data at this point that our patient has disclosed. We maybe don't want to go through and redact all that data. Maybe it is needed for the project. How do we ensure that only certain people have access to that project that need that? Well, we've got groups. It's easy. So you can set up groups in a way where you can, by default, not allow access to anyone in the workspace and only that group that have that are the approved colleagues to access that data. As you can see here, I've done that. I've got wider workspace, and then people who can keep secrets have access. Now let's say we've gone and we've completed our research project. We're wrapping up. We've created the highlights, insights. What value does that video provide keeping in Dovetail? There is none. We've gotten what we need from it. So why not just delete it? Well, we can do that with custom data retention, which is an enterprise feature. So you can set a time period on that at a project or a workspace level. And after that time, that video will be deleted. This allows you to manage your data retention at scale and automatically, and more importantly, is protecting your customers' data again. I come back to this slide. So the 4 features I've showed you today, single sign-on, magic redaction, group management, and custom data retention, are just some simple features you can start using now to help protect your data, help protect that trust that your customers have in your brand. If you have any further questions around these features or Dovetail and security in general, let me know, hit me up, find one of our account managers at the back, but thank you.
Back.
Welcome, welcome. Look at this audience. You're sticking around, you're doing the thing, you're here with us with 3 more talks. We're on the home stretch before we head upstairs to a secret party.
The not so secret after party, because look, coming to a conference like this, it's awesome to learn from all the great speakers and to absorb all the content, and but one of the major reasons really is to come and connect. And that's why we hope all of you can stick around after 5 so that we can hang out, we can kick it, we can relax at the after party.
Yes, you won't want to miss it. It's going to be so fun. We have a DJ coming in. It's going to be great. So next up, I want to introduce our speaker, Christelle Ngnoumen. She oversees behavioral research at Voya Financial and was previously at Headspace, BetterUp, and Harvard University. Please welcome Christelle as she shares how we might combine our qualitative insights work with behavioral science methods. Welcome, Christelle.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And I should also say good evening and good morning, depending on where in the world it is that you are. And also hello to my team at Voya. I know there are a couple of people from my team tuning in on the East Coast, so hope I do you proud. Also want to extend a huge thank you to our friends from Dovetail and learners for curating this spectacular experience. And of course, welcome to the Bay Area. I want to start us off here today. Great products are built off of effectively diagnosing behavioral challenges. We know that some of the most successful innovations are the ones that help solve users' problems and also get them from their point A to their point B. This can look like many different things. It can be from literally where they are to where they'd like to be. It can be from who they are to who they'd like to become, right? When we think about the different products that in our day-to-day lives we use often, the ones that we love, right? What are some common themes that cut across these things? They're easy, they're timely, they're relevant, they're actionable. To the extent that we can continue to deliver these kinds of experiences for users, users will continue to hire us. To the extent that we fail to do so, well, they will go elsewhere. Now, I do believe that there's some good news here, which is that we have some choice in the matter, right? So we happen to all sit closest to the data, closest to the insights, which means that we can come up with the effective solutions that lift the barriers that make it easy for them. A little bit more about me. I spent the better part of the last 15 years leveraging behavioral science and behavioral science methods to essentially improve people's health and wealth outcomes. So currently, I lead behavioral research at Voya Financial. For anyone less familiar with what we do, who we are a health, wealth, and investment management company. We leverage product analytics, insights, and behavioral science methods. So think behavioral frameworks, experimentation, to essentially optimize people's decisions, right? Particularly things like savings and benefit elections. And so I'm really excited to talk to you all today about how we can leverage some of those types of methods, right? When we're looking at our qual and quant data to do things like better understand customer behaviors, right? The obstacles that get in people's way so that we can lift those barriers and make things easy, timely, relevant. So in terms of how we're going to approach this, right, it's really about thinking about the data that we have already, how to apply frameworks to that. I'm going to talk about behavioral audits. So this may be familiar to some of us already. For those of us for whom it's not, really, I want us to approach thinking about behavioral audits as a diagnostic, right? Human behavior does not exist in a vacuum, but the value of behavioral audits is that it really allows us to start to contextualize human behavior. And how we'll do so is by pulling from across different data sources and different data streams so that if and inevitably when we start to observe that, say, people get stuck or we see, say, drop-off moments when we're looking, say, at our product analytics, right? We can have a little bit more confidence around not only what's happening, but why. So I'm going to talk about a process that we can all start to use, leveraging behavioral science to do that. And another important part about this behavioral audit process, too, is that when we apply this, it can allow us to do things like start to better increase engagement, right? Conversions. We can deliver on outcomes that we know members actually care about. And because we're all in the business, or at least many of us are in the business of something, right? Start to deliver on those types of conversions. So your diagnostic process is going to have a set of inputs and outputs. So this part should look pretty familiar for many of us, again, as we're dealing with data and insights. Right? From an input perspective, depending on kind of where you sit, you may really be used to leveraging maybe a few of these, or as we learned in a few of the talks earlier, like from Claudia's, maybe you are actually leveraging a lot of these different inputs. So we're going to talk about how do we start to triangulate across a lot more of these types of data inputs and sources. So for example, maybe you're used to more trying to understand the different types of behavioral interactions that people are having through your product analytics. But as part of this process, you also want to start to look into marrying that maybe with the user feedback that you're getting through your voice of customer research. You also maybe want to start to pull that with the behavioral sentiments and attitudes that you're getting through your market research data. Maybe you also want to understand how to pull and combine that with, understanding when people are trying to seek help, and also what's the nature of their help that they're seeking when they're interacting with customer support. Maybe you also want to understand how are people engaging with the marketing content and outreach that they're getting. And then finally, I always stress this one, right, because it's a huge source and wealth that we often overlook. The secondary research that's available and exists out there, right? There are all these academics that are doing really valuable research. I used to be one of them, right? Do you have available pre-existing research that you can also leverage? And the value of that is it saves on cost and time, and you can just leverage that as well. In terms of your outputs, right, we are eventually trying to understand where are people getting stuck, right? What makes it hard for them to get from point A to point B? What makes it hard for them to make decisions? Where are the moments of uncertainty, the barriers? But also kind of the flip side of that. Because as we'll see, when it comes to starting to make or think about solutions, sometimes looking at other segments, right? So say beyond your core users, maybe your power users, also understanding for other segments what's maybe easy for them or what facilitates their ability to take action and to make decisions could end up being what you want to augment, right, to make it easier for someone else to take action. So across all of these, right, we're starting to want in our output to think about the bears and facilitators. This is now where starting to pull from behavioral theory and frameworks can be helpful. When it comes to barriers and facilitators, ultimately, you want to start to look into what are some known drivers of behavior. So say with your product analytics, right, you're looking across your experience, and you find that people are starting to get stuck at a particular point, or there's a drop-off moment, right? So that means that there's an action now that you want to drive. Start to ask yourself, well, to what extent are people capable of actually doing this action? Meaning, to what extent do they have, say, the information or the necessary skills, right, or the education to actually even do this information? When it comes to a particular action now that you know you want to drive because people are getting stuck, to what extent is there the opportunity for doing so? Meaning, as you start to look at your digital or non-digital environment, right, how does it either facilitate or hinder a person's ability to actually take action? And don't forget that the social aspect is part of the environment too. And then finally, when it comes to this action that you're trying to drive, to what extent are people even motivated to do so, right? Motivation is huge, and it's very multifaceted, right? There are more sort of explicit aspects to motivation, like, you know, what are the beliefs that people might have or the intentions around it. But then there are also kind of the more automatic and implicit aspects to motivation, right? Like the emotional processes or the biases that may be at play. So as you're kind of starting to pull across your different data sources, right, that may be coinciding with where people are getting stuck or the drop-off moments, right? To what extent are you finding that you have maybe some data or evidence that can speak to any of these drivers of behavior? Capability, opportunity, motivation. So what I've been sort of slowly building up to and laddering here is not something that I've come up with. It's actually a pretty widely, extensively evidence-based behavioral framework called the COMBI model, right? And so you can start to even layer this onto your approach to how you look at your behavioral data. So the COMBI model, essentially, as kind of the acronym, you know, suggests, it posits that behavior, the B in this case, right, is a function of sort of 3 core factors or drivers: capability, opportunity, motivation, right? And, you know, according to the COMBI model, it can help you identify what's sort of missing in your experience, and then what you can sort of introduce to help drive a particular action where you notice that people are stuck. And as I'll talk about, what's also nice about leveraging this type of framework is that you can then start to solution in a way where you have more confidence. Because I also do agree with Eniola, right? As researchers, we should feel confident and empowered to also make strong recommendations. So let's take a look at an example. So back to the work that we do at Voya, right? We are very hyper-focused on trying to get people from what I like to say 0 to feeling financially independent. So when I say 0 to financially independent and financially confident, it's really someone, say, who has either never thought about or never really started to save, to starting to not only engage in the behavior, but add it as part of their behavioral repertoire. So I'm recognizing, and I'll pause, that we have a pretty global presence, both in this room, but also remotely, which is pretty exciting. And so, you know, I do think there's a little bit of context, at least about the US, that I should introduce here when we're talking about saving for retirement, just to kind of set us all up for success, which is that in kind of the last like 45 years or so, at least within the US, right, there's been more of a shift away from, you know, retirement plans and retirement savings being kind of more managed and controlled by employers. So think pension plans, right, particularly in the private sector, toward being much more controlled by individuals. So think, you know, defined contribution plans. So really the important piece there is that the responsibility, the onus falls more on the individual now to have to think about setting themselves up for retirement. And so the moment you introduce the individual in the equation, we have to think about things like obstacles, barriers that can come in the way, decision making, right? And so that's a lot of what our team has to focus on. Like, how do we get someone from point A to point B, recognizing that there are going to be different types of barriers, different types of obstacles that come up for people when, say, they have to engage in a new behavior that they haven't done before. For example, and this isn't just the case for savings, this is the case for a lot of behaviors, right? Think about if you've ever tried to start exercise regimen, meditation, right? We as humans, we are present biased, meaning it's really hard for us to try to forego immediate rewards, for example, right? I want it now. It's also really hard for us to envision the future. What else about us do we know? We have a really hard time with uncertainty, just generally. A lot of these things tend to lead to an action. So, as we're building these products, taking into account just these natural human tendencies and predispositions is important if we want to be able to facilitate, right, people being able to take the next step, if we want to lift these barriers for people to make things easy. For people who do and are trying to start saving, right, we'll employ a behavioral audit process in the same way that I was talking about before. So what do you think we learn? What do you think we find out? Well, we learn a lot of things that probably you would learn too if you started to adopt this process with your products, right? People get stuck, right? We'll find that people get stuck in a lot of different ways, but some things that are pretty salient. People get stuck when it starts to involve starting, and people get stuck when it comes to contributing to their future, right? And then when we do an even deeper dive, again, pulling across these different sources, as you saw, these different inputs, right, and applying that framework, we'll see that there are a lot of different obstacles that relate to those drivers of behavior, like capability, opportunity, motivation. Puts us in a position now to think about solutions to facilitate things for people. So how do we make that transition, though, from understanding the obstacles that people face to then coming up with solutions that we can have confidence, right? Are going to lift those barriers to enable people to engage. So going back to the COM-B model, another really powerful thing about it, right, is that, itself being sort of a mega theory that's been validated across a lot of different types of behaviors, it has what are called intervention functions. The way you can think about this sort of chart is that it's not 100% perfect, but it gives you confidence, right? That there are sort of these sets of design features or elements that at a functional level, right, you can introduce in a solution. So think when you want to introduce, a feature, a nudge, like a communication, the degree to which you leverage some of these kind of at a functional level, you can have confidence that they're going to be relevant in terms of helping to address the barriers on the left. So back to our case, right, with people just trying to start saving. They get stuck when it comes to just starting. They get stuck when it comes to making a contribution to their future. Well, as you saw, we noticed that a lot of the barriers tended to be related to opportunity. And so, as you'll see, we started to explore solutions that involved restructuring the environment. Now, I will sort of add an asterisk there, which is to say there are a lot of obstacles that we find generally. And that's just not us. That's generally kind of the field, right? There's a lot of individual variation, both within individuals, across different segments, which means that there are a lot of different types of solutions that one could explore. What you're going to see here are, again, specific ones to specific types of kind of pain points within this experience, and ones that are looking, again, at kind of restructuring the environment. In terms of behavioral science methodologies, we leverage a lot of experimentation. So think commercial sort of randomized control trials, right, to sort of try to give us confidence as we are testing these different hypotheses. But if we sort of move from left to right, you'll see that, again, when it comes to just restructuring the environment, or again, looking at different ways of just organizing what people are seeing. This first example is just kind of a classic example of choice architecture, right? So we saw, in terms of some of the pain points that people were demonstrating when just trying to go through that enrollment process, right? Some people said, that they couldn't understand the information, or we even saw that just behaviorally through our product analytics, they were overlooking important plan information that they would actually need to be able to make the right or optimal decisions. So through testing, we found that just moving information, right, to be much more closely aligned with where they have to make decisions had an impact in promoting engagement and savings behavior, as did just simplifying the language. And then finally, the color of choices. Sorry, the choice of colors was important, particularly leveraging colors that have strong behavioral associations. So as you can see, the green, yellow, red stoplight colors, right? At least in English-speaking countries, right, is a pretty strong one. For the second example, we know that defaults or sort of preset courses of actions can be really strong and effective sort of interventions in situations where there's inertia or where people are sort of faced with, ambiguity or uncertainty. And so when it pertains to contributions and people not really being sure how much to contribute to their future or not really wanting to contribute to their future, this can be pretty effective, right, as sort of like a way to guide or nudge people to do so. So in this experiment, we were interested in seeing to what extent could we leverage that to get people to, again, engage and contribute and save more. So through a randomized controlled trial, we varied, right, the contribution amounts anywhere between 6 to 11% to also see how much could we sort of increase that without it having it backfire. And by backfire, I mean without having it be so high that someone actually, again, opted into inaction or not saving at all. And found that we could probably get as high as 10% without it backfiring. It helped increase savings. Third example, we know that as humans, our choices, our behaviors are influenced by the ways in which things are presented, right? The ways in which things are framed. So again, when it comes to contributions, just a slight tweaking of even how that percentage by paycheck is presented to people can have a huge impact in terms of how people engage and how much they save. And in this particular case, changing that percent per paycheck to a pennies framing actually had a huge impact for people who are from more, or who are more low numerate, meaning people who struggle more with numbers and percentages. And so not only did it help with increasing engagement, but also with decreasing savings gaps. So from an equity perspective, right, that was a great intervention for us to introduce. And so for this fourth example, for anyone that's been so blessed that they have had the experience of being able to roll over, say, an account, maybe then you've had the experience of being not so blessed that you quickly realized that it's actually pretty complex, right? And maybe you sort of backed out because you just realized it's a very multi-step process, lots of components, and it was actually really hard to understand. It's feedback that a lot of different experiences will often get from people. This is where attribute partitioning can be really helpful. With attribute partitioning, what you're essentially doing is you're kind of chunking information into things that are sort of more conceptually related. And then you're sequencing them in a way that sort of reduces the complexity into something that's a bit more digestible for people, and combining things according to the relationship among attributes. And so by applying attribute partitioning to this part of the process, people were able to engage more, right, and continue with the goal that they had of wanting to just roll over their accounts. And it was a win-win for both customers and obviously for a business in wanting to still have people resume their relationship with us. So lots of different instantiations of restructuring the environment. One of a lot of different ways that, again, you can start to go from your behavioral diagnosis of applying that sort of behavioral audit, thinking about solutions, testing them out, right? Leveraging behavioral audits, looking at the impact on outcomes. That said, right, it always sounds easy. There are a couple of things to keep in mind. How did we even get all that data? How did that process work? Well, unless you already sort of have that infrastructure in place, it initially is a very cross-functional process, right? You have to figure out what are the teams, the cross-functional relationships that make sense to have, and then recognizing that you always have to sort of build with measurability in mind, right? And making sure that your teams are building with measurability in mind so that you can set yourself up to, for example, have data for that same user and be able to connect and understand the downstream impacts across the board. Second thing I want us to consider, right? Just because people are motivated doesn't mean that they'll take action. Sounds a bit counterintuitive, but I'll say something that's related, right? Just because someone has all the information that they need doesn't mean that they'll take action. If you think about the Combi model that I just presented earlier, right, there are different drivers to motivation. So when we're thinking about these experiences or we're thinking about our product experiences, we have to take that bigger, more holistic piece and really think about the different drivers, right, of action. To what extent are we helping to kind of facilitate a person's ability to take action? Which is why it's really important that we sort of just generally and holistically apply more behavioral science thinking to our product development processes, right? Particularly the more strategic ones, right? We know that it's the products that sort of take this much more behavioral and accurate view of humans, right? And of human decision-making, right? That tend to be the more successful and resonant ones, the ones that deliver experiences that are easy, right? That are timely, that are relevant. And in fact, if there's anything that we ourselves experience and we see, right, in those products that we love all the time, it's that the really successful products are the ones that influence and change our behaviors and can get us from that point A to that point B. The ones that are easy, that are timely, and that are relevant. Thank you.
Yay! Amazing. We don't quite have time for questions online, but we'll make sure to share them with you backstage and get those responses on YouTube. And then all of you can meet Christelle at the party later, right? So thank you so much. This was amazing.
Okay, team, how are we doing? Woo! That's right, that's right. So our next speaker comes from Meta, and I'm very excited for this talk because it is about how product managers, how PMs can leverage insights and insights professionals. And there's often a little bit of tension that grows in teams between insights and research and product management. We hate to see it, but sometimes it happens. And this next speaker is uniquely positioned to talk about these challenges and to talk about particularly how to overcome them, because she has been on both sides of the aisle, started as a UX researcher and is now a director of product at Meta. Can everybody please welcome to the stage, Menke Priestly.
Hi, everyone. I am Menke, as was just mentioned, and I'm supposed to be here to talk to you today about how PMs should leverage UX research, but I actually want to change the title of my talk, kind of a little last minute, to how, oops, I lost a slide there, to actually how to have better conversations between product and UX research. Because any good relationship, any good experience comes from having a good conversation at its root. And so that's what I want to spend time talking about today. I know it was just mentioned that the reason I'm here and talking about this is because I've actually lived and worked on both sides of the aisle. For more than 10 years, I was a UX research professional, UX research manager, UX research director at companies as big and small, all the way from very small Series A startups to recently working in research at Meta. And about a year and a half ago, I transitioned into product management, which I know a lot of researchers are starting to move into, which is very exciting and I think very appropriate. Because honestly, research and product are very similar. At their root, they're essentially both scientists. You are trying to take a variety of different inputs and figure out how do you create the best, most user-forward product that you can, given the information that you know. And it's a lot about inquiry and trying to figure out how do we make the best thing, how do we understand what user needs are, what the business needs are, and triangulating that all together to create a singular best-in-class product. But unfortunately, there's often tension, which I think is a shame, because you can get so much out of this partnership between product and UX research. I have seen, not out of malintent, but I've seen a lot of product managers underutilize research, misuse research, and I've been a part of a bunch of those relationships and trying to turn those relationships around when I was a UX researcher. Now, as a product partner, I'm trying to have those productive conversations. And so I wanted to share some insights after having actually interviewed, literally, and talked with a bunch of researchers and product people about what do those relationships usually look like, where do they go wrong, and how can we fix them. And there were actually 3 specific conversations that rose to the top in terms of what that normal interaction looks like. And so I want to take those 3 conversations, break them down, and talk about how we can actually transform those into more productive conversations to get more out of kind of that mutual relationship. And the first, which every researcher is probably getting PTSD from at this current moment, is when a product person comes to you and says, that sample size is too small. That is a very common perception, especially when you're thinking about when a product person is looking at qualitative research, because they are often used to data science. They are used to seeing high volumes of output from multiple cuts and ranges and ranges. I work at a company like Meta where you have billions of people using your product every day, week, month, year. And so they are used to having access to so much log data. And what I think sometimes product managers fail to recognize is that these 2 insights functions bring different questions to the table and can help answer different types of things. Data, because it's existing and it's looking at the past, recent past or far past, is really focused on what. What has happened or what has not happened that we thought would happen, and trying to tease apart some of the patterns that we're seeing there. Research, as a lot of the people in the audience know, is a why function in a lot of cases. Especially qualitative research is trying to understand why are we seeing the patterns that we are, and why do we think from our understanding of user needs and their opportunities and their pain points, are they reacting to our hypothesis in the form of a product output in that way? And what I think a lot of product managers in particular fail to understand is that when you're trying to understand the why, you can get there pretty quickly. When you're trying to understand why people are or are not responding to your product, you're getting to that average perspective very, very quickly. And you will see that point of diminishing return and yield that you can get from your insights is actually going to come at 5 interviews of a specific cohort. It's going to come at 10 usability studies. It's going to come, you're going to start to see patterns as to how people answer the question why very, very quickly. And I don't think that this is new information to any of the researchers in the room, but I think that this is something that is sometimes missed or misunderstood in the process of trying to translate between data science and UX research. And so instead of asking, or saying, hey, this is too few, why are we only talking to 8 people? Think about framing your question in a different way. If you're a product person, say, hey, I have a hypothesis, and we want to know if we are validating this hypothesis. What is the right sample size or number of people to talk to in order to best understand the answer to that question? And that is where you can have a much more productive conversation with your UX research partner. That often leads to the second type of conversation that we often see as UX researchers, which is, can you do an insert study here or methodology here type of study on this product experience? Getting very, very narrow as to what your expectation is in terms of the type of study and the amount of time it will take and things like that. But usability is one very small piece of the UX researcher's methodological toolkit. And so taking a step back and actually having the conversation and thinking about what kind of information is going to be most helpful for you, product person, to make an informed decision about where you need to go next with your product. Is it attitudinal? Do you want to know what someone's general perspective of your space is? That might lead you to a series of research methodologies like one-on-one interviews or ethnographies if you really want to go in depth. If you want to understand that at scale, a survey might be the right thing for you. If you're trying to understand a behavior, is someone going to do this, or are they going to do that? You're going to end up in a different camp of research methodologies, trying to understand, are they going to interact in a certain way, and understand that in depth. You might end up with a diary study, you might end up with a usability study, something like that. Quantitatively, that's why A/B testing is valuable, because you're understanding that behavior at scale. And you'll have different methodologies depending on where you are in your product development cycle. And I think this sometimes gets misunderstood as well, is when you are early in your product design process, you are going to need deeper answers to your whys. You're probably going to need more attitudinal research. As you get farther along in the product development process towards tactical, hey, how are we building this? Are we building this the right way? All the way through actually evaluating how are we using this product and is it doing what we thought it would? You're going to need different sets of methodologies. And you're going to need different balances of qualitative and quantitative depending on where you are in cycle, as well as the types of questions you have. And so instead of saying, hey, can we do a usability study because that is the only UX research word I know, maybe consider asking and saying, hey, we have these questions, or we need to understand the behavior or the attitude, or I need to understand at a certain scale, either very narrow, very broad. What do you suggest? And work together with them to have a productive conversation and to figure out what is the right balance of approaches here in order to answer at the end of the day, are we headed in the right direction? The third very, very common question is around time, which is, hey, we're going to go to, we're thinking about starting design, we're going to start coding, we're going to start the next phase of product development next week, next month, whatever it is. What research can we do in that amount of time? As I mentioned earlier, research data collection is bespoke. Every time you have a new why, we have to go and do a new piece of research. Not every time, and I'll talk about some exceptions to that rule. But it is very common for us to need to go and to figure out who are we talking to recruit those people, to do the actual research study, to synthesize that, to pull that together into insights that we hope are actionable, and then to communicate that back out to you. That is a pretty extensive process. And so when you say, we have 1 week, you, product manager, have some options. You can choose, if you do need new research, and you can have that conversation with your partner, you can choose to do something quick, dirty, and fast. You can choose to spend a bunch of money to have someone do something higher quality, but it's going to cost you. Some other techniques that you can do instead, or in addition to talking about what are those options and having that trade-off conversation, is to front load. Is to make sure you have a really great understanding of who are your users, what do they care about, how do we make sure that we are building the right product for them at the beginning. Because once you start down the road of actually building a product, it becomes much more expensive to change it, as you probably have seen. And so making sure that you really understand when it is cheap to change, What do your users want? Why are you building the product you are? How can we best serve their needs? And making sure you're doing research, a fair amount of research at that stage, can help you when you get to the point where you need something fast. Because you can work with your researcher to take all of that wonderful data about your user or about similar products you might have tested or similar projects you might have done and distill that down into interpretive insights that where you can kind of infer based on past understanding what is going to be your user's likely response to that project that's going to code next week. And so making sure that you have that robust set of data can really pay off in the long run. The other question, which I actually saw posed in another talk earlier today, is to ask yourself, would I do anything differently if I had research go and answer my question? Now, I know that this is a controversial thing to put out into the world, but this is something that I actually relied on a lot when I was a researcher, especially as a team of one or team of two at a company, because I would have product managers all the time who were lovely and really wanted to work with research come to me and say, hey, I really want research. I don't know what I need it tomorrow. Literally. Hey, let's do a brand redesign, and you have 3 days to come around and do research. Real time. And so I could, and I busted my butt, and I tried really hard, and I gathered a whole bunch of insights, and I would do this time and time again until I started asking this question and realizing that sometimes, yes, product managers would actually do something differently with the data I had on hand, and sometimes they would not. And so asking this hard question of, would you actually do something differently if we disproved your hypothesis? If we learned from your users that this is actually not something that would serve their need, would you change course? And sometimes you're too far down that development process to actually change course, and that's totally understandable. Maybe you have pressure from the top. There's a lot of reasons why you might not change your mind, but you can save a lot of people time and headache by asking yourself this question. And so whenever you get to the point product person and you're saying, hey, we need insights, I really want them, researchers are so happy to have you say this until you say, hey, we need the insights next week. What you can do instead is you can have this productive conversation, and you have a couple of options and different flavors of things that you can do to try and work with your research partner to come to the right conclusion. If you say, hey, we have a tight timeline, maybe you work with your insights partner to figure out how do we gather, what kind of fidelity are we okay with? Are we okay with something that's quick, dirty, scrappy, and maybe not 100%, perfect? Are we okay with doing that in the timeline that we have? Maybe that's not the right answer. And maybe you did a great job and you have a whole bank of fantastic insights to pull from because you've really front-loaded that research. You have answers to all the questions about who are your users, what do they care about, what do they not care about, how do we build a product that's right for them, so you can glean inferences from the past work that you've done. Or you can ask yourself the very honest reflection question of, would I do anything differently if research disproved my hypothesis tomorrow? And you can use that to move forward. So I've talked about kind of 3 different types of conversations and different ways of changing those. And I think in summary, my recommendations for product people are to involve your research partner early and often. I know this is like the researcher favorite thing to say when you're working with a partner, hey, I would love to be involved early and often, but it really makes a difference. It really does, because it takes so long sometimes to do that really good deep work, and so you need to be able to get ahead, and that will also give you hopefully a better repository that you can pull from in the long run. Share your thinking, product person, as that evolves, because it helps your research team stay ahead and make sure that we're answering the next right why. And you can see from a lot of the ways that I changed the conversation, a simple reframe and asking an open-ended question sounds super basic, but can yield much more productive relationships and therefore insights and therefore product development at the end of the day. And we've talked a lot about partnership. Work with your insights partner to make sure that you are understanding what they are suggesting, that you are aligning with their, you're in agreement with their research methodology and how they're doing the approach so that you will be likely to use those insights at the end of the day. And last but not least, trust your UX research partner. That sounds very basic. It's not. And there is a lot of lack of trust across the industry between these two different scientific at their root functions. And so if you are not in a point of trust of your UX research partner, think about why not. Think about what do you not trust about that and how you can start to work together to actually get more from each other, because there is so much value to having an insights-backed product strategy. But trust and conversations are a two-way street. So when I was at Meta as a research director, I actually interviewed a bunch of product managers when my team was in a low trust point. I was director over an area, and our product and research functions were not getting along. And so I asked them, I said, hey, why do we have such a low trust bank right now? And so I wanted to share for the researchers in the room, and I could do a whole different talk on this, some of the suggestions that came from that I am now also seeing as a product person that can help turn around a relationship and help a researcher be more in touch with the product people in the room. And they can do this, and they can start to build trust by understanding the business. I work with so many fantastic, brilliant, PhD level, et cetera, researchers. Very few of them understand the business. If you don't know how your company makes money, who is it beholden to? How are they making decisions? There is no way that your insights are ever going to be fully actionable. Because the business is what drives the product strategy. And yes, hopefully all of your product strategies and your businesses are user-forward and all of that, but without knowing how your business makes money and therefore how it makes decisions, you won't understand how and why the product is changing the way that it is. And so these two fundamental things are often missing from the product or the researcher's toolkit, which makes it really hard to connect to your product partner. The other thing I've noticed, and this might be kind of the groups that I've been a part of, but I've found that often there's a tension between, frankly, performance level incentives and what your team might actually need. In that, a lot of times in UX research functions, you are incentivized from your career standpoint to do strategic research, which has its time and place, as I mentioned before. It's really valuable in certain parts of the life cycle, but sometimes that becomes out your sort of the need of the product team and your performance might come out of sync. And so I've had to have some pretty hard conversations, actually, even in the last couple of months with various researchers that I work with of like, hey, I love that you're interested in doing strategic work, but right now, our product team needs like round after round of concept testing, usability, you name it, eye tracking, whatever it is. And it's not the time and the place for doing big strategic work. We have a lot of that. And so making sure that you hit that right balance is incredibly important. Partner with your product person, and this goes both ways. Partnership is a two-way street, but work with them to make sure what you are doing is in line with what they want and need at the end of the day. If I had $1 for every time a product person got to the end of an insight or end of a round of research, saw the insights, and said, that's not what I needed, I would be a very rich person. Because you often end up somehow getting out of sync with what the product person actually wants, or you're not speaking the same language, and so you end up doing a whole bunch of really great, wonderful research and gathering all these insights that your product person was never going to use in the first place. And it's very easy for product managers to like nod and say, yeah, sure, that looks good. And so that's on the product managers to make sure that they are actively engaged in developing that work. But making sure you're trying to partner is incredibly important. And the last thing is to make your insights actionable. You can only do that if you understand the business and the product strategy and you're collecting the right data. But making sure that you are thinking about what would I do as the research person now that I know these insights? How would I suggest we change our product strategy? And that's a totally reasonable thing to have an opinion on. I think there's often a meme in research and insights functions that having opinions is taboo, but I actually think that's your biggest superpower. And so what I wanted to leave you with is after you do all of these wonderful things and you are trying to build trust and having better conversations, I'm sure a lot of people in the room are wondering, how will I know if we've gotten to the right point? How do we know if we're in a good, successful, powerful relationship between insights and product? And I want to leave you with this question. Because to me, this is the question that gives me signal about whether or not you and your product partner, your research and product partners are in sync. If you were queen or king of the world, what would you do? I asked myself this as a researcher almost every single quarter at a minimum, and that is how I became a product manager, was asking myself, when I have this huge bank of insights, what would I do with a product strategy? What would I do? What would I build? And if you are not able to, as a product person, ask your researcher this question and feel confident and interested in the result, or if you as a researcher are not able to answer this question yourself and feel confident in presenting that to a product person, you've still got work to do. Because once you can ask this question of your researcher and have them come up with a product strategy that is insights informed, you still have opportunity left on the table. So thank you all for your time today. I hope you have better conversations moving forward. And I don't know if we have time for questions.
Thank you very much. We have time for one question, I think.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, so from the chat, and I will paraphrase, product management has gone through its fair share of turbulence in the last year or so, even if only anecdotally. So the question is, what is your experience at Meta of product management? How has this sort of shifted over the last year? And what are the traits of highly successful product managers at Meta and in general?
That is a very loaded question, so I might only answer a fraction of that. I think I got a really interesting piece of advice from my former manager as I became a product director, which was that product managers at their root are writers. They are responsible for gathering in a whole bunch of different inputs and telling the story of what we are going to do with the product from that. And so I think that that's actually the make or break in my perspective, is how good a product manager is at storytelling. Because you can have the best ideas in the world, but if you can't sell that to someone, if you can't say, this is what we need to do and why, you're gonna have a very hard time building a product. So that would be my answer.
Let's give it up for Claire.
Thank you all.
Awesome.
All right, well, I'm going to take us home and introduce our last speaker. Jared Forney is near and dear to my heart. He's one of our leaders in our champion Slack and helped me as I got up to speed with Dovetail myself. Amazing. He will be sharing with us his framework for delivering curated insights faster. He's a research operations principal at Okta. Everyone, one final big round of applause for Jared Forney. Woo!
All right, good afternoon, everybody. First, let's just give a big shout out to Jeremy and Sean and everybody front and backstage at Dovetail today for an awesome event. Fantastic. So, as Jeremy mentioned, my name's Jared Forney. I'm Research Operations Principal, and today I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about a framework that I've been working on. So, to kind of kick things off, I thought it'd be really helpful to set some context, because we all work in organizations of various shapes and sizes, and I feel like it's really helpful to lead with this so you kind of know where I'm coming from. So, I've been at Okta for about 7 years now, and for the last 2 years in particular, I've been focused on research operations after transitioning from a UX researcher role. And from there, I have a number of responsibilities, including knowledge management, governance, recruitment coordination, research workflows, just a few things. And really, I've watched the organization grow and mature from a research standpoint in that 7 years, from being the second researcher at Okta to now supporting a team of 12 within a product organization of 900 in a broader company of 6,500 globally. And in that time, we've been using research repositories as a function for about 3 years or so, and we've been happy Dovetail customers for about 2 of that. And what I really want to talk about and focus on today is some changes that we've noticed in our evolution of our kind of research maturity and how it's changed our relationship with insights and how we deliver them. So I'll start with a problem. So we've been really happy Dovetail users for a long time, particularly on the analysis front. Our researchers find it's a really powerful tool for analysis and development. But we started noticing anecdotally from some feedback from some of our stakeholders 2 key things. And the first of these things was that our stakeholders were actually having trouble finding insights in our repository. And we were starting to notice more and more evidence of artifacts with insights being created outside of the repository in tools, Google Workspace tools, for example, your slides and docs of the world. And the second thing we noticed was that our researchers themselves were spending more time extracting and digging for insights in our repo. And this sometimes resulted in a lot of duplicate work when serving that first use case and generating those other artifacts for presentations or readouts. And it didn't leave a lot of time in coordination with their compressed study schedules. It didn't necessarily leave a lot of time to connect the dots between individual studies. So when I was thinking about these 2 kind of fundamental challenges that we were facing with the current state of our repo, I really started to think about, well, our research org is kind of like a restaurant. And I might have been out to eat while I was thinking about this, or just hungry, or both. But what I realized was that our research organization is a lot like a restaurant in the sense that our researchers are kind of like our chefs, right? They're taking all of these dishes in forms of our insights and serving them to diners, our stakeholders. And there's this kind of ongoing relationship and cycle that was formed with all of our researchers when they're serving insights throughout our organization. So I started to think about this as kind of a loose framework, and I was like, I wonder if there's anything to this. And so I did, channeling the researcher background that I have and those roots, I never truly get away from it. I did a series of listening sessions, and I spoke to all manner of folks throughout our product org, our researchers, of course, designers, product managers, and I really wanted to get a fundamental understanding of what the problem was. And I came away with 3 big things right off the bat. The first was that our chefs, our researchers, were just faced with an overwhelming number of orders. I think a lot of people here can relate to the fact that you never have enough researchers or research on an organization. There's always an ongoing demand. The second was that there were too many different dishes that our chefs, our researchers, had to choose from and prepare. There were a lot of different ways to generate insights within our organization and within our repository tool, and there was a challenge with consistency in that delivery. And so it made it hard both on the researcher front to generate those insights and also on our diner stakeholder front in finding those insights after they were made. And then the last thing was we had what I'm calling VIP diners, the folks who came in last minute, who are coming in without reservations and asking for off-menu items, things that we weren't necessarily equipped to deliver under our current model with respect to research insight. So what do we do about this? Well, the other big takeaway that we had with this was that we also realized that a repository alone wasn't going to be the sole solution. I think a lot of us, when we all go down this path, anytime we choose a repository tool, we have stars in our eyes, and we envision that it's going to be this centralized place where everybody's going to go for insight all the time. But what we realized, especially with respect to our organization at Okta, is that our research repository was more like a pantry full of ingredients and some recipes to follow, but our diners didn't necessarily want to cook. And so really what we realized was that we need to rethink the way in our relationship with insights and how we deliver them to our stakeholders in that collaborative model. So with that in mind, I started thinking about this framework. And this framework's really built into kind of 4 key pieces. The first is we need to start thinking about what makes a really great dish, right? What makes for a great insight first and foremost. And second, we have to obviously understand who our diners are, right? I mean, it's the people we work with every day, our stakeholders, but we really need to understand what their needs are, and importantly, how they order, how they need those insights delivered, and how it differs from the approaches that we're taking today. And then lastly, the one thing we're all bound by, time and context. We have to understand in what situations they're coming to us with those need for insights, because it may differ based on the project, the timeline, and even the stakeholder. And so with that framework and those 4 things in mind, let's start with what makes for a great dish. So what makes for a great dish is what makes an insight for your organization. Keeping in mind, like all things, this varies based on organization to organization. For Okta, we've really decided on to focus on 3 key things, which I'll go into in a little more detail in the next slide. But the thing that we really wanted to focus on here is a common format. You've probably heard echoed throughout the day that having a common format for insights and a common uniform deliverable in that sense is super important to getting the most out of delivering learnings throughout your organization. The other thing that having a common format for insights does is it really drives consistency and quality. So this is something that having a consistent standard, much like having a consistent standard for a dish, really helps chefs be able to cook more effectively, right? They're more efficient, the dish is consistent, comes out the same way every time. And from that standard and consistency, we also set expectations with our stakeholders, our diners. So when dishes are consistent and a common format, they're efficiently delivered, and they're easier to digest, ultimately. So at Okta, we're thinking about this construction of insights. This is kind of like a mise en place, if you will, right? What do you do before you sit down and you cook? You arrange all of your items that you're going to need to make that dish effectively, to minimize waste of movement, waste of resources. So for us, it comes down to 3 key things for an insight. It's the context, what the insight is about, what features, what part of the product, the audience, et cetera. It's the recommendation, because we heard from a lot of our stakeholders that they really view our researchers as subject matter experts, right? And they really look to our researchers to provide guidance for what to build and where to go. And then the last thing is really crucial to one of Okta's core values, which is to love our customers. And so another thing that we really heard loud and clear from our feedback sessions was that the voice of the user was super important. And so having a customer quote to kind of help solidify and ground that insight was something that was also fundamental to an insight for our organization. And so we've got our ingredients, we've got our dishes. Now let's start thinking about planning a menu. And so before we dive into specific menu types, I think it's also really important to think about some of the considerations when constructing a menu in this format. So when you're planning these menus, you have to consider not only the needs of your stakeholder, but also what you're capable of delivering as a research organization. How capable are you to serve the menu to your diners that you want to serve? Because the reality is like there's a whole range of different deliverables and a whole range of different insights and depth that you can take as a researcher or a research organization, and it's sometimes best to start small to ensure you can deliver things effectively. The second is really just about meeting diners where they are, right? The context that they're in. What we found in our listening sessions too is that a lot of our stakeholders are spending time outside of Dovetail and don't necessarily view it as a first order destination. So they're living in tools like FigJam and Slack and Google Workspace tools and Confluence. And so it became really important for us to be able to match that and meet people where they are. And lastly, just staying flexible, right? We anticipate as we roll out a new framework like this that we're gonna have to make adjustments and changes over time. And so that's a really important value just in any aspect of collaboration. So with these menus in turn, what I'm gonna talk about first is the prefix menu. So as its name would suggest, a prefix, it's fixed price. If you've been to any kind of fine dining establishment before, you're probably familiar with this format. But if you're not, it's really just about a set order of items for a single price. And it's a menu type with a clear beginning, middle, and end. And in this case, there's a lot of benefits to this, particularly if you have a more generative, exploratory style research that you're doing, because it's easy to control for cost and it's replicable, right? You're doing the same process each and every time. The other advantage of a prefix menu is that it's chef, or in this case, researcher curated. So it allows the researcher to be able to control the experience and shape the way that insights are delivered in a more set way. Now, given that fixed nature, there's also some drawbacks, one of which could be it's not as adaptable as its name fixed would suggest. And it takes more time generally to prepare these like larger, prefix setups. So it's something that may not be as well suited for something more tactical. So an example of this, and I just have these as this is for illustrative purposes, but really like an example of what this might look like within our organization for a large kind of foundational generative study might start with a literature review, internal and external. It might involve some research question design with stakeholders in a workshop. It might also then follow with customer interviews with debriefs in Slack or another tool after each session, and then a research readout that might be with the feature team or the broader product org, including time for Q&A. And then ultimately, it might find its destination in our repository with those responses to Q&A as kind of an ultimate end goal. And really, the message here is that this is something that would be like largely researcher-driven in terms of how the insights are formulated, how it's structured, and that it has that, again, that clear beginning, middle, and end in a repeatable process. So in contrast, we have something like a la carte. So as its name would suggest, it's from a menu, right? It's something that's more about selecting items individually rather than being in a set order. The real obvious benefit of this is flexibility and choice, right? It's something that's not necessarily always defined the same way every time. And the ability to mix and match is, of course, its strength, but it's also a weakness. As anyone who may have ordered from a la carte before, if you're like me, sometimes you order with your eyes instead of your stomach. That can happen with this too. And you have to be really careful not to mount and combine too many things together that may not necessarily fit, because ultimately the cost can wind up greater than if maybe you chose another method. So what this might look like in practice is being able to break these things apart in terms of different forms of insight delivery. Like this a la carte option, it's more targeted. So in this case, I've got examples of like our voice of the customer, which again, really important to our company values. Maybe we're looking for specific quotes or clips, or maybe we want to prompt our customer ask me anything sessions, which we're running quarterly now. If people want to get involved in generating a prompt for that. We might look for things like, along product improvements, a highlight reel of all the usability issues we might have around a specific topic. These are things that could be done more ad hoc, a la carte, on demand. So that's really how that differs from a more prefixed option in a set series of steps. What's neat about this kind of framework, too, is that hybrids are possible. So we don't have to just stick to kind of like the set menu options I've shown here. Omakase is a really great example, and this may be just because I've had a lot of sushi on the brain for people who've talked to me recently. But in omakase, literally I leave it up to you, is kind of a variation on the prefix method, where there might be a set sequence of dishes, but it might change based on seasonality. So this is like really important for being able to accompany for the diner's taste or what's fresh from the market. And in the case of Okta, the biggest season is conference season. So our Octane conference every year is a great example of when we might take this omakase method and adjust our framework for how we deliver insights, things like with feeds or tags or attributes in Dovetail, that focus specifically on the Octane event because it's so top of everyone's mind as our big customer event of the year. The other option here is a set menu. So this is kind of the food truck model where, especially for research teams that may be more resource constrained, this can be a great option to focus your insight delivery into literally just one thing. What's one thing you do really well? So for a food truck, it might be that one really great chicken sandwich. If you're an East Bayer like me, you think about cheese board pizza. They make one pizza a day, and they focus most importantly on the ingredients and being able to crank those pizzas out really quickly. So really with a set menu, the idea is focused on efficiency and the highest quality for a narrowly defined insight. So we've talked about the importance of fresh ingredients in dishes. We've talked about being able to set menus up in an effective way. So how do you apply this to research strategy as a whole? And you might have been looking through this and asking yourself, like, wait a second, Jared, like, aren't these just playbooks? And in a way, they kind of are. But I think there's like two really key differences from a traditional research playbook. The big ones are that they're modular and service-centric. So I know from experience as a research operations professional, like typically when we're writing operations playbooks and things, they tend to be large, single-point, monolithic structures. And they tend to be written to be more referential, which is really great for me or if I'm handing something off to someone else or training someone on a way we do things. But they're a little bit trickier to update and apply in a point-based, piecemeal-based way, which is where menus can really come in because they're easy to spin up and adopt. The second thing is that they have a really strong service narrative. So playbooks tend to be more for the person writing it, again, more for the operations or research professional, whereas menus can be more directed at the stakeholder. And it really involves them more in the process of being able to actually be a part of that insight generation process, that insight delivery process. So with that in mind, just to recap, menus are really flexible and they're really adaptable. It's something that can be used throughout research organizations to drive insights more effectively and more efficiently and more repeatably. And really fundamental to menus as a whole is that consistency is really key to a great dish. Having a fundamental common agreement on what an insight is in your organization is absolutely crucial to getting menus right. And lastly, different menus for different restaurants. At this point, really near and dear to my heart because I've started from very small research organizations into bigger ones. And the really important thing is we don't have to shoot for a 4-star Michelin experience every time. It's really, really important to emphasize that like In-N-Out, for those of you in the States who know burgers, like In-N-Out can be a really great experience too. They have a great menu. And it can, where nobody is really going to compare like something like French Laundry and In-N-Out together in the same echelon, right? But they can both be great experiences for the customer based on what their goals are and how you're delivering on that experience. So no matter what size your research organization or what stage of development your research maturity curve is at your org, menus are a really great way to help sharpen your insight delivery and make sure that you're giving the best possible experience for your stakeholders. And so with that, thank you very much for your time, and I really appreciate it.
Amazing, amazing. We do have one question. The audience on YouTube has been responding with enthusiasm. They'd like to see what has worked well at Okta with engaging your stakeholders. Do you have a pro tip when it comes to insights?
Oh, good question. I think really the best way to engage stakeholders when it comes to insights is involve them early, right? Mm-hmm. I think as early as possible in the research process, and I'd even say it's even before the sitting in on customer calls, we're using that as an example, right? It's starting all the way back at research question formulation, because I think that's really crucial to helping your stakeholders understand what goes into the research process. It allows them to be more invested in the outcomes of the research because they've had a hand in shaping those questions. And I think ultimately that's really the best way to get them engaged. The earlier, the better.
Great, yeah. The audience again is responding really well. They love all the advice and tactical tips. Thank you, Jared. Wow.
Wow, 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 wow.
We are here. We did it. We wrapped up a full day of nonstop insights, takeaways. Tell us again, why did we get together today?
So this morning I talked about the purpose of this event and the theme behind it, inside out, about turning things inside out, about gathering new perspectives, about sharing those perspectives. So I hope that everybody today has achieved that goal, has learned from the various speakers that we had, from all the different disciplines that they came from, all the different places and locations and organizations, and the insights that they shared, I hope, add to your tool belt and allow you to come away a little bit more enriched with a bit more of a holistic view of the world. So, first of all, I'd like to thank all of you and give yourself a round of applause.
Yes. No, this event is very much about you. Like I said previously, you are now part of the Dovetail community where we're leveling up our careers, empowering each other, and engaging together to improve the quality of everything. So I feel like we might have a special guest in the room. Is Grace Ling from our community partner Design Buddies anywhere to be found? Oh my gosh, there she is! Wait, we're gonna take a selfie from the stage. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm hella ready. Let's go.
Everyone, get ready to be in this amazing giant fisheye selfie. Grace has the selfie skills. Ready? Say inside out.
Inside out.
Yes.
Inside out.
Woo! Keep an eye out. Thank you, Grace.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Grace. So Grace runs Design Buddies. It's one of the biggest design communities. You should all check it out. And I think it's time as well that we invite Benjamin Humphrey back to the stage.
Have any of you met him? There he is. Welcome back.
Hello.
Close it out for us.
Hey guys. Long time no see. Have you been?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I think the audience is ready.
It's a big day, a really, really big day. Well, thank you so much for coming along today. It means so much to us. As I mentioned this morning, this is actually the first time we've done something like this. And I don't know if we've done a good job or not. Maybe, yeah, okay, oh!
Yes!
So I just want to thank, firstly, all of you for taking a day out of the week to come by and hang out with us today down here in San Francisco on the waterfront. It's very nice weather, and we've been very lucky. We weren't sure with the lunch and everything out the back if that was going to work or not, but it did, so that's so good.
Word on the street, I think there might be a party going on. Have you heard about this?
I don't know about that, Jeremy. There's a little noise going on upstairs.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'll come back to that, I think. So, I also want to thank the speakers as well. The speakers, we had an incredible lineup today. I mean, how good were these talks? I mean, I was watching them and just learning so much, and we're so fortunate to have such incredible people be able to share the stage today as well. I also want to give a huge thank you to the crew that has put this event on from Dovetail on our side, as well as learners, the AV team, the caterers, the security. I mean, we live streamed this. We had, I think, over 2,000 or 3,000 uniques on YouTube Live today throughout the day, so it's just amazing and takes a lot of work. But I hear some stuff going on upstairs.
Yeah, no, I mean, I heard there might be a party.
There might be a party, so if you will join us, head to the back where the stairs are, and upstairs, walk along here, and you may be in for a bit of a surprise behind those curtains. DJ Yuka, can you hit the music?
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Woo!
That's Inside Out 2024. Thank you for coming. See you upstairs.
Picks my friends like a pick for fruit. Again, he told me that when I was only you. I don't walk around trying to be what I'm not. I don't waste my time trying to get what you got. I work at pleasing me cause I can't please you. And that's why I do what I do. I'm so flash free like a wheel